Chapter 127. When Thales finally stepped into Dragon Cloud City, the first thing that attracted his attention was not the ancient city's crude and bold architectural style. In fact, unlike Eternal Star City, which relied on the city district and city walls to build its buildings, Dragon Cloud City was built on a gentle slope of a mountain peak. The layout of the city was based on the mountain's topography, stretching all the way up, appearing natural and smooth. Similar to his experience in Lampard's military camp, what left a deep impression on Thales was the extension citizens of Dragon Cloud City who fought to surround the city gate to watch the Prince of Constellation. The Prince of an Empire. A rough shout rose from the crowd, immediately triggering a noisy and chaotic response. According to Putray, this place should be filled with citizens who were busy preparing for the winter, preparing to enter the city for their last exchange, sale, and purchase goods. But he just happened to be here. Thales could only lower his head and sigh. It had been a long time since he was so popular. Although the citizens' emotions were much better than the soldiers', and the people of Dragon Cloud City did not hate Constellation as much as Black Sand region, the news of the heir of Dragon Cloud City being assassinated in Constellation had obviously spread. This caused Thales and the others to suffer from another round of discussions, abuse, and even rubbish flying towards them. The extensions were much more passionate than the Constellations. If that king has the guts, then don't send. An angry voice rose from the crowd. Thales could not see it clearly. Before he could hear the second half of the voice, he was hurriedly escorted away by his attendants. He could only vaguely hear the words "let that coward come himself," as well as countless responses of praise and rebuttal, rising from behind him. Maintain order. Separate the crowd. We need to get to Heroic Spirit Palace as soon as possible. Nicholas reprimanded his subordinates and soldiers without holding back. You know what to do with those who barge into the city without permission. Fortunately, the White Blade Guards and the soldiers of Dragon Cloud City separated the crowd, or else the Prince of Constellation would have fled into Dragon Cloud City pathetically. Although it was not much different now. Thales looked at Waya and Ralph, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. He sighed helplessly on his horse. Their unhappy expressions make it seem as if I killed their prince. Put yourself in my shoes and think about it. If you died in Northland today, and Extet sent someone to Eternal Star City to apologize tomorrow, I think I would probably have a displeased expression on my face as well. Putray spoke loudly in the noisy environment. The latter did not seem to care about the prophecy he had just made for the prince. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Deputy. If you lose your job in the future, I suggest that you try your luck in Western Desert. Duke Fakenhas should be able to get along well with you. The head of the four-eyed skull, that unwelcome guardian duke of the Western Desert? Putray snorted. Thank you for your recommendation. Thales could only snort coldly. But both of them knew that the true test was far from here, not on these simple commoners. Are you ready? Citizens of the Empire? Nicholas' voice came from the front. There was disdain in his voice. This will be very tiring. What? Thales raised his head in shock. Soon, he knew why. Dragon Cloud City was built according to the mountain's topography and slope. It was built in layers and spiraled upwards. They had to climb all the way in the city, passing through layers of barriers that were separated by thick inner-city gatehouses. There were 7 or 8 such inner-city gatehouses between each region. I've heard about the structure of Dragon Cloud City. Waya gritted his teeth and observed his surroundings vigilantly. It is said that this kind of inner-city structure is easier to defend. Even if the enemy breaks through the main gate of Dragon Cloud City, the archers on the city walls and gates can turn around and attack the enemies who charge in. The warriors are able to block the waves of attacks from the enemy behind the gatehouses. And because of the slope, the invaders have to face the disadvantage of attacking from the back, which will consume a lot of energy. I dare say that this structure helped us a lot when we were surrounded by the Eastern Peninsula's army during the Third Peninsular War. In that case, this city is not much inferior to Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales helplessly looked at the panting horse as it sat down. The noisy onlookers outside the guard's separation line also made him frustrated. The citizens have to climb all the way up just to take a walk, let alone the enemies who are attacking us. And the nobles now have an excuse and a reason to hide in the city and shiver in fear. Ida stepped on the stone bricks under her feet. Her figure was light, but she still snorted in dissatisfaction. They let their people suffer outside the city. I think the first batch of people built this city purely for military purposes, but no one expected that it would one day become the capital of Extet. Thales glanced at the passers-by who stopped walking. Don't the people who live here feel tired? To a certain extent, this city also naturally repels merchants. This kind of structure is neither suitable for peddlers nor shops, whether it is for transporting goods or expanding business. Can you imagine the cost of transporting 1 load of firewood into the inner city as much as carrying 3 loads of firewood? Marquis Shiles of Camus Union seemed to be used to this kind of road, but he still shook his head and clicked his tongue. Of course, this is the time for us Camians to take the field. So, the higher up we go in the inner city, the more powerful and influential people can live there, right? Thales sighed. It's really a clear and easy to understand social stratification. Marquis Shiles of Camus Union seemed to be used to this kind of road. Compared to a few years ago, there shouldn't be any major changes. In fact, I suspect that there hasn't been any major changes in Dragon Cloud City over the past 100 years. Putre introduced the place to them. On their way, they passed through quite a number of distinct areas: Shield District, which looked like a slum; Hammer District, which was where the commoners lived; Sword District, which was where the bazaar and square were located; Bao District, which had all sorts of miscellaneous items; Arrow District, which was where the temples and religious places gathered; Spear District, which was where the courts, prisons, and other departments were located; Armor District, which was where the workshops and shops gathered; Axe District, which was where the nobles lived, and so on. Why don't they just build another area and call it the Mystic Gun Area? Thales grumpily complained about the areas in the city that were all named after weapons. I think, when Rikuru renamed and renovated Dragon Cloud City, the Mystic Gun probably hadn't been invented yet, Putre answered nonchalantly. Then, when was the Mystic Gun invented? Thales rolled his eyes. Who invented it? Why was it named this way? The Mystic Gun has been around for almost 300 years. The other parts are easy to obtain. Putre seemed to know what he wanted to ask, but deliberately went against him. He smiled and said, only the core part is a strategic resource. As for its source, you will know sooner or later. As for the naming, no one knows. Thales pursed his lips. Mystic Gun, mystic. Mystic. Magic. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and tried hard to shift his attention to the matter at hand. All right, the names that the extensions gave to the city are really lacking in imagination. If they don't have enough material to name the city, I have another suggestion. As he watched his steed climb arduously, even Thales could not help but feel a little tired. He exhaled deeply. The legendary anti-mystic armed forces area. Putre finally took out his pipe again and looked at Thales with a slightly profound gaze. He took a deep breath and calmly said the truth. If you ask me, you have been chattering non-stop since just now. It's because of the situation that we're about to face, and you're nervous? Thales was immediately at a loss for words. Damn it. Under the gaze of the other people in the diplomat group, Thales shut his mouth in embarrassment. They finally climbed out of the last section of the road in Axe District. No matter where Thales went, the flag with the double cross-shaped stars on a sky-blue background, which was held by Gened, would always be the biggest target of all the onlookers. Along the way, there were crowds of people who came to watch him. The soldiers in charge of maintaining order in Dragon Cloud City were overwhelmed. The Northlanders' naturally loud voices and fiery personalities made the scene even more chaotic. This gave Thales no chance to carefully observe the appearance of Dragon Cloud City. He was escorted by the White Blade Guards all the way to the highest point of the inner city. The gatehouse was closed, isolating the surging crowd outside. Thales frowned and took a deep breath. With Waya's help, he dismounted from his horse and stepped on the rough and solid black stone tiles of Northland. He slowly raised his head. Before him was a palace. So, that's... Thales thought in a daze. Allow me to bid you farewell here, my dear Prince Thales. Before he had the time to carefully observe the palace, Marquis Shiles of Camus Union came before him. He humbly lowered his head and said in a low voice, "You must be mentally prepared." According to the plan, the Marquis of Camus Union chuckled. "King Niven might be a little rough to you." Rough? Thales smiled awkwardly. He then inhaled a deep breath of cold air and nodded. Rough? Of course. Thales secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. I've never been to this world. Has anyone ever been gentle to me? I almost thought that this was a torturing novel, all right? Marquis Shiles and Nicholas looked at each other. They then led Camus Union's men and left in another direction. Just as Thales was about to raise his head and take a good look at the palace that might be Extet's royal palace, the palace gates slowly opened. A group of Northlanders, who were dressed rather elegantly and neatly but still fully armed, walked out of the palace gate in a single file. Thales could not help but feel his heart tighten. As expected, a loud and clear voice rang out from the group of people. In the name of the common elected king of Extet, King Niven Walton VII, I am here under orders to welcome the foreign guests. A man with a crew cut, a tough appearance, and a cold expression pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Thales for a few seconds. His Majesty is looking forward to your arrival. The Prince of Constellation. Thales clenched his fists. Here it comes. Nicholas laughed heartily and went forward to hug the leader of the group. Have you completed your mission, my dear leader of the guards, my friend Nicholas? The man asked softly, seemingly with a profound meaning. Of course, Nicholas also said with a hidden meaning in his words, the Prince of Constellation we want is already here. Thales furrowed his brows and watched the exchange between the two. Then, the leader of the men with a crew cut came before Thales and bowed to him. Welcome to Extet and its most brilliant pearl, Dragon Cloud City, Your Highness Thales from Constellation. Thales remembered Gilbert's teachings and Putre's advice on the way. He immediately smiled and returned the greeting. He looks like a bureaucrat, but his physique, Thales thought, is more like a warrior. Or should I say, almost all Northland men look like warriors. I am Lord Burn Merk. The Northland man with a crew cut was about 40 or 50 years old. He was dressed in a thick robe and had a serious expression on his face. Before I received my title, I was once a member of the White Blade Guards. Now, I am King Niven's administrator. I will be responsible for your reception in Dragon Cloud City. Thank you for your reception, Lord Merk. Thales nodded and confirmed his judgment in his heart. Allow me to introduce to you, as this is your first time here. Merk turned around with a straight face and raised his hand at the towering palace behind him. This is the residence of the suzerains in Northland since ancient times. From the shabby houses in the mountains during the era of kings, to the stone fortresses during the era of the empire, to the majestic palaces today. For thousands of years, it has witnessed the history of Northland, the rise of Extet, and the prosperity of the children of the North Wind and the Dragon. Merk said solemnly, that's right. Heroic Spirit Palace. Heroic Spirit Palace? The meaning of this name, is it really suitable for a living suzerain to live in? Thales was startled. He then slowly raised his head. It was a huge palace with a simple style but heavy colors. It had a grand layout and a rough design. It was built against the mountain. Even if he were to count the ground of the inner city where he was standing, it would still be 8 or 9 stories high. The building materials were quite unique as well. Huge wood, rough stones, animal skins, and metals were all present. Many parts of the palace were even crudely polished. It was a typical Northland style, vigorous, powerful, bold, and wild. In front of the huge palace gate stood 10 pillars that were more than 10 meters tall. They supported the lofty palace roof. The pillars were carved with the stories of Northland's past heroes. The style of the carvings was simple and bold. The path from the inner city to the palace gate was lined with 8 furnaces that were a few meters tall. Even in broad daylight, they were still burning fiercely. It was as if they were illuminating the small square in front of the palace gate all day long. The area around him was filled with tall, fierce-looking white blade guards and dragon cloud city guards. Unlike Constellation's guards, who were orderly and strictly distributed, their positions seemed to be scattered, and they patrolled without any pattern. But after Aida's reminder, Thales was stunned to realize that they were lax on the outside but tight on the inside, and they did not leave any blind spots. Compared to Constellation's Renaissance palace, which had a rather creative design and looked like half a pyramid, the palace of Dragon Cloud City looked more like a grand palace in a story, from the architectural style to the personnel inside. The flag with a red dragon on a black background fluttered high above. Below the national flag was another flag, a dragon spear that pierced out of the clouds. It was the emblem of the Walton clan, the Cloud Dragon Spear. Red and black, coupled with the color of snow that naturally fell from the sky. In Thales' impression, there was no other palace that resembled a place where heroic spirits returned to. Thales shook his head. Heroic Spirit Palace lives up to its name. And the suzerains, archdukes, and kings who live here. At this moment, Thales' gaze was suddenly attracted by the top of the palace. He could not help but raise his head. A stone bridge stretched out from the top of the palace and led to another mountain peak. Thales' gaze froze. It was that stone bridge. The stone bridge that led to the cliff of the sky, the temporary imperial residence of the Queen of the Sky. Only then did he notice that there was a huge statue erected at the starting point of the stone bridge. He could not see it clearly from afar, perhaps because of the limited field of vision. It was a huge black stone statue of a male warrior. The warrior on the statue was full of heroic spirit and awe-inspiring presence. He held a terrifyingly long spear in both hands, his armor was neat, his muscles were strong, and he looked majestic as he looked down at Heroic Spirit Palace. Presumably, Thales thought, from that angle, he could have a panoramic view of the entire Dragon Cloud City. Lord Merk, who was in charge of the reception, was very patient. He waited quietly for the foreign prince until he noticed Thales' gaze. That is the stone bridge that leads to the cliff of the sky. There is a statue of Rikaru I standing on it. It was built after Rikaru passed away more than 600 years ago. Merk raised his head and introduced seriously, it was just renovated a week ago. Thales' expression froze. That is. He looked at the valiant man in the stone statue. The human hero of the Battle of Eradication, one of the people who defeated the Calamities and the Mystics. The founder of Extet and its first monarch. Rikaru Extet? The warrior on the statue was covered in snow. His movement of holding the spear was full of strength, and there was a sense of tension and beauty. For more than 600 years, Rikaru must have looked down at his people, his land, and his country with a resolute and deep gaze. Thales nodded slightly at Merk. A cloud floated past, and the direction of the sunlight changed a little. From afar, the expression of the Extension Hero's statue seemed to change from resolute to sorrowful. Thales narrowed his eyes and praised the craftsmanship of the sculptor from 600 years ago in his heart. It was just renovated a week ago. Was it to welcome me? Unlikely. Perhaps the Extensions are still hoping that the legendary Great Dragon Queen, who disappeared without a trace after the Battle of Eradication, will come back to visit her husband's statue. To visit the country that left her portrait on the national flag, and to take care of the Western Peninsula's blade that she and Rikaru left behind? Heroic Spirit Palace has prepared a room for you. This will be your temporary residence during your stay in Dragon Cloud City. Merk raised his hand towards the palace door and gestured for Thales to move forward. Thales smiled. Of course. Thank you for your hospitality, King Nuvan. And please come with me. The man with the crew cut did not change his expression, but what he said made the hearts of all the Constellation diplomat groups sink. King Nuvan and the 5 archdukes are waiting for your arrival in the Hall of Heroes. Thales exchanged a glance with Putre. It has begun. But just as Thales, Putre, and Ida were about to move forward, Merk raised his hand gently and stopped the skinny vice diplomat. His Highness attendants, please follow my subordinates to your room, Merk said softly. I don't understand. Putray stopped and looked at Merc calmly. I am His Highness' assistant on this trip. I have to follow His Highness. I understand your duty. Merc said slowly without any expression on his face, but this invitation is limited. This is a noble conversation between suzerains and the royal family to the royal family. Jade Star to the Walton family and the 5 great clans. His Majesty and the 5 archdukes only wish to see His Highness, just as His Highness will only see His Majesty and the 5 archdukes. Therefore, please attend alone, Your Highness of Constellation. Thales's expression changed. Alone, against Nuvan VII and the 5 archdukes? As far as I know, Putray said flatly, this is not the usual etiquette between the two countries. Although we have reached a preliminary agreement with King Nuvan, but we must not risk the prince's safety. Constellation has learned its lesson in this regard. This is a critical period. Merc shook his head. You want us to hand over Constellation's only heir, give up on protecting him, and let him be isolated and helpless under your control? Putray cleverly pointed out the most crucial point. Behind Thales, Ida, Waya, Ralph, and the others became nervous and subconsciously reached for their weapons. Nicholas raised his hand gently. The white blade guards slowly surrounded them. The Star Killer's face grew paler. Just as you said before, you still don't have much of a choice, don't you, young prince? Thales narrowed his eyes. Please believe me, this is necessary. Merc stared at Thales with a burning gaze. And speaking of being isolated and helpless, forgive me for being blunt, the moment you step into Extet's borders, aren't you already isolated and helpless? Thales sighed softly. Putray did not speak again. This made the prince realize that his hunt with Nuvan had already begun. All right. King Nuvan is said to be very violent, huh? Thales smiled indifferently in his heart. Just wait and see. Under Putray's livid face and Merc's uncertain expression, Thales suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and revealed a smile. All right, I really can't wait to meet King Nuvan. Thales turned his head, looked at his companions, and nodded lightly. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Chapter 128. You came just in time. Everyone went to see the Prince of Constellation. There's no one around, so you don't have to worry about being discovered. I like you, bro. Next to a house in Dragon Cloud City, a short, stocky man put his arm around Cohen Caribbean's shoulder and laughed. Even without Caslin's recommendation, I can tell that you're a good man. Only those who have served in the military have such a physique. Miranda walked behind them in silence, watching Cohen socialize with Caslin's friend. Cohen gave full play to his experience of mingling with soldiers at the front line at the borders for 3 years. He responded to them without any rudeness. You too. Big leather belt. Look at those muscles, you don't look like a retired soldier. Cohen responded with a hearty laugh. Speaking of which, how did you get this nickname? Caslin didn't tell me about it. About that, it's a story from when I was in the Glacier Sentinels. The man nicknamed Big Leather Belt's expression changed upon hearing that. His face was full of pride. When I was still a new recruit, I was ambushed at night during the autumn harvest. So you're an elite scout from the Glacier Sentinels. Cohen was surprised. No wonder. So, you fought with orcs a lot. More than that. Big Leather Belt laughed proudly. I served in the 38th Century Ground for 10 years. My brothers and I killed a total of 52 orcs. Cohen was in awe. Orcs. These ancient enemies who had been fighting against humans since the Age of Ignorance. They're not easy enemies to deal with. Back to Big Leather Belt's background. It was my first battle. When I was on duty, 5 or 6 orcs sneaked into the sentry ground. Big Leather Belt shook his head. We met one head-on. It was an ugly son of AB*TCH. It was about 8 feet tall, and its wrists were thicker than my thighs. That son of AB*TCH killed 3 of our brothers and suffered a lot of injuries. I was the last one, and even my weapon was broken. Big Leather Belt said excitedly, thumping his chest from time to time. At that time, I thought that there was no other way, so I pulled out the Sentinel standard leather belt, jumped on its shoulder, and, as he spoke, Big Leather Belt gritted his teeth and grabbed Cohen's neck with all his might. Just like this, tie a knot and strangle it. Cohen pulled his neck and coughed violently, feeling the excessive enthusiasm of the other party. I sat on his shoulder, my right hand desperately pulling on the leather belt, and my left hand holding the small broken shield. That son of AB *TCH raised his warhammer and hit me crazily, again and again. Under Miranda's strange gaze, Big Leather Belt shook Cohen's neck with all his might, making him dizzy. Until it fell to the ground, and my shield was almost broken. Ah! Cohen recovered from his dizziness and raised his head in surprise. You didn't let go, did you? The more heavily injured an orc is, the more powerful its counterattack will be. That's right. Bro, I can tell that you're an expert. Big Leather Belt slapped his thigh and yelled, "Don't let go." This is a lesson I learned later. At that time, I thought it was dead, so I loosened my belt. But that D*Ned beast bounced up as if it had come back to life, roaring and clutching my head tightly. Fortunately, His Majesty the King was inspecting the north at that time, and the White Blade Guards came as reinforcements. Caslin arrived in time and split the back of that son of AB *TCH's head with his axe. At that time, I almost fainted. But from that day onwards, they called me Big Leather Belt. Haha. Cohen sighed, remembering his past at the front line of Western Desert. So, you fought with orcs before? Big Leather Belt asked curiously with great interest. Yes, but not glacial orcs, but desert orcs. Cohen smiled. We used to be mercenaries there. The way to deal with orcs is to lower our bodies, lower our heads, circle around them, or attack from their crotch. Ah, that's how the people from the Empire in the south do it. They go around in circles with the orcs, Big Leather Belt muttered. We can't do that in the north. In cold weather, our movements are stiffer than usual, and we're not flexible enough. So, in the north, the best way is to attack them head-on, end the battle quickly, and kill them in one blow. Cohen nodded approvingly. It's different in the desert. Orcs have a high resistance to heat, and they're not afraid of the high temperature of metal armor. They have everything from plate armor to chain armor. I've even seen orcs armed up to their crotch. That's when we have to use our agility to find a chance to hit their vitals. As they chatted enthusiastically about their experiences on the battlefield, Big Leather Belt finally brought them into the house. Oh, look at you, a typical Northland girl. You're big, your breasts are big, and you're pretty. Big Leather Belt invited them into the house. When he saw Miranda beside Cohen, his eyes lit up. Caslin introduced you here. Do you want to consider staying? We have a few good men here who are single, and there are even tough guys who retired from the White Blade Guards. Miranda's expression changed, and she looked at Cohen awkwardly. Cohen spread his hands, indicating that he was at his wit's end. However, Big Leather Belt immediately frowned and shook his head. Forget it. They're not good enough for you. They're all bad people who want to make quick money, and don't want to work hard in their hometowns. I bet they can't take care of their families, so what right do they have to have a good wife like you? Big Leather Belt sighed. They have high standards, but they can't even support themselves. Serves them right for being single on Singles Day. Miranda did not say a word. She just listened to Big Leather Belt. A tall Northland girl like you, with a strong body and fair skin according to the standards of the upper class, must be a hot commodity in your hometown. Big Leather Belt sat down and panted. I have 3 younger sisters, so I know that girls at your age are impulsive, passionate, and always look down on the young men around home. You want to go out and find a chance to meet the bravest, most heroic, and most meritorious warrior. Maybe then you'll have the chance to marry him. But believe me, the outside world may look exciting, but it's much more complicated and difficult to understand than back home. The men outside may look handsome in armor, but they're not as pure and loyal as the silly boys back home. Listen to me, you should go home, weave the thickest robe, forge the toughest dagger, and wear the most beautiful wreath. Use them to choose the most sincere one among the young men who flock to you, but don't be too eager to sweeten him. Keep him in suspense. Then wait for him to be conscripted and come back from the battlefield. That's the standard for a man to become a successful man. Then, see how he feels about you. If he hasn't changed, hang your wreath around his neck and bring him to meet your parents. Don't care about his family fortune or his background. The most important thing is that he's responsible and loves you sincerely, cares about you, loves you, and cares for you. It's best if he's a little afraid of you. These days, wealth and a noble background can't make up for the lack of sincerity. Cohen clutched his stomach tightly, stifling his laughter as he looked at Miranda's darkening face. I've always told my daughter that she'll eventually marry into a good family when she grows up, but it must be someone who truly loves her. I'm also looking forward to the day I can hand her over to a good young man. Big Leather Belt's saliva was flying everywhere when he suddenly frowned. Cohen looked at Big Leather Belt's darkened expression in surprise. The latter stood up abruptly and rushed out of the house. You guys. I thought you went to see the prince enter the city, but you're actually hiding here. Before the two people in the house could react, the next second, a few screams of boys and girls came from outside the house. Dad, stop right now. Kevin, he's just here to give me something. Uncle. Take your time. Ah. Big Leather Belt bellowed furiously. Give him something? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you damn brat. Get lost. Get lost. Stay away from my daughter, stay away from Saija. It's not time for my daughter to get married yet. If you dare to come to Saija again, I'll break all 3 of your legs. Accompanied by the commotion next door, Cohen gaped at Big Leather Belt, whose words did not match his actions. He exchanged a glance with Miranda, who was sitting opposite him. Then, both of them burst into laughter. As she smiled, Miranda raised her head and looked at Heroic Spirit Palace on the hillside in the distance. Her gaze quickly became unfocused. Silly boy from my hometown. Pure and single-minded, step by step, Thales walked forward stiffly on the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace. Unlike Renaissance Palace, which was plain and simple inside and outside, Heroic Spirit Palace's interior decoration was very contradictory. Some parts appeared rough and imposing, such as the crude carvings on each porch, the staircase handrails made of giant wood, and the beast heads on the walls that were specially made to look like trophies. However, there were many places that were exquisitely carved, such as some special, exquisitely carved floor tiles, the ceiling dome filled with paintings in the corners, the extravagant everlasting lamp holders, and so on. The traces of history and time were also different. The material and color of the wall tiles in some corners seemed to have lasted for hundreds of years, and some places were obviously renovated in just a few years. If he had to say, the interior of Heroic Spirit Palace was like layers upon layers of murals. New engravings piled up on the marks of the past, and history and the present were intertwined. But Thales was not in the mood to appreciate these. He was trying his best to adjust his state of mind. He thought about the political identity of the King Archduke, which was unique to Ekstedt, and was ready to deal with the upcoming challenge. Although Nuvan VII had already given him some pointers through Nicholas and Shiles, his experience had made Thales believe that the unknown was the main theme of life, and that accidents would always come suddenly. He had to be prepared. Under Merc's signal, the second Prince of Constellation walked past the White Blade Guards, who were looking straight ahead. He passed through countless porches and slowly walked towards a stone hall that seemed to be oval. The lighting here did not seem to be good. It was dim, but there were 6 burning braziers on the 6 iron racks in the stone hall. They drove away the cold and brought some flickering illumination. Another brazier like Lampard. Do the suzerains of Ekstedt like braziers so much? Thales secretly ridiculed in his heart. He took a deep breath and stepped forward into the stone hall. Merc did not follow him. The door slammed shut behind him. From afar, Thales saw a simple and heavy dark brown square table in the middle of the stone hall. At the other end of the long table, directly facing Thales, sat a white-haired old man. He was about 60 to 70 years old, and he wore a thick red and black robe with a dark golden crown on his head. The crown looked very simple, and there was only a dark red gem embedded in front of his forehead. The old man placed his hands on the table but lowered his head without saying a word. Due to the distance and the light, Thales could not see his appearance clearly. However, Thales already had an idea of his identity. Thales walked closer to the simple long table. On the left and right of the old man, there were 5 men with different appearances and different clothes. There were 2 on the left and 3 on the right. If there was anything they had in common, it would be that from the moment Thales stepped into the stone hall, the 5 men of different ages cast unfriendly and even fierce gazes at him, sizing up the 7-year-old boy. 1 king, 5 archdukes. Thales stood in front of the long table and immediately frowned. The extensions did not even leave a seat for him. They did not intend to give him an extra seat either. This is bad. He gritted his teeth lightly. Thales was forced to stand on the cold stone floor and face the 6 most powerful suzerains of Extet. Because he was not tall enough, he had to look up. This made the atmosphere very unfavorable for him. It seems that respecting the old and loving the young is not the theme here. It's like returning to the days when I was a child beggar. The prince laughed in his heart when he thought of this. It eased a lot of tension. Thales calmed himself down. Ever since he came to Red Street Market, he had been through a lot of trials and tribulations. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he was confident that he could calm down in an instant and find a way out. And Thales looked at the 5 people on both sides of him. But because of the light, the faces of the 5 people were hidden in the dark and could not be seen clearly. Only their eyes flickered in the firelight, giving the visitor a great deal of pressure. And the culprit who joined forces with Archduke Chapman Lampard and Duke Val Arund in an attempt to take over the throne, assassinated the prince twice, succeeded once, and even caused an unprecedented diplomatic crisis between the 2 countries, the culprit who almost caused war and conflict, disaster and death, and the culprit who caused me to end up in this situation today, among these 5 people. Thales looked at the 5 indistinct figures in the dark and clenched his fists secretly. The only possible ally he had was someone who wasn't exactly friendly with him. Thales raised his head and looked at the old man furthest from the other side of the table. He was a supreme ruler who had just lost his beloved son. He couldn't help but notice that this stone hall was surrounded by cloth flags with the symbol of the cloud dragon spear. Only behind the old man was a huge square fireplace, and the wall above the fireplace was inlaid with a wall shelf made of black wood. On the wall shelf was a long spear with a peculiar shape and an unknown material. It was different from the ancient knight's long spear with a handguard and a fixed handle that Thales had seen in the books in Mindy's hall. Although this long spear was 2 meters long, it did not have a handguard. Its entire body was of the same thickness, and only 2/3 of the spear's body was specially polished. The body of the spear shone with a silver metallic luster, but the spearhead was black and shiny. It was equipped with a square, cone-shaped sharp edge, and looked ferocious and sharp. Soul Slayer Pike. A low and slow voice rang in the stone hall. That is the weapon that Rikaru once used. It is also the emblem of the Walton family, and the reason why we are called the Dragon Spear family. The old man on the other side of the long table tilted his head slightly. As the firelight flickered, he revealed his face in the dark. It was a resolute but wrinkled face. His appearance under his silver-white hair had the typical characteristics of a Northlander. His eyes were deep, his nose bridge was high, and his facial features were prominent. Only the curve at the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of coldness. It is said that only Constellation's judgment pike can compare to its sharpness and danger. Countless souls have died under the pike. Over the past few centuries, it has slaughtered and severely injured many famous enemies, including the sinister Morning Archduke, the vicious human slaughterer, Syra Dark Thunder, the powerful enemy of the wolves, the ferocious Night Wing King, and the bizarre Power Mystic. Thales frowned slightly. Thales suddenly remembered Caslin's evaluation of the old man in front of him. He was a good king when he was young, a typical burly Walton man. Thales met the old man's gaze. He noticed that the old man had a pair of green eyes. He did not know if it was a hereditary trait of the Walton family. Anyway, Thales did not inherit Kessel's sky-blue eyes. Thales was suddenly stunned. He remembered head ritual master Licia and Queen Kia's evaluation of his gray eyes. It was a characteristic that originated from his mother. His thoughts returned to the present. But Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He could more or less sense that the old man's green eyes were projecting a different kind of emotion at that moment. It was vicissitudes and gloominess, sorrow and anguish, like a person who had been immersed in despair for many years. Dangerous and terrifying. Chapter 129. Just like this, the old man said slowly, the Soul Slayer pike will never stop. Until all of our enemies are destroyed. Or until the Waltons are wiped out. But when that time comes, I swear in the name of the previous kings that the world will come to an end. The old man's words fell softly, but Thales sensed that the 5 archdukes on either side of him moved, either naturally or unnaturally, in the darkness. I believe that this is a great weapon, but destruction and revenge alone may not be enough to sustain its brilliance, Thales said meaningfully. Since it was once held in the hands of such a great person, I believe that Rikuru's wisdom, valiance, personality, and brilliance are also the reasons why the Soul Slayer pike is so great. According to the plan, an expected conflict would occur between Nuvan and Thales. The hunter's trap would be laid at that time. The old man did not answer. Although he knew that it was an act, Thales still curled up the corners of his mouth awkwardly. The atmosphere was very stiff. At that moment, Thales could understand what the suzerains of Constellation thought when they looked at Kessel. No one knows what a king who lives alone and without any scruples will do. The scene of the one-eyed dragon coaster forcing Thales to abdicate in the Hall of Stars was still vivid in his mind. Thales suddenly became inexplicably nervous. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and bowed respectfully on the spot. Thales Jade Star, as the second prince of Constellation, representing my father, His Majesty Kessel Jade Star, the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Southern Islands, and the Western Desert. Thales controlled his body to not be nervous. This became easier after he obtained that fluctuating power. At the same time, he recited the lines he had practiced. I am here to visit the glorious Extet and the glorious Dragon Cloud City. I am here to visit the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, who is equally respected and famous, also the ruler of the entire Extet Kingdom, the common elected king, the born king, King Nuvan Walton. The born king. This was Nuvan VII's nickname. Not many people used it, but it was widely known. Because people often said that when he was young, he showed the talent to be a suzerain who could govern a territory. He was almost born to be king. Thales lifted his body and stared at the old man's cold and stern expression, which did not change at all. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, My father and I both deeply understand your loss and sorrow. He asked me to represent the Jade Star family to express his deepest apologies to you and the Walton family, and to express his condolences for Prince Mariah's misfortune. It was a matter of enmity between 2 families, and not between 2 kingdoms. That was what Putre had warned him before the battle. But he believes in your character and ability. He believes that you can make the best choice. The Jade Star family is willing to provide all possible help to make up for and save the tragic consequences. And I am here, Thales said, with the most peaceful and friendly message from the Jade Star family. Now, he was waiting for the other party's response. What followed was silence. For a time, Thales could only hear the muffled sounds from the furnace and the cold wind outside the stone hall. 5 pairs of eyes stared at him in the dark. The old man, the only one who had the right to reply, did not move either. His green eyes were as dull as ever. Just when he felt as if a century had passed, the common elected king of Extet, the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, the born king, King Nuvan VII finally inhaled slowly. He raised his head and looked at Thales with a weary face. I am very old. Only slightly younger than your grandfather, King 80 of Constellation. But I don't have as many children as he does. King Nuvan sighed. The rhythm of his words was extremely slow, making others feel the eerie chill in his tone. I only had my eldest son when I was 30 years old. And Mariah was a child I only had in my 40s. I still remember that when he was your age, he used to lean against my seat here and beg me to let him go out of the palace to hunt with the help of the White Blade Guards. King Nuvan's expression was numb. His gaze was filled with complicated nostalgia and sorrow. I always agreed with a smile. But after his elder brother passed away, I was always careful. Nuvan narrowed his eyes and shook his head slowly. I could not let him suffer even the slightest bit of harm. I could not, but logic still told me. King Nuvan straightened his body. His tone was calm as he approached Thales. Children have to grow up in the midst of setbacks. The hall was silent for more than 10 seconds. Only the breathing of the archdukes on both sides could be heard. Logic told Thales that even if it was an act, Nuvan's current emotions were definitely not fake. It was best for him not to speak. If all of this is Nuvan's plan, finally, King Nuvan exhaled. He closed his eyes and said slowly, "The day before I sent him south, Mariah told me that he had a sweetheart, but she did not come from a good background. So he came to beg for my help, hoping that I would allow and bless their union. I was not very happy." King Nuvan leaned against the back of his chair dejectedly. "Do you know what I said to him?" As usual, an ominous feeling enveloped Thales's heart. He comforted himself that everything was under King Nuvan's control. "I said," King Nuvan opened his eyes and looked at his open right palm. He said numbly and coldly, "We'll talk about it when you come back." "That's what I said, wait for you." King Nuvan's voice began to tremble uncontrollably. The archdukes turned to their king. Their expressions were indecipherable. "Come back." The next moment, King Nuvan suddenly clenched his right fist and slammed it on the long table. Thud. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly. He quietly watched as a father who had lost his son expressed his grief in a very real manner. "That was my only son left." The old man's expression became gloomy and unreadable. "I should have watched him become a real man and warrior. Then, before I died, I should have handed over my position, my wealth, my power, my everything to him, to Mariah." Nuvan VII's tone was filled with remorse and despair. "But now, I can only sit here and listen to a brat's insincere apology." King Nuvan's tone became flatter, but the atmosphere was getting more and more uncomfortable. "Listen to him say, 'I'm sorry, your son died in our place. And I can do nothing.'" Thales's heart sank. It was still all right before, but now this rhythm, this is bad. Is the rough part coming? He secretly reminded himself. The old king heaved a long sigh. His sorrowful mood obviously made the archdukes uncomfortable. They quickly looked at each other and exchanged glances. "Why?" King Nuvan raised his head. He furrowed his brows and continued in a low voice, "Because I am a king. Because I am almost 70 years old. Because I have a family on my shoulders. Because I have to maintain the balance of the kingdom, because if I do anything to this child, I will have to pay the price of an all-out war. I will not rest until I die." Thales's expression changed. He said softly, "Your Majesty, I sincerely brought constellation and jade stars, sincerely." But Nuvan did not give him a chance to speak. Instead, he cut him off with a numb expression and a cold tone. "Believe me, when you are my age, when your only son was slaughtered like livestock in the wild, you'll find that there's nothing is more sincere than that kind of hatred and anger." The archdukes adjusted their sitting posture unnaturally, but none of them made a sound. Especially when, in the face of all this, as a king, I can't do anything. Thales hurriedly adjusted his breathing and thought about the wording of his response. How will King Nuvan use this situation to set up a trap to lure out the secret collaborator? Nicholas and Shiles did not say much. He turned his gaze to the 5 archdukes who hid their faces in the dark. "Who is it? Do you know, your father is very smart. He asked you to apologize. This way, he protected you and averted the disaster of war at the same time." King Nuvan raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist in the air. His voice was still trembling, but it had slowly calmed down. But he is humiliating me, humiliating a father's dignity, mocking my incompetence. He sent the son he had just found to another father who had lost his son. Apologize? The king's expression was cold and calm, but Thales became more and more frightened. That's not right. This is obviously an act. Yes. Thales felt the atmosphere in front of him and tried hard to calm his breathing. He repeated to himself, just like what Nicholas and Shiles said, King Niven will be very tough on me, even a little rough. What I need to do is, clang. At this moment, Thales' attention was attracted by the crisp sound of metal. Your Majesty. An archduke who was closest to the king cried out in surprise. Just now, King Niven pulled out the saber from the archduke's waist with a cold expression. Thales sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this just an act? Really, he has to resort to violence? King Niven relaxed his arm. Thud. A cross-shaped longsword was thrown from afar. It landed on the ground in front of Thales with a clang. The latter could not help but take a step back. At this moment, the almost indifferent figures of the archdukes entered Thales' eyes. Thales could only passively wait for King Niven's next move. At the same time, he forced himself to start thinking about the archdukes in front of him. What are they thinking? Can they not react in the face of such a situation as the Prince of Constellation? Will they see through this act? It had to be known that even though Nicholas' performance earlier, wait a minute. No. Thales gritted his teeth and stared in disbelief at the suzerain's longsword embedded with precious rubies. Something must be wrong. At this moment, a crucial question that he had not thought of all this while flashed across Thales' mind. Nicholas and Shiles, the two people who proposed to me King Niven's willingness to work together. One is the leader of the White Blade Guards, the other is King Niven's reliable trading partner. But, are they really just serving King Niven? Looking at it from a more terrifying perspective, are they really Niven the Seventh's men? Thales felt a chill in his heart. If not, then their so-called Niven's proposal, the so-called trap. The so-called hunt. At this thought, Thales could not help but tremble with his tightly clenched left hand. It can't be. You're here to apologize? Under the gazes of all the archdukes, Niven the Seventh calmly raised his head. How brave. Let us see how brave you are. King Niven stared at him expressionlessly. A sincere apology, of course, cannot stop at words. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. Marquis Shiles' words rang in his ears again. King Niven will show a tough attitude towards you. It may be, a little rough. A little rough? In the next second, Niven the Seventh's unquestionable words traveled into his ears. Pick up this sword. Under the different reactions of all the archdukes, King Niven's expression was as cold as ice. He enunciated each word clearly, slit your own throat. Chapter 130. Dragon Cloud City, Westbound Avenue. I'm here. A young man ran to a butcher's shop, panting as he pressed against the wall. The Prince of Constellation entered the city today, so I went. You went to see your future wife again? The butcher's boss exposed his lie bluntly and snorted. That's why you're late today? Hey! Don't talk nonsense. I just went to deliver some gifts. The young man's face flushed red. And Saija isn't mine yet, You're such an idiot, Kevin. The butcher's boss looked as if he had been through this before. He looked at the red-faced Kevin in disdain. It's not enough to just deliver small gifts every few days. You have to be bold enough to confess. Do you understand? Hearing this, the young man, Kevin, grabbed his hair in frustration. You don't know this, but she has a ferocious father with a weird nickname, something called Leatherbelt. It is said that she used to be in the Glacier Sentinel. I think he'll never allow his daughter to marry a poor boy who ran errands for the poor. The butcher's boss cut open a pig's shin. Yes. Kevin clapped his hands and nodded with a sad expression. That's it. Then act like a man and meet him face to face. Talk to your sweetheart's father. The butcher's expression was fierce as he slashed the knife into the chopping board. Kevin was shocked. He opened his mouth and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he swallowed the words "I don't dare" into the bottom of his heart. Humph, coward. The butcher's boss looked at him disdainfully. It's fine if you don't dare. Speaking of which, where's your job? Here. Kevin was unhappy. He nonchalantly stuffed a ball of paper into the butcher's hands. I heard it's Chief Gleeward's reply. The butcher took the paper ball and watched Kevin leave dejectedly. What a leisurely life. A light voice rang from behind the butcher's shop. Butchering, selling meat, and maybe even giving some silly, poor boy's advice on love. The butcher's expression changed slightly. He turned around and closed the door of the butcher's shop. Visiting me at this hour. The butcher shop owner from the Far East, Gu, slowly turned around. Speaking in the lingua franca with a Northland accent, he whispered to the dark corner behind him, "Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Black Sword, who might return? After all, it was your idea to keep him here with fake news." The young man in white, Raphael Lindbergh, peeked out from a dark corner and smiled. Gu lowered his eyelids, raising his guard like a wolf on the grassland. Since he appeared so confidently, it seemed like he really did have a way to avoid being discovered by Black Sword. Even Black Sword's senses, which were so terrifying that they could be said to be inhuman, could be hidden from him. He could sense everything that was happening within a few hundred meters, and there was nowhere for him to hide. Gu narrowed his eyes. Raphael did not answer Gu. Instead, he said sarcastically, "Why? Were you a dating consultant before you betrayed the Raven Guard? Are you experienced in this field?" Gu heard those 3 words. Even with his many years of training and habits, his control over his body's reactions had become extremely precise and perfect. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat and his blood flow slightly. Gu looked up and met Raphael's gaze quietly. Both men's gazes were as calm as still water. But only they themselves knew the dangerous undercurrent hidden beneath their words. Never in a hurry to show off and kill. Instead, they search for the enemy's weakness through endless probing. They strike from the side, go with the flow, and add fuel to the fire. This is the usual style of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, inherited from the secret army. Ever since Main Nox and Constellation formed an alliance, we have fought against the secret intelligence department countless times in the dark. We know their unique style and methods very well. But the problem is, how do we defend against them? His master's words echoed in Gu's ears, making him even more vigilant. It's interesting to see these people's ordinary lives and experiences. Gu turned around and swept his gaze across the empty shop with a relaxed expression. Most of the people had gone to watch the bustle of the Prince of Constellation entering the city. He tidied up the table as if there was no one else around him. You know, after staying in despair and darkness for a long time, I always want to breathe in some hope and find some sunlight. I thought with your experience, you'd be used to interesting things. The corners of Raphael's lips curled up. Used to it? That boy, Kevin, is a real pauper. Gu sneered faintly. With a ruminating expression, he said, wealth, family background, power, status, he has nothing. But he has his sweetheart. In his heart, he imagines her to be the most beautiful thing in the world. He thinks of her with a smile, with joy, and with hope. Most importantly, no matter how difficult it is, he has the right to pursue these blessings and approach an infinitely beautiful goal. Gu turned around gently and looked straight at the astonished Raphael. He is truly alive. Sunlight fell into the shop and shone on Gu's body. Compared to scum like you and me who live in darkness and secrets, he is a complete person. Gu's eyes were calm, and his tone was flat. Isn't it interesting? Half of Raphael's body was hidden in the darkness in the corner. He quietly listened to Gu finish speaking. Those who are used to seeing beauty will also get used to being weak. Raphael's expression did not change. Just like the things that once made you weak. Think about it, King Yao, I don't need to be tough, Gu suddenly interrupted Raphael. His tone was flat, but there was no room for doubt. I only need you to fulfill the deal. Compared to your senior brother who hides his sword in its sheath, and your senior sister who wields her long sleeves, you are like a dagger in the dark. You never see the light of day, and no one knows about it. Only when you deliver it will you show your power. Therefore, you must avoid any unnecessary battles and confrontations. Focus on nurturing your final, most crucial, and most fatal strike. His master's words echoed in his ears again, causing his expression to turn gloomy. A dagger in the dark. Never see the light of day. Waiting for the moment you deliver it. What a pity. Gu took a deep breath. His face was expressionless. Raphael stared at him fixedly. His gaze never left him, but in the end, he smiled softly. Don't worry, our information will not be wrong, Raphael said with great interest. The method of assassinating Prince Thales under the fortress is their usual style. You will definitely find what you want. Gu nodded silently. Raphael flashed a perfect smile and lowered his head. The prince and his entourage have entered Dragon Cloud City. Right now, they are in Heroic Spirit Palace. The young man in white did not dwell on the topic just now. What about your information? Gu stared at him, then slowly unfolded the ball of paper Kevin gave him and scanned it. According to the information from the local gang, we have basically confirmed the monster's resting place. Gu put down the ball of paper and muttered, although I don't know what you are planning to do. Raphael chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, he said righteously in a strange tone. We are on the side of justice, aren't we? As the purgers of calamities, we contribute to the safety of mankind. Gu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Bullsh *T, Raphael shook his head and chuckled nonchalantly. He turned his head and looked out of the window at Heroic Spirit Palace on the mountain. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Raphael could not help but think of what Gu had said about the young man earlier. He has his own sweetheart. In his heart, he would imagine her to be the most perfect person in the world. He would think of her with a smile, with pleasure, and with hope. The young man's gaze became increasingly gloomy. Until he gently closed his eyes. Drenched in cold sweat, Thales stared at the crossguard sword on the ground. What's going on? Slit my own throat? Nicholas and Shile's faces flashed before his eyes. But in Thales' eyes, their expressions were extremely sarcastic. For the mutual benefit of your highness and King Nuvan, he invites you to join him in his revenge. The hunter has sharpened his sword. The trap and the trap are in place. The prey cannot escape. The prince raised his head and stared in disbelief at the old man who was supposed to be his ally. King Nuvan's cold and threatening gaze was fixed on him. Who is the prey, and who is the hunter? The scene of him confidently explaining the alliance of two kings to Gilbert in Mindy's hall seemed to be still vivid in his mind. Now, it seemed so ridiculous. Go on, Nuvan VII urged him with his old and hollow voice. Show your courage and courage as a descendant of the Jade Star family, an eye for an eye. Thales' gaze was fixated on the sword. His breathing unconsciously quickened, and his brain spun wildly. He raised his head and glanced at King Nuvan, but the coldness and hatred in the other man's eyes did not change. What should I do? There was no time left for him to be bewildered and make deductions. Faced with such a predicament, Thales could not help but frown. What should I do? King Nuvan is really trying to kill me. Thales shut his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. What should I do? What? An unfamiliar voice came from among the 5 archdukes. As a Jade Star, as a descendant of the Oath Keeper, you don't even have the courage to atone for your sins with death? Then what are you doing here? To have fun? The person who spoke leaned forward, finally allowing Thales to see the face of the first Archduke clearly. The man sitting on Nuvan VII's left was a bearded man in his prime. He was in his 40s and had a rough appearance. His attire was simple and unadorned, and he wore a triangular and circular brooch on his chest. He stared at Thales with disdain and disgust, revealing his undisguised hostility. "If you don't dare, then kneel down and beg for mercy." "Constellation's little bastard," the bearded man said fiercely. Thales clenched his teeth. "Damn it. Damn Northlanders." Another archduke turned his head to the side as well. The firelight illuminated his bowl cut, which was at the same level as his ears. This was a tall Northlander in his 40s. He had a sharp face and a protruding chin. He was slightly younger than the bearded man, and his clothes were embroidered with the pattern of a shining sword blade. The man with the bowl cut spoke coldly and agreed with the bearded man's words. "Perhaps these noble people of the empire think that sending a 7-year-old brat to a northern countryside like ours is the greatest charity and grace to us barbaric and backward Northlanders. Perhaps that Kessel might even think that it's just killing one of your princes. What's the big deal?" The bowl-cut man sneered and organized his words with ulterior motives. "Look, my son is here to give you candy, foolish Northlanders." The atmosphere in the hall became even more tense. Thales' breathing became faster and faster. He raised his head and stared at the archdukes with a sharp and terrifying gaze. "Oh, are you angry?" The third archduke revealed his face from the firelight. He was a rather old suzerain in his 50s or 60s. He had a bitter look on his face, and his bald head was only left with a circle around his ears. He had a bronze headband around his forehead, and there was a chain embroidered on his robes. "I say, do you dare to touch that sword?" The bald suzerain's tone was flat, but there was a hidden meaning in his words. "Whether it's to commit suicide with it or to charge at us, both are much more effective than using your gaze, right?" Thales took a deep breath and swept his gaze across the bearded man, the bowl-cut man, and the bald suzerain. Nuvan VII was indifferent. At that moment, the 6 men sitting in the stone hall stared coldly at the boy in front of them. And the sword in front of him. Enduring their gazes, Thales felt a surge of anger in his heart. Is this what they want? The shock of being betrayed and plotted against slowly turned into anger and resentment. What should I do? Think of something, quick. Blood debt. Revenge. The king. The archduke. A vague thought flashed across Thales' mind. He raised his head abruptly. Very well. Thales' breathing became heavier, and his words were filled with indignation, dissatisfaction, and injustice. Blood for blood, it's quite fair, under everyone's contemplative, contemptuous, or indifferent gazes. Thales slowly bent down. He grabbed the sword on the ground. This scene again. This choice again. I've had enough of this. These rotten people. His gaze gradually became determined. But I won't die here. No, Thales exerted force in his hand and lifted the hilt. Wait, this sword. He was startled. Why is it so heavy? Unprepared, Thales did not pay attention, and the hilt slipped from his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the crossguard sword fell to the ground again, and the sound lingered. Looking at this scene, the 5 archdukes burst into laughter. It was as if they were watching a monkey show on the street. Relax. Child, the bald suzerain said meaningfully, take a good look at this. This is the weight of Northland. Thales closed his eyes and panted. It's really heavy. Compared to the heavy wooden sword he used to spar with giants in Mindy's Hall, this Northland suzerain's sword was heavier. In the next second, ignoring the archduke's mocking gazes, Thales inhaled and grabbed the sword hilt again with a determined expression. This time, he used both hands. At least he did not let it slip again. Thales dragged the sword hilt with great effort. Asterisk rip, asterisk the edge of the crossguard sword scraped against the floor tiles, producing an unpleasant sound. Come, try harder. The man with the bowl cut sneered at Thales. You'll soon reach your neck. The archduke's mocking laughter became louder. King Nuvan's expression was still cold and numb. He seemed to be waiting for Thales. The prince gritted his teeth and pulled the sword hilt forcefully with both hands. Only then did he manage to drag the sword in front of him. Panting, he held the heavy sword in his hand and raised his head to look at the 5 suzerains. Remember this, boy. Never use the situation behind you to threaten a Northlander. The bearded man spat fiercely. We are fearless. This is the way of Northland. We are not afraid of your cowardly father and the weak country behind you at all. Thales held the sword. His eyebrows furrowed and he gradually tightened his grip. Don't worry, your highness. Before you slit your own throat, the man with the bowl cut who had been mocking him said in a fuss, we will definitely stop you. How could our little countryside, Extet, dare to let the descendant of the great empire, the future ruler of Constellation bleed here? Ha 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 ha. We are so annoying. Thales interrupted him coldly. Bowl cut. An archduke beside him could not help but laugh out loud. The man with the bowl cut stopped talking. He shut his mouth and stared at Thales. You just want my life to pay for Prince Mariah's, right? The Prince of Constellation said flatly. It's too easy. Then what are you waiting for? The bald suzerain said in a low voice. Are you waiting for us to dissuade you? Die like this? Thales endured the strange gazes from the crowd and spat. That's too cowardly and cowardly. There's no dignity to speak of. I heard that the knights in ancient times had to swear an oath to their lord to abide by the creed, protect their honor, and defend their dignity. Thales raised his head and looked at the surprised archdukes with the bald duke and the bowl cut. Even death must be filled with glory. And I heard that Extet inherited the glorious tradition of the ancient knights. They must value honor and dignity more than their lives and safety. After saying so much, aren't you just afraid of death? The bearded man snorted disdainfully. Why? You want us to spare your life to protect your so-called honor? No. Thales sighed. Since I came to this world, I have never thought of going back alive. Without waiting for the archdukes to ponder over the logic in his words, Thales gritted his teeth and straightened his body. Compared to ending your own life like a coward, there is no honor or pride in it. A strange look appeared in Thales' eyes. He stared straight at the end of the long table and met King Nuvan's gaze without showing any sign of weakness. Staring at Thales, Nuvan VII's gaze flickered. His green eyes shone with a different light. Please follow the glorious Extet tradition and give me the most dignified death, the Prince of Constellation said slowly, enunciating each word. Your Majesty, King Nuvan Walton VII, the common elected king of Extet. In the next moment, the second Prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, struggled to hold his heavy sword with one hand. He raised his right hand forward resolutely and pointed at the old king in the distance. He said resolutely, please, come and take my life with your own hands. What? The 5 archdukes were stunned at the same time. Thales shouted with all his might, I would rather die in the hands of others like a warrior. I would rather stand face to face and watch your sword pierce my heart. His voice echoed in the stone hall. The hall immediately fell silent. In the frightening silence, Thales confronted the 6 people in front of him. The bald man narrowed his eyes at Thales, as if he wanted to carve a hole out of him. The bearded man's face was gloomy. His gaze moved back and forth between King Nuvan and Thales. The man with the bowl cut rubbed his hands. His thoughts were unclear. If slaughtering a child with your own hands makes you uneasy, I might as well put it in another way. Observing the archduke's expressions, Thales panted and chuckled. I heard that in Northland, there is an ancient ritual that has been passed down for generations. It exists everywhere, from the inheritance of titles to the archdukes choosing their king. 2 seconds later, the echoes of Thales' voice in the stone hall gradually disappeared. Ancient ritual? Inheritance of titles? Archdukes choosing their king? The 5 archdukes frowned one after another. But the way they looked at Thales had changed. The suzerains' faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. However, Nuvan VII's expression remained unchanged. It was as cold and numb as ever, as if he had not gotten over the pain of losing his son. Thales retracted his right hand and pressed it against the hilt of his sword. His gaze was still fixed on King Nuvan. Your Majesty Nuvan, if you really want to take revenge, he said flatly, let's settle this problem with a duel. Me and you. The silence lasted for a few seconds. A few seconds later, the suzerain with the bowl cut was the first to laugh. The other archdukes followed suit and roared with laughter. Only King Nuvan's expression remained the same. Did you hear that? The man with the bowl cut pointed at Thales. The wrinkles on his face showed as he laughed. A 7-year-old brat. Ha ha ha, he said he wanted a duel, but their laughter did not last long. Nuvan Walton, the common elected king of Extet, slowly raised a hand and stopped the archduke's laughter. The man with the bowl cut froze. The old king spoke slowly with an aged and deep voice. Oh. You want to duel with me? His gaze met Thales in the air, causing the latter to feel a chill in his heart. On what basis? The Prince of Constellation took a deep breath. Come on. Thales dragged his heavy sword, took a step forward, and answered in a loud voice. He replied loudly, on hatred and fairness. His youthful voice echoed in the stone hall. The two archdukes who were still in the dark began to whisper to each other. The other three looked back at Thales with unfriendly expressions. Didn't we, the Constellations, kill your only son? Thales gritted his teeth and resisted the trembling of his feet. Then, isn't it the most reasonable thing for a father like you to personally take revenge? The bearded archduke snorted in dissatisfaction. You, a 7-year-old brat? His face was livid. You want to challenge the common ruler of Extet? Don't you think the difference is too great? King Nuvan gently put down his elbows, clasped his hands, and looked at Thales quietly. For some reason, in that instant, Thales felt that his hostility had dissipated a lot. Is it an illusion? But I still have to do what I have to do, no. Thales Jadestar raised his head and imagined Morris' posture when he patrolled the streets in the Brotherhood. He tried hard to show his arrogance. I am the future king of Constellation, and he is the current king of Extet. Our statuses are equal. I have the blood of Tormund and Midir in me. He inherited the blood of Rikaru and Chara. Our statuses are equal. King Nuvan suddenly sneered faintly. Anne. Thales did not show any weakness. He returned the 5 archdukes' different gazes one by one. I am 7 years old this year. I am young and weak. My limbs are small and my legs are short. Thales gritted his words angrily. And you, King Nuvan, you are almost 70 years old. You are old and weak, and your vision is blurry. Thales took a deep breath and flashed a scornful smile. We are evenly matched, and our chances are close. I think this will be a thrilling duel. The excitement will not be any less than that of the King's Selection Congress. What do you say? The born king of Extet? As soon as he said that, some of the 5 archdukes frowned, while others clicked their tongues. Their expressions were all different. King Nuvan's gaze became increasingly strange, and his smile gradually faded. At this moment, a burst of laughter broke the strange atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. The 4th archduke laughed out loud. He turned around and exposed himself to the light. You really have the guts to say that, kid? Old and weak? Evenly matched? Huh, your majesty, this is so interesting. Thales was startled and looked at the archduke. This was an archduke with long hair that fell over his shoulders. He was in his 40s, and the emblem on his body was an ancient book. His resolute face and bold laughter always reminded Thales of the Duke of Constellation's northern territory, who was also a Northlander. He laughed heartily, ignoring the others' expressions. He even pounded the table. You really have guts, kid. All right, I think. The voice of the last archduke, a calm and pleasant one, came from the opposite side. Maybe we can have a good talk. There is no need to be so hostile. The light from the fire illuminated the owner of the voice. Your Majesty. The last archduke who spoke was the youngest. He was about 30 years old, and he was a clean-looking, brown-haired young man. There was a blood-stained horseshoe embroidered on his shoulder. He continued to speak in his gentle voice. I advise you to reconsider, concret Pofrit. But King Nuvan's expression did not change. He only turned his head slowly and shot his gaze at the young Archduke. Do I look like I'm joking? The brown-haired young man, Archduke Concret Pofrit, suddenly stopped talking. The remaining 4 archdukes exchanged glances as they adjusted their sitting positions. They were a little surprised by the current situation and waited for the king's decision. Only Nuvan VII, who was sitting in the main seat, turned his gaze again and stared at Thales for a full 5 to 6 seconds. Thales' feet finally stopped trembling. At that moment, old Castellan's final evaluation of Nuvan VII emerged in his mind. Nuvan is also human. He will grow old, and there will come a day when he will be bewitched by flattery and beauty, and be controlled by desires and impulses. Thales chuckled in his heart. Of course, Your Majesty, Thales said softly, attracting the attention of the 6 archdukes again. I respect that you are about the same age as my grandfather. It does seem a little inappropriate to ask you to duel with me. The archdukes were puzzled at the same time. After all this time, is it just a bluff? The bearded man said scornfully, so you still don't dare, no? Thales interrupted him. The duel still has to go on. But if today really ends like this? Thales turned his gaze and swept his gaze over the 5 archdukes one by one. The bearded man, the bowl-cut man, the bald man, the long-haired man, and the brown-haired young man. He then said in an unquestionable tone, I believe that the 5 archdukes present are all loyal people. One of them will definitely fight on your Majesty's behalf. The moment he said this, the long-haired man was the first to clench his fists. The other archdukes immediately held their breaths. How about it? Do you dare to fight for your king? Archdukes? I don't know which one of you wants to duel with me and obtain that glory. Thales gritted his teeth and raised his voice to the maximum. The glory of personally stabbing my heart with the blade of revenge. As an archduke, I will personally kill the Prince of Constellation and avenge Extet. After Thales said this, he could not stop panting. A second later, the second prince raised his head. Chapter 131. The place you're going to investigate isn't far, but Dragon Cloud City hasn't been very peaceful lately. Big Leatherbelt pouted and shook his head at Cohen and Miranda. You know, Prince Mariah disappeared for a month, and then there was news of his death in Constellation. Then, there were all kinds of rumors. The men were all gearing up for battle, waiting to be called up to fight the Empire in the south. Then, there was news that the war was over. And today, just now, the Prince of Constellation came to Dragon Cloud City to apologize. I heard that the King of Constellation swore that if anyone dared to harm his son, the 2 countries would fight to the death. Cohen and Miranda exchanged glances. The former's eyes were filled with worry, while the latter was deep in thought. Hey, what kind of joke is this? If he's here to apologize, he should look like he's apologizing. Can the Northlanders be threatened by him? If I were His Majesty, I wouldn't care so much. I'd hang the prince first, then gather all the soldiers in the country and attack Eternal Star City. Let's see what the Empire has to say then. Big Leatherbelt slammed the table and grumbled in dissatisfaction. But the prince is only 7 years old. He'll only be 8 after the new year, Cohen said hesitantly. 7 years old? Big Leatherbelt scratched his head as if he had no idea what was going on. All right, in any case, the leaders have instructed their subordinates to restrain themselves for the next few days. Someone with connections has received news that King Nuvan is very dissatisfied with Constellation. Very soon, he will, the 7-year-old prince. You guys know. Miranda frowned. Who's spreading these rumors? Is it to deliberately harm the prince? Or is it to provoke discord between King Nuvan and the second prince? Besides, His Majesty has lost his only heir. Even a fool would know how he's feeling right now. Big Leatherbelt sighed. Let's not talk about the next Archduke of Dragon Cloud City and the next king selection. Who knows, King Nuvan might get angry first. Sigh, did you just say bosses? Are they the local gangs? Cohen asked curiously. I heard from Caslin that he has connections with all the major forces in the city. Yes, Caslin has a lot of influence. Back then, he had the guts to contradict King Nuvan in front of all the courtiers and was expelled from the White Blade Guards. Big Leatherbelt chuckled. But from the administrators in Heroic Spirit Palace to the big shots in Dragon Cloud City who make a living with their underlings, they all respect Caslin a lot. Not to mention the many old subordinates he took care of and guided. Regardless of whether they were promoted or retired, they all owed him a favor. That's why Caslin asked you to come to me. Big Leatherbelt nodded. I have a lot of contact with the local forces, so I should be able to help you. Before we depart, please tell us about the forces in Dragon Cloud City. Cohen's expression was solemn. This is very important. Big Leatherbelt looked at Miranda, who nodded slightly. Therefore, Big Leatherbelt spread his hands. All right, let's split into sections. First, the section we're in, Shield District and Hammer District, are inhabited by the natives of Dragon Cloud City. They may be poor, but this is Gleeward and his brother's territory. You don't want to provoke them. Gleeward, is he the leader of the gang? He controls these two districts. Cohen followed his professional etiquette and asked, even the officials and guards can't interfere? No, it's different. I mean, he's not a suzerain nor a bureaucrat, so he doesn't have the right to interfere. Gleeward wouldn't purposely provoke the dignity of the nobles or officials, Big Leatherbelt explained while waving his hand. But Gleeward was a famous veteran before he retired, so he has a high reputation here. Whenever something happens, being cheated by foreigners, fighting among the locals, some nobleman taking a fancy to someone's daughter, or someone's family having a hard time this winter, his people will always be there to solve all kinds of problems. Because he's willing to stand up for the poor, many people in Shield District and Hammer District are willing to believe in him. The disciplinary officers have publicly said that Gleeward's existence is to help stabilize the two poorest districts, so they give him face. Although I think it's because of Gleeward's military service. He used to be a heavy swordsman, and many of his old colleagues are now working there, even in the inner city and Heroic Spirit Palace. Gleeward doesn't have a specific gang or subordinates, but if he were to stand on the street one morning and say, I need some help, I'm willing to bet that at least a dozen good men would put down their work to help, and another dozen would rush over from outside the city an hour later. If he waited until the afternoon, his men would be able to form a brigade. Half of these people have served in Dragon Cloud City's army before. They're strong, can eat, and can fight. Miranda frowned, while Cohen, who had experience as a police officer, nodded. He was digesting the completely different gang organization here and in Eternal Star City. As for Sword District, Bow District, and Armor District, there are many merchants, a lot of goods, a lot of residents, and a lot of profits, so it's a little complicated. The market in Sword District is filled with civilians from outside the city or even further away. There are even Constellation's merchant groups hawking their goods there. The person who has the most authority there is called Vlad. He has an official identity as the disciplinary officer in charge of Dragon Cloud City's market. At the same time, he also has subordinates in the dark, but not as many as Gleeward, nor as strong. Big Leatherbelt shook his head. Rumor has it that he has dealings with Constellation's Black Street Brotherhood. They do some gray business and rely on the embargo between the two countries to earn some profits. He doesn't show up often, but everyone is quite afraid of him. Black Street Brotherhood? Cohen's interest was piqued by the name. Their business has already expanded to Extet? Yeah, I've never heard of this name a few years ago. At that time, we had to look for the Blood Bottle Gang to handle matters in the south. Big Leatherbelt shrugged helplessly. But one day, the Brotherhood suddenly popped out of the ground and swaggered into Dragon Cloud City. They sat down to negotiate with Vlad and Gleeward. At that time, we all thought that these outsiders, Southerners, and people from the Empire were coming in to fight for territory. But in the end, the two big shots didn't say anything. The Brotherhood didn't settle down in Dragon Cloud City either. They just started to have more channels in the local businesses. If you ask me, their businesses are expanding quickly by doing this, but they are not stable enough. Neither Vlad nor Gleeward trust them. Just like this time, when there were rumors of war between the two countries, Vlad shut down his smuggling channels. Be it the Brotherhood or the merchants and businesses they protected, all of them disappeared. Expanding so quickly. Cohen narrowed his eyes. Maybe their goal isn't stable development, or even to do business or fight for territory? Heh, that's impossible. Big Leather Belt smiled in disbelief. If they don't fight for territory, profit, or business, can they still be called a gang? Dragon Wing Square in Sword District is a place where Camian traveling merchants and some quick-witted Northlanders gather from time to time. From noble suzerains to desperados, these people have a way to get in touch with them. Plus, their goods are very popular among the locals, so the rhythm of these places revolves around them. There are also many unique shops and locations. You know, Big Leather Belt put on a wretched smile that all men would know. He stretched his hands horizontally and grabbed the air as if he was grabbing an apple. Soft and wet, Cohen lowered his head and smirked, while Miranda snorted coldly. Anyway, some Camian and Northlander merchant guilds have taken root in Dragon Wing Square. Biyao District, especially along West Express Avenue, is a little more peculiar. To put it simply, Biyao District has what other districts have: crude workshops, small shops, and so on. On the other hand, Armor District has a large number of workshops and local shops. The relationship between these two districts is very messy. It's hard to say if there's any power, but if anything happens, they always look for a Far Easterner to mediate. A Far Easterner? Cohen and Miranda cast a puzzled look at Big Leather Belt. Yes, a Far Easterner. He's a butcher shop owner named Gu. He's been in Dragon Cloud City for more than 10 years. Big Leather Belt shrugged, indicating that he did not understand. He doesn't seem to have much power, but he has a lot of connections. From Camus Union merchants to Northlanders, and even Constellations, he's able to talk to everyone. He's also the first to know if there's any movement. Hence, he's both a middleman and an information broker. As for places like Arrow District, Spear District, and Axe District, you'll have to walk a few steps up. Those who can live there are all powerful and influential people. They'll be patrolled by guards on their way back. Commoners like us have to be careful when we go to these districts, even if we become big shots. The place Caslin mentioned, which is also your destination, is Armor District, where the Far Easterner's butcher shop is located. Big Leather Belt said, I heard from acquaintances that some unfamiliar faces have been coming there recently. I think they might be the people you're looking for. That was the place where Croche was ambushed during her investigation. Miranda pointed at the hilt of her sword at her waist. Is there anything suspicious about that place? Cohen asked nervously. For example, a battle? A battle between dozens of swordsmen in the middle of the night? Maybe even the swordsman of eradication? Battle? Swordsman of eradication? Big Leather Belt pondered for a while. I've never heard of it. After all, it's not our territory. We don't have enough information. Big Leather Belt exhaled. I suggest you ask Gu. Nothing can be hidden from that Far Easterner in his territory. Of course, you'll have to spend money to buy information. All right. Miranda nodded with a solemn expression. We'll depart immediately. Under Big Leather Belt's instructions, Cohen and Miranda walked out of his house. The street and underground forces in Dragon Cloud City are a little chaotic. It's not as clear as the two major forces in Eternal Star City, and it's not as powerful as the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang. But these are our most important sources of information. After all, the disaster swords are hiding in the dark, and the chaotic situation gives us loopholes to exploit. Cohen rubbed his chin worriedly as he walked on the street and watched the people talking about the Prince of Constellation's entry into the city. Bosses who stand up for the poor, smugglers who work in the dark, mercenaries from the Chamber of Commerce, and middlemen from the Far East. Unfortunately, Prince Thale's arrival has made the situation in the city more tense. The locals will be more cautious and restrained, and they'll also be more wary of outsiders. It won't be easy for us to find clues. We still have to ask that Far Easterner. Miranda's gaze flickered, and she changed the topic. You've met him, our second prince? Of course. In the Hall of Stars, that child's performance in front of the 6 archdukes. Cohen, who was beaming with joy, suddenly stopped talking. He realized that the person in front of him, Miranda Arun's identity, and her father. Heir. Cohen scratched his head awkwardly. Anyway, he's not bad. It should be a good thing that the Jade Star royal family has a successor, yes. Miranda's expression did not change. She walked past a shabby tailor's shop and nodded. That child left a deep impression. It was the same in Broken Dragon Fortress. The image of Thales's Jade Star, that black-haired boy, appeared before her eyes. Right now, he should be in Heroic Spirit Palace, negotiating with the ruler of Extet. And one day, he will become our king. Miranda furrowed her brows, and her right thumb and index finger slowly clenched. The king whom the Northern Territory was loyal to. Having known each other for many years, they had a deep understanding of each other. Cohen looked at Miranda's situation and could not help but sigh. Miranda, things have been too urgent these past few days, and I haven't had the chance to ask you. But, Cohen said in a low voice, are you all right? Miranda raised her head abruptly, and her gaze shot towards Cohen. Cohen glanced around, and brought Miranda behind a large signboard of a tavern. With a hesitant expression, he stammered, I heard about your father from the old man. About him and those extensions. There's nothing much to say. People have to pay for what they do. Miranda's quick reaction shocked even Cohen. The swordswoman furrowed her brows and said resolutely, for more than 10 years, I haven't seen him much, and I don't have a deep impression of him. So, this matter doesn't affect me at all. Cohen did not say anything, and only looked at her quietly. Really? A long time ago, he heard from Raphael what the girl in front of him experienced during the Bloody Year. He also knew that she was sent to the Tower of Eradication by her father a long time ago. But now, Cohen scratched his head in embarrassment, and decided to change the topic. He asked, what should we do next? I mean, I know you have a lot of distant cousins, and they also have the surname Arund. If your father is stripped of his title, it's not like there aren't any duchesses or even queens in the kingdom. A fierce glint flashed in Miranda's eyes. And I am the real Arund, the most legitimate and only successor to the Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, just like that Prince Thales. Even King Kessel cannot deny it. Even though, this surname is too heavy. Cohen pursed his lips, and worry was written all over his face. Miranda, you know, you're not alone. I'm your trusted friend. Croche and Missadun may be Northlanders, but that doesn't change our friendship. You still have Teacher Chartier, and maybe Lady Sonia in the fortress. And that brat Raphael. Cohen's voice instantly weakened. He realized that he had said the wrong thing again. The police's tone changed, and he said awkwardly, anyway, I know you're very strong, whether it's swordsmanship or something else, but you don't have to face so many alone. But Miranda's sharp gaze instantly landed on him. Ever since you came back this time, you've been deliberately avoiding Raphael's name, until now. Miranda narrowed her eyes. Cohen's expression froze, and his heart beat wildly. Why is this woman so sensitive? I'm not deliberately avoiding it. I'm just afraid that you'll be sad. After all, you grew up together and went through training together. He left without saying goodbye, but before he could think of an excuse, Miranda went straight to the point with a serious expression. He's back. He went to look for you? Of course not. He'll definitely look for you first when he comes back. After all, you're a couple. Cohen scratched his head and laughed. Right, speaking of this, I think I'm quite popular with women recently. Do you know, I met a very cool lady in the capital city, and she's as fast as lightning with her twin blades. You have the same habit as Master Zadie. Miranda sighed and interrupted Cohen's words. Every time you feel awkward, you'll scratch your head. Cohen's hand froze as he touched his head. Then, you'll use unconscious nagging to change the topic. The blonde police officer lowered his head in annoyance. Cohen Caribbean, after we settle the matter at hand, we have to talk. Miranda's expression was solemn. She grabbed her saber and tapped Cohen's shoulder with the hilt. About Raphael, and the things you're hiding. Cohen pursed his lips and slapped himself painfully on the forehead. Is this what Master Shao meant when he said that he weaved a cocoon and trapped himself in it? Let's return to our current mission. Cohen, do you feel it? Miranda said flatly. From the disaster sword, to King Nuvan, to the rumors in the city, and the murder of the Prince of Constellation, something's not right. Huh? Cohen, who was immersed in a sense of defeat, raised his head in confusion. Miranda tapped the hilt of her sword gently, lost in thought. The second Prince of Constellation went to Ekstedt and was assassinated not far from the fortress. It's related to the disaster sword. So, the former leader of the White Blade Guards, Master Shao's old acquaintance and colleague, Caslin, sent a letter to the Tower of Eradication. And the second prince is now in Dragon Cloud City, facing King Nuvan, Caslin's former employer. Coincidentally, Caslin also found a clue about the disaster sword in Dragon Cloud City. In Cohen's eyes, Miranda, who had always been sharp, had a sharp gaze. She said in a cautious tone, "What a coincidence, everything is coming together." It was a mess. But there seemed to be a clue lying in the middle, connecting everything. Cohen looked at her dumbfoundedly. Even though I don't understand what Miranda is saying. Cohen thought. The swordswoman raised her head abruptly. What do you think? A second later, the police officer reacted and immediately coughed awkwardly. Oh. Yes. But it sounds so powerful, I have a feeling that something's not right. Anyway, all I have to do is nod in agreement. Cohen took a deep breath. His gaze became capable and sharp, and his face was filled with the shrewdness and sternness unique to police officers. He beat his palms rhythmically and said softly, I can really feel it behind all of this. He beat his palms rhythmically and said softly, there must be a huge conspiracy. Looking at Cohen, Miranda sighed helplessly. She closed her eyes and shook her head. No, this idiot. It would be weird if he could feel it. The bearded man gritted his teeth and looked at Thales in disbelief. The man with the bowl cut looked at King Nuvan in surprise, then at Thales. The bald man and the long-haired man looked at each other and realized that they were both frowning. The brown-haired young man stared at Thales with a strange expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. I made the right bet. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. He did not know what the current situation was. He was not sure if Nuvan's attitude towards him had changed. He did not understand the Archduke's personalities and characteristics, but Thales smiled. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the 5 archdukes aggressively. None of them dared to bear the blood debt of killing the Prince of Constellation alone. The shield that Kessel forged for him with the oath of the throne was still solid. Previously, when King Nuvan said that he wanted him to commit suicide, the archdukes looked like they were watching a good show. But if this honor fell on their heads, for example, if a class of people wanted to do something bad and wanted to avoid bearing the consequences, they would either do it secretly or openly cause a commotion. But no one would dare to do it alone. Jadestar's little brat. The bearded man's gaze was fierce, as if the hatred between him and Thales could no longer be resolved. We have long heard of your story. Treacherous, cunning, and scheming beyond that of a child. It seems that we were right. Enough. Let's stop testing a 7-year-old child. The man with the bowl cut had a playful expression. I dare to bet the 6 counties in Reformation Tower's territory that this brat will become a great threat to us in the future. Testing? Thales frowned. But the man with the bowl cut was immediately interrupted. No. What an interesting idea. Under the astonished gazes of all the archdukes, King Nuvan broke the silence. His eyes glinted coldly. Duel. Where did you hear this from? Thales slowly regained the sense of stability in his heart. He steadied his breathing and said to King Nuvan, "Your King's Selection Congress and the duel for the succession of Black Sand Region." Black Sand Region, humph. Nuvan VII did not hide the hatred on his face. "Lampard, that bastard, even asked me to provide a station and supplies for the team that escorted you here from Black Sand Region." The archdukes quickly exchanged a few glances. This reminded Thales of the Archduke of Black Sand's collaborator. "Hypocritical and ridiculous fellow," King Nuvan said gloomily. "Doesn't he know that half of my blood debt lies with him?" The expressions of the 5 archdukes did not change. King Nuvan's expression was solemn. He slammed his palm on the table and the ring on his finger made a sharp sound. Asterisk thud. Asterisk everyone was taken aback by his words. A duel. Why not? Then, under the Archduke's extremely interesting expressions, King Nuvan turned to them. Who among you is willing to fight on my behalf to prove your loyalty to the king? If you are stained with his blood, you should be able to let go of your scruples and stand together with Dragon Cloud City, right? Thales clenched his teeth. But he seemed to have gradually grasped Nuvan's rhythm. The Archduke's expressions became extremely strange. But King Nuvan did not give them a chance to reply. "Rabian Alcius, my loyal Archduke of Prestige Orchid." King Nuvan turned to the bearded man who had always been filled with malice towards Thales and said casually, "Go, bring me victory and revenge in the duel." Prestige Orchid. Thales remembered him in his heart. The location of the Battle of Dawn 300 years ago. Archduke Alcius glanced at King Nuvan, then at Thales. The prince watched as his expression changed again and again. "I thought you were just testing him just now." Nuvan. Archduke Alcius furrowed his brows deeply. "Our previous discussion was already very clear. Everyone is willing to eat Constellation's flesh, but no one wants to see an all-out war to the death. Don't tell me you really want to kill this prince here?" Thales felt relieved. "Testing, it's really a test. My life seems to be saved." But then he was stunned again. Based on these words, these 6 people have been discussing the matter of sending troops to war. Isn't that good? I even sent Nicholas ahead of time to tie him up and parade him through the streets of Dragon Cloud City. Nuvan flashed a frightening and crazy smile. Since they have lost their legitimate heir, the Walton family is destined to decline. Isn't it good to do one last thing for Ekstedt? The 5 archdukes' expressions became increasingly unpleasant. Thales tried to put himself in the archduke's shoes and understand their feelings. Constellation, which had no heir previously, faced almost the same situation. A king whose behavior is unpredictable. "Alcius, after all, the sword in his hand is your sword," King Nuvan continued to say faintly. "Besides, more than 600 years ago, wasn't it Tormund Jadestar who led his army and chased your family, Alcius, from the ancient chauvinistic land they had ruled for generations to the north, and built Eternal Star City on your family's old land? Killing him will bring glory to your family, won't it?" Alcius chuckled sheepishly. "If you raise your troops to war, Prestige Orchid region is willing to advance and retreat with Dragon Cloud City and be loyal to the flag of the Dragon Spear, your majesty." Alcius slowly stroked his beard and shook his head. "But not in this way. You can't force me to carry this blood for you." "Humph, my dear Archduke Alcius, you don't want to carry this blood?" Thales sneered and replied to his words. "After saying so much, aren't you just afraid of death?" Alcius paused and looked at Thales with an increasingly hostile expression. King Nuvan sneered and turned to the merciless bowl cut. "What about you, Archduke of Reformation Tower, Porphyus Trentida? Kill him and we will stand together from now on." Reformation Tower. Thales suddenly recalled Lampard's story. "I refuse." The bowl-cut Archduke Trentida reacted quickly. "You can't ask me to do this." He shook his head warily and said, "There is only one reason why Trentida supports the war against Constellation. Reformation Tower can reap the most benefits from the war. But if I kill this brat with my own hands and am forced to bear the enemy's hatred, it will obviously not be worth it. In the war caused by this, the one who benefits the most is definitely Lampard, and the murderer will always bear the blood debt. Trent Ida raised his hand and laughed. We will only send our troops when there are benefits and no risks. Otherwise, why would we want to get involved in this mess? You are really the most honest person I have ever met, Trent Ida. The bald Archduke sighed. Without waiting for King Nuvan to speak, he replied, your words are selfish and shameless, but also reasonable and true. Therefore, I can't refute you. For the same reason, I, Rogers Letko from Defense City. The bald Archduke Letko said flatly. As he turned his head, the top of his head reflected a bright flash. Anyway, whoever wants to kill him can go ahead. Getting involved in an all-out war for no reason is a small matter. I don't want to be stained with the Jade Star's blood debt. Thales watched these archdukes argue in front of His Majesty and outsiders as if there was no one else around. Just like the neighbors' aunties who bumped into each other downstairs in his previous life. And this scene, Thales frowned. Why does it look so familiar? Well, I have finally experienced the weight of Northland. Thales chuckled and looked sarcastically at the bald Archduke Letko. He replied with the same words, then looked scornfully at the bearded Archduke Alcius. And your Northland ways? The two archdukes did not answer him. They just averted their gazes. If this child didn't come to apologize, we wouldn't have to be so embarrassed, would we? Nuvan VII sneered. Are you going to send your troops south in the name of avenging my son? The archdukes did not answer. But Thales already knew the answer. Kulgan Rockney? King Nuvan stared at the long-haired man and said slowly, kill him, and Dragon Cloud City will fully support the Rockney family in the benefits they can gain from the war. Doing such a thing to a child who hasn't even grown hair down there is practically a stain on my honor. The long-haired man, Archduke Rockney, snorted. Although the city of faraway prayers is far away from the threat of constellation, the Rockney family also has its own pride. The more Thales listened, the more obvious his feeling became. The way the archdukes speak to the king, through direct and indirect contact, he quickly realized that the relationship between king and vassal in Extet and Constellation was fundamentally different. The archdukes and the common elected king were almost on equal footing. Those who were familiar with each other and had power would not even be polite to the king. Compared to Constellation. Thales recalled the time in the Hall of Stars when the vassals of the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families knelt down and kissed Kessel's ring. It seems that the archdukes of Extet have really formed their own country. The power in their hands is far beyond our expectations. Thales remembered Putre's comment. It's probably the same in terms of power. Enough. The last brown-haired young man sighed. I am the suzerain of Beacon Illumination City, Concre Pofrit, your Highness of Constellation. I am sorry that you had to see this. The brown-haired young man turned his head and smiled apologetically at Thales. Then, he said worriedly to King Nuvan, Your Majesty, I understand your anger, but please consider the future of the kingdom. The Prince of Constellation is already here. We have lost a legitimate reason to send troops. Killing him will only make things worse. Nuvan did not answer. He glanced at the archdukes and then at Thales before he spoke in a deep and sonorous voice. You really are a bunch of cowards, Nuvan VII said in a deep voice. Even I have given my consent, but you are still afraid of war and do not even dare to touch the blood of a child. It is precisely because of your consent that it is suspicious. Thales said quietly. Northland never takes pride in killing children, Archduke Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers replied flatly. Very well, then the meeting is adjourned. King Nuvan's expression was cold as he ended this strange meeting. He looked at Thales, his eyes still filled with ruthless indifference and hatred. Put down that ridiculous sword, Prince of Constellation. You do not need it at night. Huh? Thales was stunned. At night? What kind of occasion? What else could it be? The king of Extet stared coldly at the 5 archdukes. Since these cowards are unwilling to pay the price, what other choice do we have? Go and get ready. We will attend your welcome banquet. Thales Jade Star. The king uttered these last words in a most disagreeable tone, and quitted his seat without looking round. The archdukes looked at each other and stood up with different expressions on their faces. Thales stared blankly at everything in front of him. It's over? The bearded archduke of Prestige Orchid, Alcius, walked up to Thales. His expression was still unpleasant. How long are you going to hold my sword? Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sword in Thales' hand fell to the ground. His palm was already numb. When Thales walked out of the stone hall safely and saw Lord Merk waiting for him, he realized that he had unknowingly broken out in cold sweat on such a cold day. Even his legs felt like they were no longer his own. Thales pressed his knees as if he had just finished a cross-country run and exhaled deeply. Damn it. Northlanders. Please follow me, Your Highness, Lord Merk said expressionlessly. I will take you to your room and prepare for the banquet tonight. Your entourage will also be at the banquet. Thales suddenly raised his hand and stopped Merk. Before that, can you take me to Lord Nicholas and Marquis Shiles? Under Merk's meaningful gaze, Thales revealed a strange smile. They took care of me a lot on the way to Dragon Cloud City. Merk said softly, expressing his puzzlement. Thales' expression became very unpleasant. He raised his head and said firmly, for the sake of their great kindness, I must sincerely, solemnly, carefully, and energetically thank them in person. Chapter 132. Thales followed Merk and took many turns in the grand but monotonous heroic spirit palace. While avoiding the 5 archdukes' eyes and ears, Thales finally saw the 2 people he hated so much in front of an open-air observation deck. This calm demeanor. Looks like you've adapted quite well, young prince. The leader of the White Blade Guards, Nicholas, who had long removed his cloak and veil, had his back to the scenery outside the observation deck. He looked at the Prince of Constellation, who looked like he was going to condemn him, with a calm expression. If you mean that I was almost forced to commit suicide by cutting my neck in front of 6 old men with a sword that I couldn't even lift. Thales exhaled a long breath and said angrily, yes, I'm living quite well. Old men? I remember that Archduke Pofford of Beacon Illumination City is still very young, not old. Nicholas chuckled in a mocking manner, making Thales even more displeased. I'm starting to wonder if what you're conveying is really King Niven's will? Thales, who had a bellyful of anger, looked at the 2 with an unfriendly expression. Or is it that my life is not within his consideration at all? Marquis Shiles of Camus Union put on an embarrassed expression. About this. I've reminded you before that King Niven's attitude might be a little forceful and rough. Thales turned his head abruptly and stared at him. All right, from the looks of it, His Majesty might not only be tough, but he is also a little, Under Thales' angry glare, Shiles rubbed his staff and smiled awkwardly. After thinking for a while, he finally found 2 more appropriate words and blinked. Wild and uninhibited? Thales took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. Next time you encounter something like this, such as before you push me into a trap that will definitely kill me, please inform me using the standard human common language, which does not carry a Northland or Western accent, and which is in line with your rhetoric habits. Thales' gaze was cold. He stared at the 2 of them and enunciated each word clearly. Is this how you treat your collaborators and allies? Also, forcing a 7-year-old child to commit suicide. Is there any honor in it? Nicholas and Shiles looked at each other. The former's expression did not change, while the latter leaned on his staff and bowed slightly politely. Force? Honor? I think you have misunderstood. Marquis Shiles sighed and his expression became solemn. The archdukes, from the beginning to the end, what they were talking about was killing you, as well as the benefits and consequences that would be brought about. As for the method of killing you, and whether or not it goes against the honor, it's just a way for the chef to serve the dishes. It doesn't matter much. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. So, you actually knew what kind of situation I would face from the beginning? Nicholas shrugged. And something like a 7-year-old and a child, Shiles said solemnly, I think perhaps you should experience it now. Because of your reputation and performance, no one dares to treat you as a normal 7-year-old child. Not only that, in Extet, you are a symbol, a symbol. In the eyes of many people, you are the heir of constellation. The Marquis of Camus Union took a deep breath and stared at the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace in a daze. It is far more important than your age, your quality, your reputation, and even more important than yourself. No one cares if you are a child or not. With complicated emotions, Thales's face twitched, and he could not help but laugh. Damn it. These politicians. Don't act like a wronged girl, young prince. Nicholas hugged his arms tightly and snorted coldly. Courage and courage are the qualities that Northlanders admire the most. If you can't even pass the first test, you know, not everyone is qualified to be His Majesty's ally. Thales clenched his teeth. Heh. The second prince sneered. This kind of examination method for the qualifications of an ally is really rare. It's right that it's rare. Nicholas shrugged and lowered his head to look at the Prince of Constellation. His eyes shone with a strange light. Welcome to Northland. The three of them were silent for a few seconds. So, did Niven find his enemy? That collaborator and the one who framed Lampard? Thales tried his best to calm down. At the same time, he is also your enemy. Marquis Shiles smiled softly. Since we have met for the first time, the first step of the trap has been completed. Then, our follow-up plan is, there is no follow-up. Thales said flatly. Shiles and Nicholas were both stunned. Thales raised his head. The anger in his eyes had turned into determination. I must not follow their rules. Otherwise, the images of Serena Corleone and Chapman Lampard flashed before his eyes. I don't even know when I've been betrayed. Niven's plan ends here. Thales heard himself enunciate each word with suppressed emotions. I am not that old man's puppet, to be manipulated by him. Shiles flashed an unpleasant smile. What do you mean? The warmth in Nicholas' eyes gradually cooled down. Listen, if Niven wants my help, then he better respect my wishes and my life. Thales was resolute and unflinching as he confronted Nicholas' fierce gaze. From now on, all of you will do as I say. The leader of the White Blade Guards shut his mouth and exhaled through his nose. Now is not the time for you to throw a tantrum, young prince. Nicholas narrowed his eyes as he stared at Thales. There was an eerie chill in his gaze, and his tone was horrified. Don't forget that you are in Extet, in Dragon Cloud City, far away from your father the king. Your attendants are not by your side. And Heroic Spirit Palace is very dangerous. Many of the supernatural stories that claim lives happen here. Nicholas' eyes were burning. I have no choice. After all, I am only 7 years old. Thales did not care. He was determined to seize the initiative in his own hands. You know, if I accidentally lose my life here, then all of you, Nicholas cut him off coldly. We have countless ways to deal with disobedient children without endangering their lives. And don't forget. Nicholas tilted his head to reveal the strangely shaped hilt on his back. He did not hide his threat in the slightest. I am very good at dealing with people with the surname Jade Star, especially those with the title Second Prince. Thales gritted his teeth secretly. 11 years ago, you killed the Sword of Reversing Light on the battlefield. Are you so smug? In Shiles' eyes, the prince retorted bluntly, I have seen the battlefield, and I know that battle. He fell after being wounded 11 times. You were just one of the hundreds of people who surrounded him, and you just happened to deliver the final blow. Compared to forcing a 7-year-old to commit suicide, your glorious achievements are not much better. Nicholas stared at him silently. He slowly put down his crossed arms, and the expression on his face slowly changed from threatening to murderous. All right, all right. Marquis Shiles quickly walked between the two of them and tried to smooth things over with a smile. As allies, we should not break our promise before we achieve our goal. This is not a good way to make a deal. Perhaps King Niven should look for another ally, Thales replied coldly. The kind who will give up their lives for him at any time. This is not constellation where you can give orders, brat of the empire, Nicholas said sarcastically. You better understand this. You must carefully do as we say. How about this? The second prince interrupted Nicholas. Before Nicholas' terrifying expression, Thales could not help but laugh. His expression instantly turned cold. I will look for the 5 archdukes and have a heart-to-heart talk with them. Shiles furrowed his brows. For example, King Nuvan is looking for the mastermind behind his son's death, and all of you are on his suspect list. Nicholas and Shiles' expressions slowly changed. Under Nicholas' murderous gaze and Shiles' tightly furrowed brows, Thales threatened faintly. And in the end, no matter who he confirms to be the mastermind, Nuvan will pull out his tendons and skin him alive. What will happen then? By the way, the mastermind will be even more vigilant, and Nuvan's revenge will fail, unless he wants to kill all 5 archdukes at the same time. The next day, the mastermind will return to his own territory and continue to roam freely. His hatred will only deepen. Then, in 10 or 8 years, when Nuvan dies, when the King Selection Congress is held, when the new common-elected king is crowned. Thales narrowed his eyes. I wish the Walton family good luck. I look forward to representing Constellation in the future, establishing a good diplomatic relationship with the new king, and supporting him and the archdukes in dealing with Extet's internal affairs. For example, giving Dragon Cloud City, which has no heir, to another ruling family. Nicholas and Shiles' expressions became increasingly unpleasant. So, it is best to respect the future Supreme King of Constellation, the Northlanders. Thales snorted coldly. Using your words. Do as I say, carefully and according to my instructions. Also, don't call me a citizen of the Empire. Every time you remind me, it makes me feel like I'm not in Extet. Thales' expression was at ease. He raised his right index finger rudely and tapped the air lightly, leaving behind a sentence that made the leader of the White Blade Guard's face turn green. But in the great empires, Northland Province. The Prince of Constellation no longer paid attention to the 2 men, who had interesting expressions on their faces, and turned to leave. What are you looking at? On the streets of Armor District, Miranda turned to ask Cohen. Nothing. Cohen retracted his gaze from the alley and muttered, I saw a strange person in the alley just now. He had 2 swords on his waist. Swords? Miranda's expression turned cold. Could he be our target? What does he look like? He looks like... No, I didn't pay much attention to him just now. Cohen scratched his head desperately and furrowed his brows. I can't remember his face, Miranda sighed. Be more alert. Big Leather Belt said that there are some unfamiliar faces here recently. Just like us. The 2 of them turned a corner and arrived in front of a quiet butcher shop. Are you the boss here? Cohen knocked on the big wooden window of the butcher's shop and asked the busy Far Easterner inside, Mr. Gu. The Far Easterner who was chopping meat slowly raised his head. Medium build, flat brows, straight hair, and black eyes. He's no different from the Far Easterners in Constellation, Cohen thought. The Far Easterner glanced at the 2 of them, then lowered his head again and continued with his meat. Cohen was startled and continued to speak, hey, but the Far Easterner spoke directly and made him choke on his words. 1 silver coin in the city, 2 silver coins around the city, 1 more silver coin in the 3 upper districts, and 1 more silver coin for related nobles and officials. The butcher shop owner chopped a large piece of bone on his chopping board and skillfully said, 2 silver coins for counts and above. 2 gold coins for archdukes, kings, and even temples. What? Cohen showed a confused expression. Miranda, on the other hand, looked at Gu's chopping board thoughtfully. The price of information. Without raising his head, Gu spoke in the common language with his unique Northland accent, no bargaining. Huh? Cohen frowned. 1 silver coin. Gu ignored him and hung a piece of sliced meat on a hook. His words did not linger in the slightest. It depends on who you offended. 9 silver coins for an ordinary person, 1 gold coin for Gleeward, 2 for Vlad, 5 for the merchants in Dragon Wing Square, 2 for soldiers, and 3 for nobles or officials. Those who are above the rank of count are powerless. If you offend the temple or the king. Gu wiped his hands and glanced at the two of them with his gloomy eyes. Hurry up and get lost. Don't bring bad luck here. Cohen asked with a puzzled expression, why do merchants need 5 silver coins? Even higher than the nobles? You know. The next moment, Gu raised his right hand and stopped Cohen from speaking. Then, the butcher shop owner quietly extended his left hand and spread it horizontally upwards. Cohen was stunned again. But before Cohen could respond, Miranda reached out and took the money pouch from Cohen's waist. We want to ask about what happened in this district recently. 2 groups of swordsmen once fought here. Under Cohen's resentful gaze, Miranda happily took out a Northland gold coin, a small metal disc with Raikuru's head and a dragon carved on it. That's the money I asked Caslin for. Cohen rolled his eyes. Miranda calmly released 2 fingers and the gold coin fell into Gu's hand. Looks like a generous foreign customer. Gu narrowed his eyes and raised the gold coin in his hand. He flicked the edge of the coin and whistled. If it's just information. I don't have change. Take the extra as a tip. Miranda's tone did not change, but her gaze was sharp. As long as it's worth it. Tip. Cohen stared at the gold coin, then at Miranda. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Do you know how to count, my young mistress? Gu chuckled, but his next words stunned both of them. No. Miranda furrowed her brows. What do you mean? The information you asked about swordsmen fighting, I've never heard of it. Gu shook his head. For the sake of the gold coin, you can change your question. Miranda turned her head and pondered. Are there any new, strange swordsmen around? Cohen recalled what he saw and muttered, right, I think I saw a swordsman with 2 swords. Gu's gaze froze. 2 swords. Strange swordsman. He sighed in his heart. Could it be you? No. Gu calmly put away the gold coin and lowered his head to continue his work. All right, the quota is used. You may leave. Both of them were stunned. The police officer and the young mistress looked at each other, baffled. Miranda's eyes were filled with anger, while Cohen spread his hands. Equivalent exchange. This principle doesn't work everywhere. Miranda was about to speak, but Cohen stopped her. The blonde police officer exhaled and laughed. In the next second, Cohen punched the window frame. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Gu raised his head and looked at him with an unfriendly expression. I know that there's a rule in places where the situation is tense, such as on the battlefield, whether it's a bar or a shop. Cohen curled his lips and looked at the indifferent Gu with sincerity. It's called first lesson, right? Gu did not speak and only looked at him quietly. Newcomers and outsiders will be fooled the first time. They'll lose some money and learn a lesson. Cohen tapped the window frame lightly. At the same time, they'll test the newcomer's strength. Those who are strong and have a strong backing will come and make peace. Those who are weak, Cohen closed his eyes and nodded, suffer losses, and they'll be more polite next time. Cohen tilted his head and leaned against the window, revealing a smile. He mimicked Gu and whistled. So, as a boss, you need to have a good eye. Don't look for the wrong person. Miranda looked at Cohen's ruffian face and smiled in her heart. This idiot. I've learned a lot in the Western Frontline. Oh. Gu narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. So, are you strong or have a strong backing? Maybe it's both. Cohen exhaled helplessly and flashed the sword at his waist. Since you've already taken the money. Gu sneered and shook his head. I've already given you an answer. That's not an answer we're satisfied with. It's perfunctory, Miranda said coldly. We don't want to use force. Gu raised his eyebrows. From their actions, he could tell that both of them were ruthless characters. The man was probably a warrior, skilled in frontal assaults and battlefield techniques. As for the woman, strange, I can't tell. The people on the street were not blind, thieves, beggars, swindlers, they probably wouldn't dare to touch them. However, I'll say it again. We're looking for a group of strange swordsmen around superclass. Cohen smiled, they're related to the arms black market and are ruthless. Compared to the average swordsman, they might be slightly stronger. Gu took a deep breath and sighed softly. A group of strange swordsmen. Really? I almost thought they were here for you. Black sword. The next moment, the Far Easterner smiled helplessly in Miranda and Cohen's eyes. Vlad is more familiar with the black market transactions than I am, but the group you're looking for, all right. Gu smiled as he calmly pulled out the boning knife from the chopping board. Here, there are indeed a few strange people. They have bad tempers and stay away from strangers, those who hold swords and use the power of eradication. Chapter 133. Every choice had a corresponding price. For example, when he said, "You must listen to me," to the two representatives of King Nuvan, then turned around and left in a dashing manner, the distressed Thales sank into a depressing dilemma. Clearly, whether it was for the continuation of the Walton family, for the simple benefits of Dragon Cloud City, to get rid of a threat before his death, or even for the so-called revenge that was filled with personal emotions, Nuvan VII was determined to find the mastermind who conspired with Lampard. To achieve this goal, everything else, including his own life, seemed insignificant in the process, and could even be sacrificed at any time. Thales was almost 100% sure that he was bait in Nuvan's original plan. There were no other possibilities. But the prince gritted his teeth. Even if he used Constellation to intimidate others and seize the initiative in his own hands, how could he find Nuvan and his common enemy without endangering himself? The person who could order around the so-called traitors of the Tower of Eradication? I don't know how Nuvan would react to my performance, but if I can't help him find the enemy. Thales remembered King Nuvan's expression. He sighed. Ah, welcome to Northland. I need help, be it from Putre's advisor, Waya's sword, Ralph's psionic ability, or Aida's strength. I have to hurry and meet up with them. Thales looked up and was suddenly stunned. He realized that he had unknowingly walked a long distance while he was deep in thought. But he did not find Merc, who had been leading the way for him. In short, Thales looked awkwardly at the unfamiliar corridor and stairs, the rugged decorations on the walls, and the stone windows on both sides. I'm lost. Thales immediately turned his head. However, after imagining the scene of him saying to Nicholas and Shiles, whom he had just met, "I'm sorry, can you tell me how to go back?" and the two men's expressions, he resolutely removed the option of going back the way we came. The problem is. Thales turned his head awkwardly. The layout of Heroic Spirit Palace was too consistent. Every time he turned a corner, he felt like he had returned to the same place. I can only walk forward and ask for directions when I meet a guard or servant. Thales sighed and strode forward. Until he passed through a tall arched door in a daze. It was a huge room. It was not like the other places in Heroic Spirit Palace, which were lit with stoves and braziers. Instead, it had large windows that let in white light. Iron shelves hung from the ceiling, and there seemed to be some kind of sparkling and translucent silver-white gemstones on them. They reflected the light from outside the window and lit up the rows. Bookshelf? Thales was stunned. He looked at the 2 rows of large black bookshelves in front of him. Each row was 8 to 9 meters long, leaving only a gap in the middle that could fit 2 people. He frowned. He seemed to have stumbled into a library. No wonder there was no brazier. Thales looked around. Strangely, he did not see anyone. He took a step forward and poked his head between 2 rows of bookshelves, trying to see the other end of the room, but in vain. Firstly, the room seemed to be extremely large. Secondly, he noticed that the black bookshelves seemed to be arranged in an arc instead of a straight line. At least, he could not see the other end of the room. In his field of vision between the 2 rows of bookshelves, there were still countless bookshelves extending to the end of his sight. He sighed. If it's a library, there should be someone guarding it, right? Thales cautiously opened his mouth and shouted, "Is there anyone here? How do I get to the Hall of Heroes?" There was no response. Thales shook his head. These bookshelves blocked the transmission of sound to a great extent. He had no choice but to walk between 2 rows of bookshelves and walk past rows of black wooden bookshelves. There were about 10 layers of these bookshelves, and each layer was separated by thick black wooden boards. From the soles of his feet to the ceiling, they were at least 7 to 8 meters tall. There were, of course, books on the bookshelves, thin side-bound books, heavy classics with hardcover covers, and even scrolls placed vertically. Many of the books were heavy and unadorned. Some were even ancient books made of parchment. They had a long history, but were well preserved. The ancient empire's language was engraved on the side of each bookshelf, clearly marking the categories of each row: poetry, literature, history, politics, music scores, personal monographs, and even the king's decrees. Many of them were old books that could not be found in Mindy's hall. My God! Thales leaned against a row of bookshelves and stood on tiptoe to look at a thick book with a brown cover. He was in a daze. Collection of Imperial Edicts of the Empire, Year 1, Year 200. This is Year 600 of the Calendar of Eradication, Year 1500 of the Empire Calendar. A book from nearly 2,000 years ago? No, it's a copy. Thales immediately realized how old it was from its age. But a thought flashed through Thales' mind. If it's a book from before the Battle of Eradication, then, be it the history of wizards, magic towers, or magic, it will definitely leave behind some clues. At least it will be mentioned briefly. For example, the book he found in Mindy's hall, War of Eradication, The World's Fall, did it not mention the Alchemy Tower? Thales' eyes brightened. He had never believed that the prohibition of magic by humans could be so thorough that it was invulnerable. Otherwise, how could there be an existence like Ramon? He continued to walk forward. From time to time, he pulled out a few books that he could still hold, flipped open the first few pages, and glanced at them. There were many similar books. From the common language to the language of the ancient empire, there were even books written in rare languages that he had never seen before. Fortunately, the special training Gilbert gave him was effective. With Thales' level of proficiency in the common language, it should not be a problem for him to understand the cover and the general contents. As for the language of the ancient empire, which he was not very familiar with, its grammar and spelling were much more complicated than the common language, but many of the roots and affixes were similar. Gilbert told him that after the collapse of the ancient empire, the language of the ancient empire used by the nobles and officials slowly became a ceremonial language for rhetoric and literature. The common language of the commoners was only gradually formed at this time. Thales held his breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. It was as if he had returned to the past in his memories. Over there, he was also walking between rows of bookshelves. Edict of Bright God. This was a history book that recorded the deeds of the once Orthodox Church of the Empire, the Church of Bright God. War of Thorns. Looking at the title page, it seemed to be a rather large expedition during the era of the ancient empire. Its target was the land of thorns in the southwest of the Western Peninsula. Chronicles of Conquest by Great Emperor Camelot. Chronicles of the Ancient Empire's First Emperor and the History of the Establishment of the Empire. Kings XXX Politics XXX. I can't understand the words in the language of the ancient empire alone. My God, this is probably related to the age of kings before the era of the ancient empire. Origins of the ancient orcs. This is easy to understand, even though the entire book is written in the language of the ancient empire. The disaster of Varan Carlin. There was another row of titles on the cover. It was written in a language that was neither the common language nor the language of the ancient empire. I don't know what book it is. Records of the Temple, the complete collection of knights. It seems to be about the history of the glorious era of knights, from the age of kings all the way to the age of the empire. The Tale of the Great Dragon. I don't know if it's a literary work or a serious record. XXX, the Iron Blood King and Medi. Another title that I don't understand. The list of the 10 knights of the past dynasties of the empire. From this bookshelf onward, the number of books written in the common language increased. Dragon Kiss Academy Year 612 Commemorative Volume. Full of things that I don't understand. Men and women. Ah, this actually has illustrations. I better put it back. Chronicles of the Dragon Spear. What the hell? Thales became more and more excited. He even forgot his original goal, whether it was to find a way out or traces of magic. It was as if he had returned to the previous life in his fragmented memories and found a large number of high-quality documents in a database. This was probably the library in Heroic Spirit Palace, or the library of the Walton family. When he was in Constellation, he never had the time to come into contact with enough and broad knowledge. Moreover, the more precious books in Constellation were almost all collected in the Royal Jade Star Grand Library. Thales turned around a row of bookshelves. It seemed that a row of bookshelves had been removed. In its place was a row of long metal cabinets. The top of the cabinets was covered by transparent glass and crystal drops that could transmit light. He could see the items stored inside. This is, with the light reflected from the unknown gemstones above his head, Thales looked at an ancient scroll document in the glass cabinet in surprise. He looked at the dragon head coat of arms on both sides of the top of the document and the 9-pointed star coat of arms. Jade Star? Thales' gaze shone with curiosity and excitement. This ancient document was written entirely in the language of the ancient empire. The writer was obviously very skilled in calligraphy. The classic cursive words he wrote were beautiful and pleasing to look at. However, it was different from the classic aristocratic language of the ancient empire that Thales learned from Gilbert in Mindy's Hall. It was different from the ancient, awkward-sounding, complicated words, and peculiar style of writing. The language of the ancient empire on the document was simple and straightforward. It was easy to understand, and it was mixed with many grammatical expressions and words that only appeared in today's common language. Even with Thales cramming for a month in the language of the ancient empire, he could still somewhat understand it. Obviously, this was a document left behind after the collapse of the ancient empire. The lingua franca gradually influenced, permeated, and even replaced the language of the ancient empire. Thales pressed his face against the glass cabinet. He could barely make out the contents of the yellowed scroll. At first, he was not used to it, but as he read on, it became easier and easier. In the year 1530 after the empire was founded. In the year 11 after the year of Errol. In the name of the great holy Sunday. Under the witness of Sunset Temple. In the longhouse of the suzerain of Cold Castle, this agreement was made by the glorious king of Extet, Rikuru Extet. The glorious king of Constellation, Tormund Jade Star. The oath was made together and kept. King Rikuru's oath, in the name of the Holy Sun, I swear an oath. I, and all Northlanders who are loyal and follow me, regardless of whether they are men, women, elderly, children, nobles, commoners, suzerains, or soldiers. I will not interfere with King Tormund and his followers' battles in the ancient chauvinistic lands and the Great Desert. I will not hold King Tormund and his followers accountable for their previous actions. I will acknowledge King Tormund and his followers' rightful rule and rights in the lands they have already obtained in the ancient chauvinistic lands, the lands of South Coast, and Greenheart Hills. I will acknowledge the corresponding actions they took to obtain living conditions, defend the people, and protect their territories in the south, west, and other places, including but not limited to military actions. I will make Cold Castle the place of separation from King Tormund and his followers' territories. The south will belong to them, and the north will belong to us. I will show King Tormund and his followers tolerance and sincerity instead of hatred and suspicion. I will ensure that King Tormund and his followers will find the greatest degree of justice and equality in the land where the Northlanders live. These words and this oath will be effective from the day it is made. Until the end of my and King Tormund's lives. Separation, King Tormund's oath, in the name of the Holy Sun, I swear an oath. I, and all the loyal people of the Empire who follow me, regardless of whether they are men, women, elderly, children, nobles, commoners, suzerains, or soldiers. I will give up my claim and pursuit of the lands around the northern plains and the pine forest. I will treat the remaining nobles in the empire's former chauvinistic lands leniently and retain their rights. I will not pursue the Alcius family who sought refuge in the empire's former Northland province. King Raikuru and his followers will have the corresponding rule and rights over the lands they have already obtained in the empire's former Northland province and empire's former West Biyao province. On this basis, we will respect their rights to further acquire territory, people, and property in the former empire's territories that do not go against our will and interests. Cold Castle in the empire's former Northland province will serve as the boundary between the two sides. We will acknowledge that King Raikuru and his followers will have the corresponding right to dispose of the former empire's lands, people, and property in the north. We will treat every Northlander and Redalians in our territories with kindness. We will treat them as citizens of the empire. We will respect and acknowledge the existence and authority of King Raikuru and his followers in their territories, and they will be equal to the nobles of the former empire. These words and this oath will be effective from the day it is fulfilled. Until the end of my and King Raikuru's lives. Separation, here, as witnessed by those present, Head Ritual Master Kongda, Vice Ritual Master Rogs, Queen Chlorisis Nerman Dalla Dosar, Soul Tower Advisor Bran Tabark, Suzerain Lessa Trent Ida, Suzerain Scott Stustel, Count Leinster Covendier, Count Cooper Cullen, Writer, Viscount Halva Caribbean, Holy Day, Year 11 of the Calendar of Eradication, January 29th, noon. The appendices related to this treaty are as follows. Oh my God. Thales was engrossed in it, but he was extremely shocked. This is, King of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar and King of Dragon Riders, Raikuru Extet, the treaty, signed more than 600 years ago? Thales chewed on the main body of the treaty and began to confirm it in his heart. This is a truce treaty between Constellation and Extet, an alliance treaty of non-interference. At this moment, his footsteps moved between the second and third glass cabinets. The light dimmed. From the corner of his eye, he saw the empty space between the two glass cabinets. There seemed to be something black moving there. Thales turned his head. In his line of sight, on the ground one step away from him, a person suddenly appeared, a person. Ah! Thales was so shocked that he fell backwards against the glass cabinet. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a pale face, he took a few steps back and finally managed to grab the leg of the glass cabinet to regain his balance. The figure that suddenly appeared and was lying on the ground seemed to be shocked as well. The other party sucked in a breath and took a step back. Thales patted his wildly beating heart. When he saw that there was indeed a living person in front of him, he panted and relaxed. That? Thales asked while panting. The other party finally raised her head. Thales was stunned. That person was very thin, very short, very mini. To be precise, it was a girl with platinum curly hair, dressed in a long gray dress, and a frightened expression on her face, a little girl. She looked to be only 8 or 9 years old. Thales looked to his left and right, puzzlement rising in his heart. There's no one around, but why is there a little girl here? And, why is it a little girl again? Thales first thought of the little girl he met by accident next to a coffin, and then he thought of Nicholas, supernatural legend of heroic spirit palace. He felt a little creeped out. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took a closer look. The other party's gray dress was covered in dust. She was lying on a thick book that was at least a meter wide. Her elbows were propped against the pages on both sides, and her face was almost pressed against the book. She's actually reading a book? The little girl raised her head. Her small face was covered in dust and dirt. Her platinum hair was stuck to her forehead, and there was a hint of confusion on her frightened face. In the next second, she looked in Thales' direction with a dazed expression. Her eyes narrowed into thin lines. Her expression was full of suspicion and wariness. Like an amphibian, she looked in Thales' direction. She turned her neck. But her eyes were lifeless, and her pupils were numb, but they were not focused on Thales. Under such bright light, she actually didn't see Thales? Didn't see him. The other party sniffed the air fiercely. It seemed like she was sniffing something. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Strange fragments of memories surged into his mind. I haven't finished running my model. What did you drag me here to watch today? Ah, don't worry, you won't be afraid of this. It's a story about a few people doing scientific exploration underground. Scientific exploration? What's the name? The opening title is the _descent? Descent? Oh, it's really an adventure film. But why are there a few girls? An adventure as a psychological treatment? That's right, why would I harm you? You'll know when you keep watching. Why did you turn off the lights at this time? Don't tell me you want me to see your fluorescent watch. Damn it, what the hell is this? Let me go. I don't want to see it. Thales gulped again. As if he wanted to see this place more clearly, he saw a strange girl with squinting eyes. Slit-eyed people are all monsters. This was a memory that he did not know when it entered his mind. He saw this little girl with squinting eyes, slowly stretching her neck, slowly extending her hand, slowly moving her feet, slowly, it crawled towards Thales' direction. 1 step. 2 steps. The strange little girl stopped crawling. Facing his direction, she turned her neck again and scrutinized him for a full 3 seconds. Thales' heart skipped a beat. In an ancient room full of dust. In the antique exhibition hall. A little girl who could not see. Squinting her eyes, on all fours. Crawling over like an amphibian, Thales felt his skin crawl. He could not help but mutter in his heart, no way. What a 100-year-old girl who crawled out of a coffin. Once is enough. He suddenly remembered that he was in Dragon Cloud City, next to the ancient Rikuru Treaty Cabinet, which was empty and uninhabited. As he thought of this, his legs went limp, and he bumped into the glass cabinet. The little girl with squinting eyes immediately noticed it. Her head shook violently. Her expression was ferocious. Thales' heart sank. In the next second, she keenly opened her mouth in Thales' direction, but the terrifying scene he expected did not appear. A clear child's voice was heard. Ah! Thales was stunned. The little girl's face was full of shock, and she kept shaking her head. She's alive? As long as she's alive. Thales exhaled and patted his chest. But why can't a living person see me? Soon, he knew why. The little girl with squinting eyes reached out and groped around the open book under her for a while. Then, the little girl brushed away the hair on her forehead, making her already dirty face even darker. She then squinted and grabbed a pair of round glasses with black frames. She wore it on her face. The little girl who wore the glasses raised her head. This time, her eyes finally opened. It was a pair of emerald green eyes. Thales opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Hence, in heroic Spirit Palace, between the gaps of the thick bookshelves, next to the glass cabinet that preserved the treaty between the 2 legendary kings, a little girl with platinum hair and a dirty face, wearing round, thick black glasses, lay on the ground in a daze. She stared blankly at Thales, who sat on the ground with his back against the glass cabinet. Chapter 134. Cohen and Miranda stepped on the slushy ground. In winter, the streets of Dragon Cloud City were messy and random compared to the meticulous and orderly streets of Eternal Star City. Sometimes they were straight, and the width of the roads varied. The houses on both sides of the streets were stacked on top of each other irregularly. Sharp icicles formed under the eaves, and the signs were piled with snow that fell from time to time. But Cohen felt that although the former was orderly, it always gave people a sense of coldness and seriousness, while the latter seemed to be random and messy, but there was a kind of harmonious order in it. This feeling was especially obvious when he saw the Northlanders walking through the streets and alleys skillfully, working and living in the twisting and turning areas. The Armor District was one of them. Loud voices with Northland accents could be heard from afar in the cold weather, accompanied by hearty laughter and curses from time to time. The Northland men, wrapped in thick winter clothes and carrying loads of goods, hurried back and forth. The women carried or hugged baskets and stopped from time to time to talk to the people on both sides of the street. They were as fierce and shrewd as the men when they bargained. The children on the street ran happily in groups. This seemingly chaotic yet unique Northland characteristic made Cohen feel as if he had returned to the Great Desert, to the Western Frontlines, to Blade Fang's dune camp. That chaotic land where soldiers, terrorists, criminals, scum, thugs, desperados, mercenaries, and adventurers gathered. It was just as chaotic and messy, but it did not have the darkness, violence, and brutality of the latter. Instead, it was bright, secure, and peaceful amidst the chaos. Miranda Arund, the Northlander, could only frown slightly. As someone who was used to the sternness of the Tower of Eradication and the tidiness of Constellation, the lifestyle of her fellow Northlanders made her feel particularly uncomfortable. A group of Dragon Cloud City soldiers walked toward them on the street. The leader of the group greeted the civilians around him from time to time. "It's the disciplinary officer," Cohen said in a low voice. "There aren't many outsiders in the armor district. We're already very conspicuous. Let's find a place to hide." Miranda nodded slightly and turned on her heel. She and Cohen naturally and skillfully turned into an alley between two houses. They cut into the narrow area and continued to search for their target. His short career as a police officer had given the workaholic Cohen rich experience in patrolling and searching the city. He skillfully moved along the outer walls of the houses, occasionally looking for possible hiding spots. Miranda looked at the empty alley in front of her and listened to the still noisy street. She frowned and asked, "Where is the place that Gu mentioned?" "It should be nearby," Cohen muttered as he searched. "What we need to do is to confirm which of these houses has." Right at this moment, both of them were stunned. Then, they all turned their heads. In the alley they were in, a person with light footsteps appeared. He slowly walked toward the two of them. Cohen looked puzzled, and Miranda's pupils shrank. It was a young Northland man with a gloomy face and slightly dark skin. He was dressed in a dirty and tattered robe. He was just an ordinary poor man in Dragon Cloud City. The young man seemed to have encountered some kind of setback and sadness. He lowered his head and walked towards them, as if he didn't see them. In the alley, Cohen and Miranda looked at each other and moved aside to make way for the young poor man in tattered clothes. The latter passed between them. The moment he passed the two of them. "Hey, you!" Under Cohen's questioning gaze, Miranda suddenly turned around and called out to the man. The young poor man was stunned and turned around in confusion. "Are you going to assassinate someone in secret?" Miranda said slowly with narrowed eyes. "What? Assassinate what?" The young man looked even more puzzled. Cohen furrowed his brows. Miranda would never do something without a reason. Miranda's eyes flashed. She gestured with her chin and raised her eyebrows. "If it's not to assassinate someone in secret, then why are you so careful to hide the sword at your waist under your clothes, and you're still pretending to be walking normally?" The young man's expression froze. Cohen's breath instantly stopped. He looked at the man's waist, but he couldn't find any protrusion that proved that this person had a weapon under his robe. "I don't understand, what does my sword have to do with you?" the young man complained with a confused and dissatisfied expression. But he was quickly interrupted by Miranda. "Stop pretending." Miranda slowly placed her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist and her expression became serious. "For the past 3 years, I've had to deal with dozens of spies, scouts, spies, and smugglers who cross the border every day." The young man's originally unfocused gaze began to focus. Cohen tacitly moved his feet and blocked the other side of the young man. In this narrow alleyway, he had nowhere to run, and was blocked from the front and back. "Do you know what these people have in common with you?" The Arund family's daughter shook her head mockingly. "That is, they all think they're good at hiding things." The young man slowly straightened his body, his expression becoming colder and colder. Miranda sighed. And I thought that as long as their eyes were calm and their expressions were calm, no one would be able to discover their intentions. Cohen chuckled. My God, Miranda's observational skills, she's definitely more suitable for the police than I am. With a little more effort, it's not like I can't join the kingdom's secret intelligence department. When he thought of the secret intelligence department and Raphael, who was in the secret intelligence department, Cohen's heart sank again. Don't be impulsive, sir. Cohen, who was in a bad mood, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and said in a low voice, We just want to confirm something. This alley is not suitable for drawing a sword. What a pity. The young man also sighed regretfully. If only I had another second to walk to the most appropriate position. In the next moment, the battle began. The young man's right elbow shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. With a whistling sound, it instantly attacked Cohen's head. Cohen's pupils twitched. Instead of retreating, he calmly moved forward. Raising his left hand, he used the side of his arm to parry his opponent's elbow. Asterisk thud. Asterisk it was the dull sound of elbows colliding. Both of them trembled at the same time as they felt the bones in their hands shake violently. The blonde police officer's expression did not change. He extended his right hand, ready to catch the back of his opponent's elbow. But in the next second, the young man swung his right hand and pressed it against the side of Cohen's left arm. With a forceful push, he borrowed the momentum from Cohen's forward charge to turn around and rush out. The elbow just now was a feint. Cohen's gaze sharpened. His opponent's target is Miranda. The young man's figure shot toward Miranda. At the same time, he kicked out with his right leg and attacked the black-haired swordswoman. With a cold expression, Miranda turned her body in an instant. Her back was pressed against the wall. She avoided her opponent's fierce attack. But her left leg was already suspended in midair. She lifted it up. In the next moment, Miranda seemed to move casually with the tip of her foot. His kick landed perfectly on the side of the enemy's right leg, which was whizzing towards him. The young man's expression was astonished. He instantly lost his balance. He quickly pressed his left hand against the wall to stabilize his body. But the sound of wind came from the back of his head. Cohen's heavy fist was already against his back. The young man's muscles trembled. He gritted his teeth and turned around. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Cohen's heavy fist and the young man's right palm collided in midair. But Cohen was the one who took the initiative. It was obvious that he had the upper hand. The young man who hastily received the punch trembled and took a step back. On the other side, Miranda's hand was already aimed at his neck. In the nick of time, the young man quickly turned around. Under the robe around his waist, there was a sword hilt with a brass ball on it. A surge of energy exploded in the young man's body. In an instant, he exploded with astonishing strength in his joints and dodged Miranda's swift and fierce hand knife. In the next moment, a short and nimble sword was unsheathed as the young man turned around. In the narrow alley, he slashed vertically at Cohen from top to bottom. Cohen's sword was too long. It could not be used in the alley. Left with no choice, the police could only use the half-unsheathed sword to block his opponent's vertical slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen's expression changed. A familiar violent fluctuation came from his opponent's sword. Cohen instinctively activated the power of eradication. The glory of the stars immediately rose from the police's body and repelled the violent power. At the same time, the strength of Cohen's arm muscles increased rapidly. His long sword trembled violently and shook off his opponent's sword. The enemy seemed to be surprised by Cohen's calmness and decisiveness in the face of his power. However, he did not hesitate when he missed his attack. Miranda's footsteps were already behind him. In the next second, the enemy leaped up. His legs kicked off the walls on both sides, flipped over Cohen's head, landed on the ground, and dashed away. He wanted to escape. Cohen gritted his teeth and turned around. With a swing of his right arm, he shook off the stinging pain and numbness caused by the infiltration of the power. The police immediately took off and chased after his opponent. Is that him? Miranda also started running and followed closely behind Cohen. The young man who was running made a sharp turn and entered another alley that was even deeper. I swear on my life. Cohen followed the figure in front of him. As he turned the corner too quickly, he crashed into a wall. However, the police, who had a strong physique, did not care. Without hesitation, he got up and followed. As he ran, he yelled anxiously, "It's that power of eradication. Don't forget your mission." Miranda, who was behind him, had a cold expression. She nimbly leaped with her right hand and grabbed onto a window at the corner. Her body swung like a swing through the sharp turn. She landed, rolled, got up, and ran out. Her movements were smooth as she reminded her companions. Investigate, not fight. The disciplinary officer is still patrolling. In the narrow alley, a wall of earth that was as tall as two people appeared in front of the young man who was running. However, he seemed to have anticipated the terrain. When he was still a distance away, he quickly leaped up, first stepping on the left wall, then the right wall. As he kicked back and forth, the young man flipped over the wall like a spider. Although Cohen was tall, his speed was comparable to that of an elite scout. As he followed behind the young man, he leaped up with all his might and grabbed onto the wall with his upper arm. Cohen, whose face was flushed red, exerted strength in his upper arm muscles. Like a terrifying black-headed ape, he pulled himself over the wall and landed on the ground before giving chase again. Be careful. It's a trap. Miranda, who was following closely behind, turned to the right side of the narrow alley. A rhythmic force rose from her body. He's waiting for us there on purpose. Unlike the young man who borrowed strength from the left and right sides, the lithe Miranda took 6 steps on one side of the wall. Her body tilted, but her speed did not decrease. Instead, she climbed higher and higher until she flipped over the wall as if she was walking on flat ground. Even if it's a trap, we have to chase after it. Cohen, who was chasing at high speed, furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. He was a man of few words. As long as we can stop him in advance. Hit the back of his head. Safe, low profile, and efficient. The young man crouched down and dashed up 3 steps. After passing by 2 stunned Northlanders, he quickly turned into an empty alley. Cohen hurried over and climbed 3 steps in 1 step. While apologizing, he rudely pushed aside 2 Northland residents and squeezed into the alley. Damn it. How can this brat run so well? I'll follow him. Cohen felt his strength draining away and shouted, "You go intercept him." Miranda, who had a tacit understanding with Cohen, did not reply, nor did she follow him into the alley. After she stepped on 3 steps, the power of eradication known as Pegasus music erupted from her body again, and she leaped up from the ground. It's time to take a shortcut. Under the astonished gazes of the 2 Northlanders, Miranda leaped into the air and agilely grabbed onto a protruding clothesline pole. She swung forward agilely, reached out her hand, and grabbed the edge of a window that was 3 stories high. With the help of her legs, she quickly flipped onto the roof. Then, without stopping, she dashed towards the 2 people who were chasing each other in the alley, taking a shortcut on the roof. The young man quickly dashed out of the alley and entered an empty space between 3 houses. Cohen gritted his teeth and sprinted after him. At this moment, Miranda's figure leaped into the air. Miranda gripped the hilt of her sword with a determined expression. She knew that she would land on the empty space, 2 meters in front of the young man. A perfect intercept. But an accident happened. At the moment when she leaped off the roof, Miranda's entire body exploded with a chill. An extremely ominous premonition of danger instantly enveloped her heart. Without thinking, Miranda unsheathed her sword in an instant. She turned around and thrust her hand fiercely downwards. The blade of the sword pierced the roof platform that she had just leaped off from, forcefully stopping Miranda's momentum. In the next second, the figures of the young man and Cohen both disappeared into another alley. Miranda hung on the hilt of her sword with one hand. Her lower body swung with inertia. When her foot swung to the highest point, a piercingly cold sword light slashed out from the side. It barely grazed past Miranda's boots. Miranda broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she managed to stop her momentum in time. Otherwise, she watched the piercingly cold sword light land on the empty space with its master after it missed its target. The master of the sword light, a middle-aged man with short hair, slowly stood up on the empty space. Miranda pressed one hand on the roof, pulled out her sword, and landed on the ground. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with a grave expression. An elite above Supra class. She judged the strength of the enemy in front of her. Disaster sword. Miranda stood up. She adjusted her breathing and said calmly, "We finally meet." The middle-aged man did not answer. He only stared at Miranda as if he was looking at a dead person. "Is this a trap that you specially set up?" Miranda carefully observed her opponent, trying to find any useful information and intelligence. "But, why are there only two of you? Are you that confident?" The middle-aged man shook his head slowly. "Disaster sword? Although it's not the first time I've heard of it, to be called that is really ironic." He turned to the side and flashed the strange sword in his hand. It was supposed to be an ordinary longsword, but the spine of the sword was hollowed out, and a hollow groove appeared out of nowhere. The groove extended from the middle of the sword to the tip of the sword, taking up about 1/3 of the length of the sword. Miranda narrowed her eyes. It was common to have a groove on a sword. The groove on a sword was not for the purpose of bleeding, but to reduce the weight. Hence, the groove would start from the base of the sword and end at the center of the sword. However, there were two things different about the middle-aged man's sword. First, his sword had a hollow groove. This would undoubtedly greatly reduce the weight of the sword, but it would also cause the quality of the sword to decrease. Second, the groove started from the tip of the sword and ended at the center of the sword. This meant that it was very likely that the groove was forged for the function of bleeding. To achieve these two things, the swordsmiths had to have extremely high forging skills. Miranda was certain that she could only find such excellent swordsmiths in the Tower of Eradication, elves, and dwarves. "You're very good." The middle-aged man's expression was indifferent. He spoke in a hoarse voice, "You actually managed to find your way here from Constellation. It seems that the Tower of Eradication has also improved. They know that we're Constellations?" Miranda was acutely aware that something was wrong. "How did we get exposed? Is it really like what Caslin said? In the eyes of experts, there's no way for us to hide our origins? So, why did you become the lackeys of a certain Archduke of Extet?" Miranda was not in a hurry to draw her sword. Instead, she tried to continue gathering information. This was what the Fortress Flower had told her, the most important principle as a commander: know yourself and know your enemy. "You actually assassinated the Prince of Constellation for them? What benefits does this bring to you?" Miranda continued to probe. "Other than entering the Tower of Eradication, what is your goal? The throne of Extet? The throne of Constellation? Or a war between the two of them?" "Our goal?" The middle-aged man's expression was still indifferent and calm. "The throne, war?" There was disdain and coldness in his words. "Such short-sighted goals are not qualified to enter our sights. Even entering the Tower of Eradication is just a small effort that we took advantage of the situation." Miranda frowned fiercely. "If it's not for the throne, and not for war, then, why did they hide in Black Sand region and use the mystic guns to assassinate the Prince of Constellation? It can't be for justice. It seems that you've been entrenched here for a long time." Miranda's heart sank. She decided to change her approach. "You've even infiltrated Dragon Cloud City's arms black market and Black Sand region's mystic gun unit. Since you've already been exposed, why didn't you use a few units to deal with us?" "Mystic guns?" The middle-aged man raised his sword gently and paid no attention to Miranda's words. "As a swordsman, you'd better focus on your own sword, no matter how powerful those weapons are." Miranda let out a long breath. Damn it. Watertight. Draw your sword. We come from the same source, but we're destined to be enemies, the middle-aged man said flatly. Before the disciplinary officer and the soldiers arrive, we have 5 minutes to settle the battle. It seems like I won't be able to get anything out of him. Miranda took a deep breath, turned her wrist, crouched down, and seriously made a starting gesture. Unless, capture him alive. Or, kill him. The two of them approached each other slowly. Miranda let go of her senses, and the Pegasus music rose slowly. To feel the rhythm of the other party's battle. Miranda told herself this time, just like in countless previous battles. However, in the next second, the sword flashed. Miranda's pupils instantly dilated. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk there was no rhythm for her to feel at all. Because, under Miranda's shocked gaze, the middle-aged man's sword instantly crossed the distance of 5 steps. Before she could react, it pierced her left chest. Cohen, who was in hot pursuit, turned a corner, only to find that the young man had stopped in the alley in front of him. He was no longer running. The police officer stomped on the ground and stopped abruptly after taking 3 steps. Cohen held the hilt of his sword and adjusted his breathing. It seems that the swordsmen of the Tower of Eradication aren't that great after all. A smile appeared on the young man's face. Miranda did not follow. Cohen's heart skipped a beat. Was she intercepted? Cohen took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. They'd been separated into 2 battlefields. So, Cohen looked at the calm young man with a solemn gaze. You knew we were coming? A genuine supra-class fighter. And, so young. Of course. The young man chuckled and shook his head in satisfaction. Otherwise, do you think you could find us on your own? We wanted to be found by you, that's all. Cohen furrowed his brow. He touched the hilt of his sword at his waist. Goo, did that Far Easterner betray us? *T, this damn alley is too narrow. I'm at a disadvantage when I draw my sword. Not really. We paid him enough money. The young man slowly pulled out the half-sword that was nimble in the alley. We agreed that if anyone comes to inquire about our existence, the young man shrugged and revealed an expression that said, you know what I mean. Oh. Cohen's gaze did not leave the young man's shoulders and legs. His tone was calm and his words were calm. We also paid him. Is that so? That must be the tip you gave. The young man grinned and took a step forward. He raised the half-sword horizontally. Not enough. Cohen sneered and got into a stance as well. The terrain is too narrow. Horizontal slashes and diagonal slashes will be at a disadvantage. Looks like I'll have to relive the swordsmanship taught by one of the scions, Collator, a long time ago. I hope I haven't forgotten everything. So, we're the first contact between the scions inside and outside the tower in the past 40 years. The young man snorted and drew closer to him. The Tower of Eradication and the Disaster Sword? Of course not. Cohen carefully recalled the previous battle and remembered the red and black swordsman in Red Street Market. He calmly replied, 1 or 2 months ago, I met one of your companions in Constellation. He and I are the ones who received this honor. The young man's gaze turned serious. His smile disappeared and he stopped moving. So, you're the one who killed Groudon, he said flatly. Not all of it. Cohen carefully moved his feet. I only took half of the credit, maybe less than half. Their gazes collided in the air. Did you know? The young man took a step to the left and said meaningfully, the Tower of Eradication is the legitimate successor of the Temple of Knights. In the Battle of Eradication, other than a few heroes, they were the most dazzling and noble existence. They fought for the survival of mankind. After the war, in order to prevent the mystics from making a comeback, they worked even harder to maintain the inheritance and development of the power of eradication for hundreds of years. You want to tell me about the history of the Tower of Eradication? Cohen sneered. Just because of you traitors of the Tower of Eradication? Traitors? The young man shook his head and sneered. Do you know how we defeated the mystics back then? His gaze on Cohen became sharper and sharper. Those legendary existences that can't die, grow old, weaken, or perish. They are immortal, but they have their biggest weakness. With this weakness, the mystics can't even withstand a light blow. Cohen gradually found the best place to attack. And the warriors with the legendary anti-mystic equipment opened a path with the power of eradication that could resist mystic energy. They carried the will to die. Cohen's expression was calm and unwavering. The commoners may not know, but we in the Tower of Eradication know very well. The legendary anti-mystic equipment? The power of eradication that can resist mystic energy? Ha! The young man laughed. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. No, you don't know. You live in the shameless lies of the Tower of Eradication. Ordinary power of eradication cannot resist mystic energy, the young man said solemnly. And the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Before it was invented, what did you think we relied on to resist and survive in the face of such an immortal existence? Humph, Cohen's gaze became sharper. He did not care about the young man's words at all. Instead, he actively locked onto his enemy's every flaw. The last disaster sword I met didn't talk as much as you. The next moment, the young man moved his feet and thrust the half-sword in his hand forward. The violent power of eradication erupted from the young man's body. The half-sword in his hand flashed. I can't even feel where the blade is pointing. Cohen gritted his teeth. Does the other party's power of eradication change the path of the sword, obscure my senses, or speed up the sword? *T. *ding. At the last moment, Cohen relied on his instincts and intuition, which he had trained on the battlefield, to block the sword. The half-sword in his hand pressed against Cohen's saber, only 2 inches away from his throat. But what was even more terrifying was his opponent's power of eradication. Compared to the swordsman in Red Street Market, this young man's power of eradication was as brutal as ever, but there was an unbearable piercing pain. It attacked Cohen's sword and arm. Chapter 135. Who are you? Thales sat on the ground in a daze and stared at the girl with a dirty cat face. I just want to find someone to ask for directions out of the Hall of Heroes. I am. Thales paused for a second and decided to stuff his identity information back down his throat. He forced a smile. I just arrived at Heroic Spirit Palace today. Oh. The girl on the ground shrank back a little and said timidly. She adjusted her dusty round black glasses to make them straighter. I thought no one would come here. The thick, black glasses were obviously a little too big. They barely covered the girl's ears. Coupled with her dirty little face, she looked especially comical. Then, may I ask who you are? Thales stood up, patted the dust off his body, and flashed a friendly smile. I am helping someone work here. The little girl stuttered with doubt and hesitation. She glanced at Thales cautiously, as if she was a little afraid. She looked like a little squirrel that had encountered a falcon and was hiding in a tree hole, shivering. She said in a weak voice, I heard from the people in the kitchen that a lot of people will come to Heroic Spirit Palace recently. Thales frowned. Helping someone work? I heard from the kitchen. Could it be? A thought popped up in his mind. According to the routine described by a girl with terminal Chinibu syndrome, if a Shota or Loli popped out of nowhere in an unfamiliar palace and walked freely in the unguarded area, then no matter how sloppily he or she dressed or how strange his or her behavior was, Thales cast a glance at the platinum-haired girl's attire with deep suspicion. There could only be one identity. Are you the daughter of a noble family? Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the petite girl who struggled to get up from the ground. The little girl froze for a moment. As expected. Thales nodded secretly. A routine is a routine. However, in the next moment, the girl lowered her head timidly and shook her head forcefully. Huh? Thales patted the dust off his arms and frowned. The prince wandered around Heroic Spirit Palace, got lost, met the princess of another country, and then did something vulgar, and then engaged in all sorts of flirting. Shouldn't the routine be like this? No, this girl. Thales glanced at the book on the ground, then at the girl's glasses. She can read, and she even knows the language of the ancient empire. If he wasn't a noble, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to learn all of this. Also will not have the opportunity to high myopia. And, in Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales immediately smiled. Your surname is Walton? Is she King Niven's granddaughter or grandniece? But to his surprise, the little girl waved her hands and shook her head desperately as if she had been frightened. No, I'm just a servant. I was ordered to look for something here. Thales frowned again. No? As the little girl shook her head, her large black glasses slid down the bridge of her nose, falling to the ground. The platinum-haired girl was clearly shocked. She squinted her eyes and tried to grab her glasses in midair, fluttering about in a flurry. Perhaps it was due to her poor eyesight or something else, but in her panic, her hand, which she had stretched out recklessly, sent her glasses flying. The wind blew. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously reached out and caught the strange object that flew into his arms, the girl's glasses. Oh. Thales curled his lips. Looks like my reflexes have improved. Glasses. The little girl crouched down, narrowed her eyes, and searched the ground in panic. My glasses. Don't be nervous, they're here with me. Thales comforted her while he curiously raised the round black-rimmed glasses in his hand. The frames of the glasses seemed to be made of metal. No wonder they were so heavy. Unfortunately, a lot of them had been damaged. The lenses were not thin, and they were covered in dust. There were even cracks. He wondered if this world had accurate optometry technology and glasses manufacturing technology. Moreover, the black-rimmed glasses were not as round as they looked from afar. Instead, they were slightly rectangular, like the glasses worn by some important person, prophet. Thales chased away some boring memories. Excuse me. The little girl seemed to be very pessimistic about her eyesight after losing her glasses. She crouched on the ground, her eyes lifeless, and nervously groped in Thales' direction. Don't move. Thales slowly walked in front of the girl. He looked at the pitiful little fellow who was squinting her eyes and trying her best to see clearly. He sighed. He crouched down in front of the girl. In her panic, the girl's hand touched Thales' knee. She was so frightened that she quickly withdrew her hand. Don't be afraid. Thales tried to make his voice sound friendly and gentle. It's okay. Thales extended his hand and brushed aside the little girl's platinum shoulder-length hair, revealing her equally dirty left ear. His hand trembled slightly from the touch of the other party. The little girl crouched on the ground, and her breathing became heavier. The boy opened the glasses and carefully put the frame on the girl's ear. Then, he pressed the frame on the bridge of her little nose. Thales let go of his hand and smiled as he saw the little girl's eyes slowly widen behind the glasses. She opened her mouth wide and stared at the unfamiliar boy in front of her in a daze. Through the dirty lenses, Thales noticed that the little girl's green eyes were crystal clear when he looked at them from a close distance. Be careful, Thales said with a smile. You'd better get a new pair of glasses. These are too big. The little girl suddenly reacted. She quickly got up from the ground and raised her hands to adjust the glasses on her nose. Then, she raised her head and stared at Thales in a daze. But she was finally no longer trembling in fear. The animal-like hostility she felt just now had lessened by a lot. So, you're really just a servant? Thales raised his eyebrows and shrugged helplessly. He decided not to ask further. The little girl shut her mouth and nodded gently. Thales looked at the helpless little girl in front of him and sighed. Then, can you please tell me the way to the Hall of Heroes? The little girl raised her hand timidly. Go out, go straight, turn right, turn left, go downstairs, turn right. Her incoherent narration made Thales feel as if his head was about to explode. Stop. Thales helplessly stopped her and sighed. Forget it, I'd better find it myself. The little girl lowered her head, feeling wronged. I'm sorry, no, it's not your fault. I have no sense of direction. Wait. Thales was about to turn and leave when his gaze shifted to the little girl's lower body. You're reading. Thales' expression became solemn. What book is it? But he had already seen the page that the little girl had turned. The prince's heart sank. Ah, this? The little girl pulled the large book out from under her body in a flurry. With a tense face, she lifted the cover with great difficulty and faced it towards Thales. Thales quickly extended his hand to help her. Dawn of Heroes. At that moment, the little girl's eyes behind her glasses suddenly became lively. Her words became confident and fluent. It tells the story of a few different human leaders during the Battle of Eradication. It was written by an elf named Cahill Yellowhammer. Thales watched the girls change from timidity to fanaticism in slight astonishment. This girl, wait, I should bring my thoughts back to the main topic. The Battle of Eradication, huh? Thales took a deep breath. Many books talk about this. The so-called unknown monster led the traitors of the world to start a war, and we fought back with all our might. Thales' gaze became sharp. What's so different about this book? It's just like the Battle of Eradication. It talks about the strength of the enemy, the hardships and sacrifices of the battle, and our baffling victory in the end. You've read The Battle of Eradication. I heard that it's already out of print. It was written by someone from the Empire. Only Constellation in the South still has it. The little girl's eyes brightened. Her lips curled up, and a dimple appeared on the left side of her face. And this book talks about many, many special things. Thales revealed a look of interest. The little girl's eyes were filled with fanaticism and excitement. For example, it talks about the beginning of the war. From the east to the west, there were endless internal conflicts and frame-ups between the countries. Even the Church of Holy Sun could not suppress it, and the God of Holy Sun had to personally show his divinity to stop these internal conflicts. It also talks about how the King of Renaissance, Prince Tormund, gave an extremely controversial order during the war. He gave up on hatred and old grudges, and used his reputation to recruit all races, including orcs, barren bone people, merfolk, and even long-lived races. He united all forces to fight against the enemy. This order caused him to be dissatisfied with many people, and he was stripped of his military power. For example, Hanbal's Maple Leaf General was actually better at escaping than fighting. The ones who fought against the army of disaster head-on were actually Prince Xingxian and Qinjian. The Maple Leaf General led his remaining troops in the east and hid for a whole 6 years. Through sneak attacks and schemes, the troops actually became stronger and stronger as they fought. For example, Qinjian, the King of Peaks, who was later rumored to be a god, was just a captive before the war. He was imprisoned in the capital of Triumph and was about to be executed soon. On the eve of the war, a suspicious person broke into the prison cell and released Qinjian and his companions. It was said that during the most precarious time, someone opened the gates of hell and signed a contract with the 7 terrifying sovereigns. They successfully brought the demons into our alliance to fight against the calamities. Thales was bombarded by information one after another until he could barely handle it. But he still maintained his objective and calmly asked, then, did it mention how those powerful monsters and calamities came about? It was said that they were the enemies of God. I don't know the details either. The little girl patted the cover of the book, her face glowing. The book said that there was nothing that could fight against those monsters. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. Then how did we win? But the little girl did not seem to listen to him. She continued to narrate happily. The book said that during the early stages of the war, we were completely powerless against those monsters. It did not seem to mention how powerful those monsters were. We could only use blood and sacrifice to slow down the enemy's pace, until some terrifying weapon was invented, Thales sighed. And The little girl pointed at one of the pages of the book, her eyes sparkling. Until a defector appeared among the enemies, Thal's heart instantly froze. With the same great power. Chapter 136. Defection? Wait, with great power. Thales looked at the unkempt little girl in front of him, but his mind had already drifted back to the past. Defection from the calamity's side? The words spoken by the air mystic, Asda Sakern, while standing on the ruins of the chess room during that thrilling night in Red Street Market rang in his ears again. Is this also written in this book? Thales took a deep breath. Does it specifically mention who the traitors are? No, it's not in this book. The little girl shook her head. She raised her dirty little face and blinked her green eyes under her thick glasses. But another political book, The Founding of a Nation, The Stars and the Dragon, mentioned this, but it didn't go into detail, nor did it state who defected. Thales furrowed his brows. It was mentioned in Chapter 6, the influence of external forces in the two kingdoms. The little girl seemed to be a little afraid that Thales would not believe her. She quickly put down the thick book in her hands with great difficulty, extended her tender finger, and pointed behind Thales in a well-practiced manner. That book is in the 6th row after entering the door, on the 5th layer of the bookshelf on the left, between the collection of Rudo Gangard and the Book of Decision, the Will of the King of Wrath. Wow, such a precise location. Thales retracted his gaze from the layers of bookshelves. He rolled his eyes and was a little surprised. Are you familiar with the books here? This girl. What kind of person is she to have the opportunity to learn, read, and be so familiar with the books in Heroic Spirit Palace? Is she really just a servant? Ah. I just. The little girl seemed to be startled. She lowered her head and was a little nervous. I read a lot of books. You have a good memory. Thales looked around the huge library and said suspiciously, Are you the librarian here? The little girl was stunned, then shook her head timidly but firmly. All right. Thales shrugged helplessly. So this is the Walton family's library? Yes, you can say that. The little girl's eyes lit up again, and the dimple on the left side of her face appeared again. Legend has it that Her Majesty Chlorosis loves to read. So, after the war, King Rikaru gathered all the books that could be found in the entire region, the country, and even the entire continent for her. It is recorded in the collection of the Archduke's tokens of Dragon Cloud City, Rikaru Ecclesiastes. He remembered the majestic statue of the warrior on the stone bridge at the top of Heroic Spirit Palace that led to the Cliff of the Sky. Hence, many of the books were collected after the Battle of Eradication, before the various countries began to eliminate traces of magic on a large scale. No wonder there were so many books in the language of the ancient empire. There might even be books in other languages, or even languages of the non-human world. So, even though there had been a large-scale purge, there were still more clues about calamities and magic in these books than in other places. I wonder how Constellation's famous Jade Star Grand Library compares to this place. The little girl seemed especially happy when she talked about these things. She also forgot her nervousness and fear. She continued to chatter on. Until Archduke Shalon was in power, Dragon Cloud City stopped collecting books and filling up the library because no one had seen Her Majesty for many years. This place was originally a corner of Heroic Spirit Palace, so it became more and more desolate. Wait a minute, Chlorosis. Thales finally reacted. He looked surprised. You mean Rikaru's Queen of the Sky? The female great dragon who married a human? Hearing Thales' way of addressing her, the little girl seemed to become nervous again. Do not be disrespectful to Her Majesty the First Queen. She shook her head, and her glasses looked like they were about to fall off again. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly raised her small hands to protect her cheeks and held the frame of her glasses tightly. Use the honorific, Your Majesty, and call her by her first name. Thales was stunned. Don't worry. That queen can't hear you anyway. Thales looked at the funny girl who was protecting her small face with amusement. He said indifferently, "It's not too late to talk about it when I see her with my own eyes." "No, if it's your first time seeing Her Majesty, it will be a different set of etiquette." The little girl shook her head and pouted. Great dragons are noble and sacred. They naturally hate rudeness and disrespect. If mortals are lucky enough to meet her, they must kneel down on one knee, bow their head, and respectfully report their full name. They can only get up after the other party agrees. Or else? Thales was amused. Or else the great dragon will hate you. The little girl with platinum hair and glasses stared straight at Thales. There was a serious expression on her small face that resembled a tabby cat. Thales burst out laughing. Under the little girl's angry and aggrieved gaze, Thales tried his best to restrain his smile. All right. If I really meet her, I will definitely follow your instructions. But Chlorosis, Queen, hasn't no one seen her for more than 600 years? How do you know if the legend of the great dragon is true?" The little girl showed a displeased expression but did not say anything. Thales narrowed his eyes. If Rikaru and his queen really fought that earth-shattering battle of eradication, there should at least be some evidence. For example, what kind of enemies did she defeat? Enemies such as Asda? It's not like that. Her Majesty the Queen is real. The little girl who was covering her face seemed a little angry. The evidence is behind you, in that glass cabinet. Thales turned his head and looked at the glass cabinet he had just seen, the agreement between Tormund and Rikaru. This is year 11 of the calendar of eradication, Rikaru and Tormund, Extet and Constellation's agreement on dealing with border issues. The little girl propped up her glasses and moved closer. It was signed by the two kings in the suzerain's longhouse in Cold Castle. It is the earliest agreement between Extet and Constellation in history. The two kings agreed not to interfere with each other and expand their territories separately. Year 11 of the calendar of eradication, Rikaru and Tormund. Thales finally gave up on repeating the awkward-sounding title. He frowned. Such a long name? The appendix to the treaty is even longer. The little girl pouted and pointed at the long glass cabinet. The paper is 3 feet long. Her Majesty Chlorosis' signature is right before the two kings. Thales walked past the appendices to the first formal agreement in the history of the two countries, which were contained in 3 glass cabinets. From the land at the border, the people, the time to hunt, the religion they worshipped, and the relationship between the suzerains, the agreement had regulations and explanations. Just as Thales' eyes were about to blur, he finally came to the last glass cabinet and found a few names with different handwriting. It was obvious that they were personally signed. Witness, Chlorosis Nerman Dalla Dosal from the other side of the sea. Look. The little girl pressed her face against the glass cabinet. This is the first queen's signature. It was a thick and powerful signature. The connection between each letter was natural and smooth. But the signature of another witness next to it attracted all of Thales' attention. Witness, Bran Quills Tabark from the Soul Tower. It was the same skillful and elegant cursive signature. However, Soul Tower. Thales remembered Ramon's words and engraved the name in his heart. Also, Tabark, one of the 6 great clans of Constellation. He ruled Blade Edge Hill in the southwest of the kingdom for generations. He had a blood moon as his family emblem, Tabark. The cold and arrogant figure in the Hall of Stars appeared before Thales' eyes. That valiant and heroic young duchess, Lyanna Tabark. Then, his gaze shifted downward again. It was the signature of the two kings. Signatories, the common elected king of Extet, the king supported by the Northlanders, the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. Rikaru Brewster Extet. Signatories, the supreme king of Constellation, the legitimate descendant of the Empire's imperial family, the suzerain of Eternal Star City. Tormund Camelot Carlos Jade Star. Both signatures had one thing in common: ugly. Ugly. Not just any kind of ugly. Rikuru's signature was like that of a child who had just learned how to use a pen. Stroke by stroke, he slowly scratched out from the paper. It was childish and stiff, as if he was afraid that he would make a mistake if he wrote too fast. Tormund's signature was a series of rapid handwriting. It was so sloppy that the spelling was almost indistinguishable. It was like a person who was self-aware of his own handwriting and used rapid handwriting to cover it up. Thales looked at his ancestor's sloppy signature, which was like an octopus tentacle. He suddenly felt that the handwriting he learned in a month was at least legible. King Rikuru's background is mysterious, but many people think that he is a commoner, so he did not have the opportunity to receive education. His handwriting. The little girl noticed Thales' gaze and said sheepishly, "And King Tormund is just an illegitimate child of the imperial family." It is said that he was ostracized when he was young, probably. Thales could not help but laugh. It seemed that the founding monarchs of the two kingdoms were boorish people who could not even write their own names properly. Compared to the neat and beautiful signatures of the witnesses on the first row, Thales could even imagine the hesitation and embarrassment of the two kings when they signed their names, as well as the affection and appreciation they felt for each other after they saw each other's signatures. But at this moment, Thales was slightly stunned. Tormund Camelot Carlos Jadestar. Tormund's full name. Even though Tormund's handwriting was sloppy, Thales could still make out the initial letters of each name. T. Tormund C. Camelot K. Carlos S. Jadestar. Thales shuddered violently. The little girl noticed Thales's abnormality. She reached out to wipe off the stain on the glass that was smeared by her own face. Then, she raised her head curiously. "What's wrong?" At this moment, another voice came from afar. "Little rascal. Little rascal." Hearing this voice, the bespectacled little girl's face trembled. Like a mouse that had encountered a cat, she could not stop herself from trembling. Thales raised his head in surprise. It was an extremely impatient, childish voice that came from behind the bookshelf. "Why are you dawdling? Are you done?" As the voice got closer, its owner appeared in front of Thales and the little girl. It was another teenage girl. She looked to be a head taller than the sloppy bespectacled little girl. This new girl had brown hair and blue eyes. Her face was exquisite, and she wore a gorgeous handmade dress. The sleeves and collar were exquisitely decorated. She even had a beautiful hair accessory in her hair. If it was not for the angry expression on her face, she would have looked like a perfect doll from his previous life. The new girl saw Thales, but she only glanced at his clothes, which were covered in dust due to the fall. She then turned around arrogantly and looked at the trembling, thin, bespectacled girl. "Little rascal." The bespectacled little girl's face was full of panic. "Miss, the homework that the teacher gave me for etiquette is due tomorrow. Why aren't you done yet? If I find out that you're secretly reading." The new girl's dissatisfied voice paused. Her eyes drifted to the stack of books behind the two of them. She first showed an expression that said, "I knew it." Then, she frowned and glared at the bespectacled girl whom she called Little Rascal. Little Rascal trembled and cast a pleading look at Thales, who did not know what was going on. "Okay." The new girl tugged at her neat dress and walked forward with a furious expression. "You're really reading. You little rascal." The next second, under Thales' surprised gaze, the new girl raised her hand high. She hit the bespectacled girl named Little Rascal on the head. "Ah!" Little Rascal cried out in pain. Her lips trembled, she closed her eyes and crouched down with her hands on her head in fear. "You should be good and finish my homework for tomorrow." Thales stared in shock at the new girl's disgusted expression. She took a step forward and raised her hand again. Instead of ignoring master's homework, slacking off and reading. This time, she hit Little Rascal's face. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the little girl's black glasses fell to the ground. "I didn't. Miss Alex." Little Rascal seemed to be used to this kind of treatment. She did not resist at all, but sniffled and cried. "I didn't have homework for etiquette class." To find The topic, you have to look up, the founding of Constellation and Extet, you're still talking back. The new pretty girl pouted angrily. You're just my maid. How dare you? But Thales grabbed her hand tightly when she raised it again. Wait. Thales looked displeased. You're a noble. It's not appropriate to beat and scold a servant. The brown-haired, blue-eyed girl glanced at Thales in displeasure. And who are you? The black-haired boy let go of the girl's hand and looked angry. Thales Jade Star. Poor little rascal crouched on the ground in fear. She squinted her eyes and trembled as she reached for her glasses. Oh, the prince who came to beg for mercy from Grandpa. The new girl was stunned. She then looked at the boy who was a head shorter than her and smiled in disdain. I'm giving my maid the punishment she deserves. You better stay away. Damn it. Thales frowned and looked at the unruly young lady in front of him. I thought I could escape from this brat after escaping from the abandoned house. At that moment, Lady Alex. Thales and the new girl froze. The administrator of Heroic Spirit Palace, Lord Merk, who brought Thales into the Hall of Heroes, appeared before them. With a cold expression, he stopped the children from getting into a fight. Your Highness. Lord Merk bowed to Thales and said slowly, You've gone too far. Merk's presence seemed to have caused the girl some misgivings. She pouted and turned her head to the other side. Your Grace. Thales nodded. He turned his head and looked worriedly at the scruffy little rascal who had just touched her glasses. This place, Merk frowned. He looked at the brown-haired girl with concern. This is Alex. Merk sighed and extended his hand to the little girl in the exquisite dress. Lady Alex Walton is King Nuven's granddaughter. Lady Alex, this is King Kessel's son from Constellation, His Highness Thales Jadestar. Following Merk's introduction and Merk's urging gaze, the little girl first raised her head arrogantly, then snorted through her nose. Then, she reluctantly pulled up her skirt and bowed to Thales. Thales nodded and frowned. Alex Walton? Sounds like a boy's name. And King Nuven's granddaughter? I've never heard of Prince Mariah having a daughter. Didn't King Nuven say that Prince Mariah is unmarried? Then, Merk turned to Alex and tried to persuade his master's granddaughter. My lady, what you're doing isn't appropriate, especially in front of Prince Thales of Constellation, Merk. Nuven the Seventh's granddaughter, Alex pouted in dissatisfaction. She's my maid. My family pays for her food and lodging, and this prince is going to, Lady Alex. Merk showed a rare stern look. His words were laced with anger. This is not your bedroom. This is King Rikaru's library. Alex was startled. She flinched as if afraid of Merk. Humph, Alex tugged at her hair ornament, her eyes blazing. She pulled little rascal who was still squatting on the floor. Come with me, little rascal. Little rascal slid a step due to the tug. She clutched her glasses tightly, her eyes red. Let's go back to the bedroom and settle this. Alex said fiercely. She glanced at Thales and Merk, then turned to leave. Little rascal looked uneasy. She lowered her head and followed, trembling. She turned to look at Thales, her eyes filled with fear. Thales clenched his fists. Merk heaved a sigh as he watched the two girls walk away from him. He picked up the books that little rascal did not have time to tidy up and stuffed them into the bookshelf. Lady Alex is Prince Mariah's elder brother, the daughter of Prince Soria, the late king's eldest son. Since she lost her parents and King Nuven dotes on her too much, so, Merk shook his head. Thales flashed an ugly smile. I see. The late King Nuven's eldest son? So, with Prince Mariah's assassination, the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City, the Walton family of Cloud Dragon Spear, does not have a direct male heir. How did he pass away? Thales stared at the emblem of a dragon head in the glass cabinet. He said quietly, that. Prince Soria? Merk lowered his head and frowned. More than 10 years ago, during a hunting accident. In Thales' eyes, Merk's gaze was gloomy, his tone dispirited. I was still in the White Blade Guards then. I was supposed to be responsible for his safety, but I failed to protect him. Merc shook his head numbly. Thales shifted his gaze. Please follow me back to your bedroom. Merc seemed reluctant to talk more. He quickly adjusted his expression, turned around, and added sternly, I believe your attendants are waiting anxiously, and you still have to attend the banquet tonight. Thales was shocked. He looked up. Right, I have to find Putre. Tell him exactly what happened here, and ask for his wisdom and help. Especially, also, His Majesty asked me to bring you a message in reply to what you said through Nicholas, Merc said flatly. Thales' gaze froze. King Niven? Lord Merc narrowed his eyes. His Majesty agreed to put aside his original plan for the time being. Please do as you wish, as long as His Majesty wishes. Chapter 137. The sun was setting, and the sky in Dragon Cloud City had begun to darken. But in this narrow alleyway, the sound of metal colliding could be heard, and the continuous flashes of sparks illuminated the two people in the middle of a fierce battle. Clang! Cohen gritted his teeth, lowered his body, and raised his saber. Relying on his instincts, he once again narrowly blocked his opponent's slash. No! He couldn't sense the direction of his opponent's attack. If this went on, he was going to lose. Cohen took a deep breath and took 2 steps back, increasing the distance between him and the enemy. At this point, the police and the enemy's swords had already clashed 6 times. Cohen focused all his attention on his opponent's hand and sword, thinking about the effect of his opponent's power of eradication in concealing the direction of his attack. But that was not what worried him the most. The police officer's right hand could not stop trembling. The glory of the stars shone with a silver light on his skin, trying his best to neutralize the ruthless power of eradication that invaded his arm during the fierce battle. That was terrible. It was the same as the previous encounter. The power of eradication would automatically transmit itself through the force on the sword. Without warning, it invaded, infiltrated, and destroyed all human tissues that could host the power of eradication. Cohen tightened the muscles in his right arm, his face as cold as ice. It's a good sword, but it's a pity it's not suitable for this kind of terrain. The young man looked at Cohen's silver sword with a black hilt and smiled happily in the narrow alley. Does it have a name? The young man was very confident. The narrow alley restricted Cohen's saber, and his hand-and-a-half sword was nimble and unhindered. Coupled with his terrifying power of eradication, the young man gritted his teeth. In this battle, be it the environment, strategy, strength, or technique, he had the upper hand. And these are the people the Tower of Eradication sent to hunt us down? The young man looked at Cohen and smiled while shaking his head in his heart. Cohen Caribbean, Cohen replied coldly. Just like Groudon in Red Street Market, the young man's power of eradication was also filled with a suffocating violence. Apart from that, when they exchanged blows, the police officer felt as if he was being pricked by needles. This severely affected Cohen's movements. So, ruthlessness and madness are common characteristics, while the sense of pain and the ability to conceal one's direction are personal attributes of the power of eradication? If that's the case. Cohen sighed and clenched his fist. Oh, I'm not asking for your name. The young man narrowed his eyes and pointed his sword between Cohen's eyes. I'm asking for the name of your sword. My trophy. Under the gaze of the young man, Cohen heaved a sigh of relief. He lifted the blade with his left hand and said helplessly, You were asking about this sword? Oh, this is a family heirloom. As for the name. Cohen's expression turned solemn. It will tell you. The next moment, the silver sword was already in front of the young man's eyes. This was the first time Cohen took the initiative to attack after 2 rounds of defense, a dangerous thrust. The young man cast his doubts out of his mind and swung his arm confidently. The power of eradication, which had almost become one with him, surged up violently, as if he was being stabbed by needles. Amidst the wonderful feeling of exhilaration and pain, he raised his sword towards Cohen. A smile appeared on his face. The young man knew that the power of eradication he possessed was far more powerful than the so-called conservative swordsman of eradication, regardless of whether it was a trainee who had walked through the tower of eradication or a powerful swordsman who had been immersed in this path for many years. Its destructive and amplifying power, the young man felt the pain from the power coursing through his body, was almost unimaginable, especially when it surged into his opponent's body like a violent beast. The victor would be decided at that moment. But the young man's expression suddenly froze. He realized that his opponent this time was different. Clang. Cohen's longsword touched the young man's sword. He did not have the slightest intention of parrying, blocking, fighting, or locking his blade. Instead, he did not use any strength and parted with the first touch. The young man frowned and Cohen's next attack was launched. Another thrust. The young man dodged the rapier that was aimed at his abdomen and watched in disbelief as Cohen once again deftly parried his sword without any intention of fighting. This guy. The young man gritted his teeth in shock. What's going on? Damn it. Come on. The suppressed young man roared, and the violent power of eradication in his body erupted to its highest level. Cohen immediately felt a faint prickling pain on his skin. Are you afraid of fighting me? But the young man did not panic, nor did he get excited. He just continued to calmly execute one attack after another, thrust. Do you still think that you can rely on your unexpected power of eradication to interfere with your opponent? Cohen said coldly as he thrust again. The young man was shocked and angry as he spun his sword, trying to use the sword lock from the sword of eradication to trap Cohen's saber. But the police's sword only touched it for a moment before it was withdrawn. He did not give his opponent any chance to fight. Not even a second. Relying on the power of eradication, is this your strategy? Cohen calmly interfered with his opponent and quickly advanced. I've said it before, you are not the first disaster sword I've met. When I was recuperating from my injuries, I made thousands of predictions, thought about, and rehearsed how to deal with the violent power of eradication. The destructive effect of the power of eradication also needs time, and it is transmitted through contact, right? Cohen said coldly. For example, when you fight with your sword? The young man looked at Cohen in shock. In the next second, Cohen's expression changed as he retracted his sword. He quickly turned around. Compared to Groudon, compared to your senior who ran on the battlefield and experienced life and death, Cohen roared angrily and unleashed another sudden stab. You're still far from that. The young man could not dodge. He could only take a step back and block the attack with his sword. Hiss, the soft and short sound of metal scraping against each other rose and died down in an instant. The young man blocked Cohen's sword and watched in a disheveled manner as it pierced past his left ear, bringing with it a sharp sound of wind. Then, he watched helplessly as his enemy's sword once again avoided the clash of swords and attacks, and soared away like a proud falcon. He waited for the next thrust. As for using the terrain to suppress my overly long sword? Cohen's voice sounded especially detestable in the young man's ears. What a childish tactic. One thrust and it'll be over. Simple, direct, and effective. The narrow alley might have restricted Cohen's sword and swordsmanship, but it also prevented the young man from displaying his agility. Faced with a straight thrust that could usually be easily dodged, the young man could only raise his sword again and again to block and defend. It was not that the young man had never thought of giving up on defense and going on the offensive, forcing Cohen to fight with him. The problem was that his hand-and-a-half sword was shorter than Cohen's sword. If he forced himself on Cohen, it was very likely that he would be pierced through the heart by Cohen's sword before he could execute his killing move. The hand-and-a-half sword, which was more suitable for swinging in the narrow alley, instantly became the young man's shortcoming. Damn it. The young man looked at his opponent's rapier with indignation. I actually became the passive and disadvantaged party? Cohen, who had gained the upper hand, calmly turned his body to the side. With his right foot in front of him, he quickly followed up with a twist of his wrist. His sword did not stop. It was another sudden thrust. The young man retreated pathetically as he continuously parried. How lucky. Cohen chuckled in his heart. In this narrow alley, when I can't slash or slash. Master Curatle, thank goodness you didn't forget your swordsmanship. One of the 8 great inheritors of the Tower of Eradication, Stink Curatle of the Olumbia Kingdom in Thornland, specialized in the thrusting sword technique. The thrusting sword technique originated from the era of the Final Empire. It was an elegant duel between southern knights wielding light swords. The key to this fencing technique was to test the opponent's movements and deliver a fatal blow. It was once widely spread in the south, even if it was once ridiculed by many generals and knights as the maiden sword. But now, Cohen had given up on using normal swordsmanship in the narrow alley and switched to the thrusting sword technique, turning the disadvantage of his sword's length into an advantage. It also prevented his opponent from using their power of eradication to gain the upper hand. In the next thrust, the young man struggled to move. He finally relied on a protruding window to avoid Cohen's attack. Every type of power of eradication is different. Cohen sheathed his sword again and calmly walked past the window, which had obviously been lengthened by its owner. He stared at his enemy with a determined gaze. Even the same power of eradication differs from person to person. Different people will have different subtle changes. The young man looked at the narrow alley on his left and right, then at the exit in the distance. He was extremely anxious. I don't know what effect your power of eradication has, to be able to conceal the direction of your sword in a fierce fight. The police officer snorted. But you must have heard of my power of eradication. Cohen grinned and gave what he thought was his most handsome smile. The glory of the stars. The young man's expression changed. The glory of the stars. The 4 primitive transcendents. No, the power of eradication. In the next moment, Cohen roared and charged forward. A faint starry blue light shone on the skin of his arm. The police officer's sword continued to thrust forward without stopping. The young man gritted his teeth and twisted his wrist as much as he could, trying to use a fan-shaped sword style to block the endless thrusts. Damn it. He must be one of the 8 seeds in the Tower of Eradication. The young man who bore the hope of the Tower of Eradication's future. Ding. 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 The fleeting sound was like the sound of rain falling on the ground, lingering in the ears. My glory of the stars can balance the rhythm of every movement and every breath in my body. Amidst the endless thrusts, Cohen pressed forward. Even though he was clearly in the midst of a high-speed attack, his words were surprisingly coherent, as if he did not need to take a breath. Like the bright stars in the night sky, shining one after another, rising and falling one after another. Ding. 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 The light of the sword danced. The thrusts and retractions were casual and coherent. The young man frowned. He could only retreat as the sword in his hand trembled. It seems to be irregular and indistinct. Cohen pressed forward. To the young man's ears, his words were as fatal as the ferryman's bell in Hell's River. In reality, it is continuous and never stops. Cohen's expression did not change. He parried the young man's sword, and under the latter's shocked gaze, he thrust the most threatening sword without stopping. Rip. As the young man roared, his left shoulder was finally wounded. Affected, his movements became unstable, and he was instantly stabbed in the right side of his ribs. Then his left leg, right elbow, and the side of his neck. Under Cohen's relentless attacks, the young man staggered 6 steps back in pain. He tried his best to widen the distance between them. With wounds all over his body, the young man panted heavily. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Cohen, who was walking towards him step by step. This is my power of eradication. Compared to your despicable, violent, and meaningless power that only knows how to destroy, the glory of the stars is like another sort of mine. It's fused with the deepest part of my body, allowing my movements to be seamless and without pause. Cohen sighed. From there, I can release the most dazzling and unparalleled attacks. The young man used his sword to support himself on the ground and watched in despair as Cohen approached. You ended the swordsmanship of a seed, Cohen said flatly. It's time to pay the price. Expressionlessly, he raised his sword at his enemy. Cohen flashed a friendly smile and said slowly, Or, do you want to tell me why you assassinated the Prince of Constellation? And, which archdukes or the nobles under them do you serve? But the young man, who was covered in blood, laughed out loud. What a joke. We never serve anyone. The young man laughed hoarsely. Blood flowed from his left shoulder, which was the deepest wound, and dyed the snow red. Even if it's just a temporary collaboration, we only listen to our own will. Cohen furrowed his brows. Collaboration? Why do they want to collaborate with an archduke? For power? Wealth? Status? Survival? Common goals? Or something else? As for you, do you think you've won just like that? You old men from the academy. Before Cohen's eyes, the young man trembled as he flashed a ferocious smile. In this short amount of time, my teacher would have already taken your companion. You're here to hold me back. I know this very well. Cohen cut him off with a calm expression. A supra-class rookie. The young man's expression froze. So that your companion, that old man who seems more powerful, can quickly finish off the weaker enemy and rush over to support you, right? The police officer was like a battle-hardened warrior. He sighed helplessly. But what exactly gave you the illusion that girl is weaker? That girl. Under the young man's surprised gaze, Cohen chuckled and shook his head. She's our batch's final assessment in the Tower of Eradication. Among the 8 seeds, Chief. When Thales finally met Put-Ray and the others in the room specially prepared for him in Heroic Spirit Palace, the second Prince of Constellation and his followers all heaved a huge sigh of relief. You mean, in their territory, you refused to cooperate with King Nuvan without hesitation, and were prepared to use your own method to help him find the murderer? Put-Ray frowned as he stood by the window and stared at the snowy scenery outside. His thoughts raced. Should I say that I'm extremely daring, or that I don't know what's good for me? When there were no outsiders around, Put-Ray's attitude towards him had always been impolite. He did not even bother to address him as Your Highness. However, this overstepping of his authority seemed to have improved a lot after Broken Dragon Fortress. At least, the sarcasm when he used the title of Little Prince was reduced. More or less. Thales lay on the chair in an inelegant manner. He looked exhausted. What happened just now tells me that the gloomy old man with the crown won't have any good plans. For example, pushing me to the 5 archdukes and seeing if anyone wants to kill me in private. Thales leaned against the chair in an inelegant manner. In any case, I've already deeply understood the brutality and directness of the Northlanders. Thales sighed. Observing the Archduke's attitudes and reactions towards killing me to find the murderer. Only he could come up with this. So, now that you're the one doing this task, what are you going to do? Put-Ray turned around steadily and walked past Ralph. The latter was adjusting the splint on his arm due to his broken bone and reinstalling a spare hidden blade on the mechanism of his wrist. Among the 5 archdukes who have a long history of inheritance, are cunning, and are more powerful than the 6 great clans of Constellation. All of them are expected to choose a king. Put-Ray muttered. Find the conspirator who murdered Mariah and attempted to assassinate you? Good question. Thales flashed a friendly and sincere smile. Chapter 138. That's why I need your help, my loyal subordinates, Thales said with a smile. Put-Ray sighed helplessly. You are truly a prince who empathizes with his subordinates. Thales hid his guilty conscience with a bright expression. He grinned and said, Thank you, Lord Put-Ray Nemain. His attendant, Wyacasso, furrowed his brows and pressed on the wound on his left rib, which was severely injured by the vampire earlier. He said, According to what you said, if these 5 archdukes acted in unison when they faced King Nuvan in the meeting hall, and there were no flaws, how are we going to determine who the murderer is? If the murder of Prince Maria was to weaken the royal family, which is the Walton family? Putre's gaze was unfocused, but Thales knew that it was an expression that showed he was thinking. Then, the murder of you through Lampard's hands was also to weaken the Lampard family, who was a popular candidate for the king election, and also for war? Thales' train of thought paused. No wonder. King Nuvan wanted to use his own life and death to test the 5 archdukes' attitudes toward the war between the 2 kingdoms. When faced with the option of war, their reactions are still different. Thales pondered for a second and recalled the scene just now. He said quietly, "If it's 5 people, what did you see?" Putre's gaze focused and he asked calmly. First, there was a bearded man. His emblem was a circle with a triangle inside. That guy's speech was very unpleasant. Thales searched through his memory attentively. He did not hide his hostility toward me at all. Every word he said was aimed at humiliating me. The bearded suzerain who made him kneel and beg for mercy. Thales was the first to place him on his suspect list. Archduke Rabian Alcius of Prestige Orchid region. Among the 3 southern archdukes, he has the best relationship with King Nuvan, Putre replied quickly. The Alcius family is not one of Raikuru's 9 knight families. In fact, only 6 of the 9 great clans are still archdukes. It was only 200 years ago, with the support of the Walton family, that they became the rulers of Prestige Orchid region, which borders our Overwatch city. He does indeed have a reason to humiliate you, Putre continued. The land in Constellation Central Territory is the former chauvinistic province of the empire. That was the territory that the Alcius family was ordered to rule since the ancient empire, until the army of the King of Renaissance chased them out of their hometown. From this perspective, the Alcius family and the Jade Star family are mortal enemies. That's strange. Waya shook his head. Is there really someone who is hostile to you because of the family feud from more than 600 years ago? Maybe he deliberately put on an act because of his family's reputation. But it's hard to say. After all, there are still people who still hold a grudge against the ancient empire from 1,000 years ago. Thales shrugged helplessly and ignored Putre's cold expression. How patriotic. Waya nodded as if he was deep in thought. The second person is a middle-aged man with a bowl cut. His clothes are embroidered with glowing blades. He speaks in an eccentric manner and is trying his best to provoke King Nuvan's disgust towards me. Thales rubbed his chin and pondered. From mockery to laughter, he speaks in a strange tone. But I always feel that his sarcasm is too forceful and not up to standard. The Archduke with the bowl cut, Thales thought to himself. The Archduke who dares to tell everyone clearly that he will not send troops without benefits. When Thales thought of this, he snickered. He is not as natural and perfect as Duke Cyril Fakenhas, nor is he as direct and incisive as you, which makes people feel helpless. Putre did not know if he was indifferent or if he pretended not to hear the prince belittling him. He nodded and replied, "That is Porpheus Trent Ida of Reformation Tower. He is also one of the 3 archdukes in the south. It is said that he is cautious and wise, but he is often ridiculed for being selfish and conservative. In that case, he seems to want you to die in King Nuvan's hands?" Waya raised his head. Could it be him? Reformation Tower is on the northeast side of Constellation. Its territory is adjacent to our lonely old tower. Putre exhaled. Compared to a local conflict, a full-scale war between the 2 countries can actually bring him limited benefits. Of course, the damage may also be limited. The third person is an old, bald man. He's very old. Thales took a deep breath. This person gives me a very complicated feeling. He's not less talkative than the first 2, but he rarely shows any definite emotions. Most of the time, he's just going along with and encouraging others. The bald Rogers Letko, the Archduke of Defense City, symbolized by chains. Putre tapped his pipe and his gaze flickered. He's one of the 2 northern archdukes of Ekstedt. He doesn't participate much in Ekstedt's central affairs, but he's actually invited here this time. This is really suspicious. It sounds like he is a neutral party who has nothing to do with himself. Wuxia wiped his sword. If I were the mastermind behind all of this, would probably be very willing to appear neutral. Thales spread his hands and declined to comment. Putre did not reply. The fourth archduke has long hair, and there is an ancient book painted on his clothes. The second prince reached out to grab the armrest and pulled himself up from the chair. He gives me a feeling similar to the Duke of the Northern Territory. He is bold, magnanimous, and seems to value, at least on the surface, his own honor. The long-haired man who is unwilling to tarnish his family's honor seems to have no reason. But did the Duke of the Northern Territory not betray King Kessel, betray his own Northern Territory, and betray Constellation? Kulgan Rockni. His territory is adjacent to Camus Union City of Faraway Prayers. It is in the west of Ekstet, near the northern end of the Great Desert. The thin vice diplomat of Constellation stopped in his tracks. He sometimes cooperates with Constellation's western desert hill. The orcs and barren bone people in the desert are a common threat to us. If the two countries go to war or weaken Constellation, it will only increase the pressure on us. Don't forget, Duke Arund of the Northern Territory and Lampard of Black Sand region have also cooperated before. Their target is Prince Mariah. Thales stared at him with a sharp gaze. Even if the two countries go to war, it will also damage the former's Northern Territory. And the last and youngest one, Concre Pofret. He looks a little childish. He jumped off Ekstet's hardwood chair. He speaks very gently, but also a little hesitant. He seems to respect King Niven a lot, and he considers things from the perspective of Ekstet's overall interests. He even spoke up for me. The 30-year-old young man who was choked by King Niven's tough words. Childish? Coming from your mouth. Putre chuckled and shook his head. That is Concre Pofret of the Bloody Steed, the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. His territory is close to Dragon Cloud City. The Pofret family is a newly promoted Archduke family. They have ruled Beacon Illumination City for less than 100 years, but they are one of the most trusted aides of the Walton family. Young people are often hot-blooded and impulsive, and they are naturally resistant to conspiracies. That's not necessarily the case. There is a young duke in our country. Thales recalled the Duke of Iris Flowers and the accidents along the way. He sighed. I believe you have also experienced it. His scheming is not inferior to any old man's. Based on what you said, all the archdukes are suspects. Wuxia frowned. You still can't determine who it is? Both Thales and Putre fell silent. Prestige Orchid Region and Reformation Tower, like Black Sand Region, are adjacent to Constellation. The relationship between the two countries has the greatest impact on them, Putre said in a low voice. The city of Faraway Prayers is in the west, Defense City is in the north, and Beacon Illumination City is close to Dragon Cloud City in the center. In short, if we just analyze the pros and cons to see who will benefit in the end, this is the order of suspicion for the archdukes. Thales scratched his hair and said dejectedly, Hey, but suspicion is suspicion. There is no way to prove it. We urgently need a police officer who can solve cases. In Dragon Cloud City's Armor District, Police Officer Cohen, who was engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent, sneezed. An inch of his hair was cut off by his opponent. Wuxia flipped the sword over his knee and asked worriedly, If we fail to help King Niven find the murderer who murdered his son, will the consequences be severe? The born king's awe-inspiring expression and Nicholas' cold expression appeared in Thales' mind. He rolled his eyes. It's best if you don't think about that possibility. A father who is determined to avenge his son, it's not just his son, Putre added. Mariah is also the heir of the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City. This hatred is far beyond our imagination. Besides, King Niven must be doing his best to eliminate dangerous opponents for the family. After all, based on his age, the Walton family will not be able to hold the crown for long. Moreover, the Walton family may be inherited by a branch family that he has no way of knowing, or even. Putre said flatly. Under the new king's orders, Dragon Cloud City, which has lost its direct heir, will be given to another family. It is also possible that the Walton family will decline from then on. Thales sighed. Of course, I even used this to threaten Nicholas. Thales, who was extremely annoyed, sat on the floor and leaned his head against the edge of the chair. He rubbed his face helplessly. Speaking of this. Thales opened his eyes and recalled his encounter in the library. The figures of the unkempt bespectacled little girl and the unruly girl appeared before his eyes. I met King Nuvan's granddaughter in Heroic Spirit Palace. Have you heard of her before? Alex Walton? Put-Ray frowned as he listened to Thales' narration. I have indeed heard of it. Prince Soria, who died early 12 years ago, was King Nuvan's eldest son. He left behind a daughter. But perhaps because of what happened to her father, King Nuvan has always been very protective of his granddaughter. If you didn't mention it, I'm afraid many people wouldn't even know her name. She can't inherit the Walton family? Thales exhaled and thought of the gorgeously dressed little princess. Just because she's a woman? Put-Ray shook his head. In that damn Northlanders' ideology, women are just accessories and property. They only have value when they become mothers and give birth to children. The three of them turned their heads in unison and saw Ida sitting on the bed that should have belonged to Thales without a care in the world. She wiped her exquisite machete, and there was a rare chill in her tone. It has never changed since a few hundred years ago. In the fight over the Walton family, she is not important. Put-Ray shook his head. Let's think about how to deal with the problem at hand. Thales closed his eyes and pouted. Fortunately, we are not in a hurry. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ralph frowned and opened the door. The recruit Thales saved, Willow Ken, stood at the door. He scratched his head and smiled. That Marquis of Camus Union sent someone to pass a message. Willow seemed to be very happy to have the opportunity to meet the prince. He chuckled and said, according to his subordinates, it seems to be quite important. Thales frowned. He said that 2 archdukes will be leaving Dragon Cloud City tomorrow morning. They will be leaving Dragon Cloud City due to business. Willow finished the message with a smile. But in the next second, he was shocked to find that almost everyone in the room, including Thales, had a drastic change in expression. Ming. God. 1. Morning. Thales' face was ashen, as if he had received the worst news. It can't be, right? The archdukes came over to take a look at me, and then immediately left? After the baffled Willow left, Ralph, who was also frowning, gently closed the door. Tomorrow morning? Wya's expression was gloomy. Thales' breathing quickened and his eyes were lifeless. This means, yes. Put-Ray gripped his pipe worriedly. The time left for us. He did not speak again, but everyone silently said the next sentence in their hearts. There's only one night left. Wya Casso sheathed his sword with a pale face. If we fail to help King Nuvan find his son's murderer, will the consequences be severe? Put-Ray shook his head and sighed. Wya did not ask any more. The welcome banquet tonight is our last chance. Thales gritted his teeth. Think of a way to find that guy among the 5. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? I'm afraid we won't get any results with King Nuvan's probing and observation. Put-Ray gripped the pipe in his hand tighter. Your experience this morning proved this point. Then. Thales muttered. At this moment. Then let's find them. Ida jumped off the bed fiercely. Everyone looked at the elf protector. Let Nuvan split some men to cooperate with us. We'll cover our faces at night and secretly kidnap those archdukes. Ida raised her blade fiercely and waved it twice, reflecting rays of cold light. We'll interrogate them one by one. Let's see how long those so-called archdukes can last under the blade and sword. Looking at Aida's expression, everyone was stunned for a moment. 2 seconds later. As if they did not hear what she said, everyone turned around as usual. Think about it from another angle. Thales rubbed his hands together and frowned at Putre. The person we're looking for worked with Lampard to kill King Nuvan's son. Hey! Why are you pretending not to see me? Ida gritted her teeth, obviously dissatisfied with the situation where no one paid attention to her. At least give me some reaction. However, he reached out to Lampard's army and tried to frame Black Sand region for your death, Putre answered instinctively. Are there any clues? Waya asked curiously. The elf protector behind them waved his machete in the air in vain to protest. This is all King Nuvan and we know. Thales shook his head. It seems useless. No. Maybe we shouldn't dwell in King Nuvan's thoughts. Putre put down the unlit pipe in his hand. His eyes shone with confidence. Ida lowered her head dejectedly and sighed. She threw herself back onto the bed that originally belonged to Thales. Thales was suddenly stunned. He looked at Putre and frowned. You mean, do you remember when we were besieged by Lampard's army at Broken Dragon Fortress? Putre said flatly. Of course, it left a deep impression. Countless splashes of blood and cold light flashed before Thales' eyes, as well as Araka Murcha's roar. He sighed. It was a complete mess. Ida played with her machete on the bed in boredom. Then you should remember what Baron Murch said to you before he charged. Putre revealed a mysterious smile. King Nuvan is not our only choice. Thales jolted. Before he charged, the figure of Araka swinging his great sword appeared in his mind. A few seconds later, he nodded. Since we can't retreat, Thales took a deep breath and said with determination, why don't we charge forward with all our might? Thales looked at his vice diplomat with a burning gaze. Does he know? The corners of Putre's mouth curled up. He nodded affirmatively. He knows. Waya and Ralph looked at the duo's riddle in confusion. So. Waya gulped with difficulty. What should we do? Thales and Putre looked at each other, and both of them laughed. Ida is right. Thales looked at the elf on the bed and nodded under Putre's gaze. Ah. Ida raised her head abruptly when her name was mentioned. She was obviously at a loss. What? Amidst Waya's surprise and Putre's laughter, Thales took a deep breath. We, go look for them. Aida's mouth opened wider than it had ever been. Putre's expression became solemn. He put away his pipe. I will prepare immediately and contact the others. We may need the help of some spies. Also, Waya, Ralph, come with me. Thales nodded and sat back on the chair. He quickly thought about the feasibility of the plan. He raised his head and looked behind him. Aida's voice rang weakly. Chapter 139. It's so cold. Where's Mother? Aunt Fina? They'll come back, right? She thought about it in a daze. She could not help but shiver in the snow. The cold wind blew past her exposed face and neck, bringing with it a pain that felt like knives were cutting into her. She could not even feel her limbs. What about my younger brother and sister? What about Uncle Enzel? She missed Talia's hot pies a little, even though she hated the garlic on them every time. She walked past a person lying in the snow. That person was sleeping soundly. His body was curled up and he did not move, but he had the happiest smile on his face. He did not even know that his eyebrows and hair were covered in ice crystals. This is a smiling person, she told herself. Yesterday, when she tried to help them sweep the ice crystals off their faces, Uncle Enzel laughed and told her that they were smiling people. They loved to smile to sleep in the wild during winter and would only wake up in spring. Good girls should not disturb them, and it was best not to go near them. She obeyed and continued walking forward. Her dress was slightly torn. She was very depressed. This was the dress that Lycia's aunt gave her before she left for the capital. She walked past the second, smiling person. This smiling person seemed to be an older sister who was the same age as the maid Talia, but she wore very little. She leaned against a rock with a grin on her face and held a baby in her arms. However, the baby did not smile. He only shut his small eyes and mouth tightly and did not move. This made her very unhappy. Why is he not smiling? Everyone in the Northern Territory should be smiling, shouldn't they? This was what Uncle Nolaner had told her. When they left the stable in Cold Castle with the other two uncles, Nolaner laughed as he did in the past and pulled himself into his arms. Then, as she protested in dissatisfaction, he poked her face repeatedly with his stubble. All right, Nolaner. Her thoughts were in a mess. She thought of her youngest uncle and could not help but curl her lips. If you appear now, I will be merciful and forgive you for your beard. She continued walking and met a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth person on the snow. There were so many of them that she could not even count. Smiling people. At this moment, a person who was not a smiling person finally appeared before her. She raised her head with lifeless eyes and looked at the unfamiliar boy in front of her. The ragged boy was lying next to the other laughing man, rummaging for something. The boy noticed her approach and raised his head like a wild beast. His eyes were a deep red and frightening. Scram! The boy subconsciously protected the thing in his arms tightly and glared at her fiercely. His voice was vigilant and fierce. I found this place first. Food, clothes, everything is mine. Get lost. Get lost. Go search the other bodies. She breathed in weakly, feeling pain in her face from the wind. How fierce. She pouted. But she was a little hungry. His vision blurred. The coldness poured into her lungs through her mouth, nose, and trachea, causing her heart to spasm again. She walked towards the boy. Little bitch, if you dare to take another step forward, I'll bite you to pieces. The boy, who was also shivering in the cold, opened his mouth fiercely and bared his teeth. She ignored him. But her consciousness was becoming more and more numb. Her vision became dimmer and dimmer. But she still dragged her feet forward on the snowy ground step by step, relying on her vision instead of the sense of touch under her feet to confirm the existence of the ground. She could barely feel her limbs, which had been numb for a long time. The boy crawled down and growled like a beast, as if preparing to attack. She looked at the fierce-looking boy and took a deep breath. Her lungs trembled again because of the cold air. She continued to walk forward. The wariness on the boy's face turned into hatred and murderous intent. His right hand emerged from behind him, holding a long, rusty awl. Mother said, to strangers. The boy howled angrily and threw the weak girl to the ground. To strangers, she tugged at her frozen face. The boy stared at her face and raised the awl in his hand ferociously. She looked at the boy's dark red eyes and pulled an ugly arc from the corner of her mouth. I should smile. The people of the Northern Territory should smile, shouldn't they? In the next moment, Miranda Arund, the first seed of the swordsman of eradication, opened her eyes abruptly in an alley in Dragon Cloud City. A sword with an empty groove had already pierced through half of her breastplate, stabbing into her left chest. The blade sank an inch into her flesh. It stopped in front of her beating heart. But it did not move forward even an inch. The middle-aged disaster swordsman frowned. He looked at Miranda's blade. It was stuck in the empty groove from the tip of the sword to the middle of the sword, blocking his strange sword. It prevented it from piercing the swordswoman's heart. Just now, at the critical moment, Miranda decisively thrust the blade into the empty groove of the enemy's sword. It was like a carpenter inserting a wedge into the empty groove of a piece of wood while he was working. Miranda's black-gloved hands gripped the hilt of her cross-shaped sword tightly. Cold sweat seeped out of her head due to pain and trembling. She was in a stalemate with the enemy. Such a fast sword. And, that feeling of being unable to dodge, is it his power of eradication? Not bad. The middle-aged man exhaled softly and showed a look of approval. Your reaction, observation, and temperament are all rare and outstanding. It's rare that you're still so young. My student is very smart, but he lacks training and experience. He'll need at least 5 years to catch up to your level. But from the beginning, you were already on the verge of death. The middle-aged man's tone was cold. He suddenly exerted force on the sword that pierced into Miranda's chest and thrust it forward. As he exerted force, the two swords that were stuck together underwent a subtle change in shape. They let out a groan in the air, which was the unique sound of metal under stress. Pain shot up from her heart. Miranda's face contorted slightly. If the tip of the sword went in an inch more, it would reach the blood groove. The swordswoman gritted her teeth and held her breath. She tried hard to get rid of the double effects of the physical pain and the psychological worry. She listened to the enemy's rhythm and felt the rhythm of the enemy's movements. She forced herself to enter the zone. She was suppressed by the enemy's sword in the first strike. She had to find a chance to turn defeat into victory. Miranda resisted the enemy's sword with all her might. She widened her eyes and observed the motionless enemy under the setting sun. The middle-aged man sighed. You know, I originally didn't want to use this move. But based on the current situation, it seems that pure swordsmanship and sword speed won't be able to take you down immediately. There are only 4 minutes left before the patrol team arrives. The next moment, the middle-aged enemy's face revealed a pained and unbearable expression. A ferocious power of eradication seeped out of his arm muscles and invaded the two swords that were stuck together. Miranda's expression changed. This is the violent and crazy power of eradication that Cohen mentioned? The middle-aged man's arm trembled. As if he had released a ferocious beast that was about to devour a human, explosive power rose from his sword. The two swords simultaneously let out a groan as they trembled faster, like two patients who could not bear the burden. Miranda felt the blade that was pierced into her body start to tremble, and it went further towards her heart. *T, the next moment. *rip. *blood splattered everywhere. Miranda's left hand covered her chest in pain. But it was not over yet. *clang. The two swords clashed against each other, bursting into sparks and separating from each other in the air. The middle-aged man's sword light disappeared in the air. Then, like stars in the night sky, it suddenly appeared. It went for the injured Miranda. The swordswoman raised her trembling sword and subconsciously swung it into the air. *clang. Clang. Less than a second after they separated, the two swords collided in the air again. Miranda's sword blocked the enemy's attack twice. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Miranda leaned against the wall behind her, her face pale, and stared at the middle-aged man with wide eyes. May you die in peace, swordswoman. The middle-aged man sighed and shook the blood off his sword. But the middle-aged man's expression suddenly froze. He noticed the blood on his sword. It was just a small amount of blood. How could it be? Her heart should have been pierced through by now, but was it a right-handed person? Or was it equipped with a protection that could resist the power of eradication? The refined crystal drop board of the dwarves? The elven royalty's exquisite silver chain mail? Silicone? The middle-aged man raised his head in disbelief and looked at Miranda, who leaned against the wall weakly. That strange power of eradication didn't work, did it? The swordswoman took a deep breath and moved her left hand away from her chest. A rather long wound extended from Miranda's chest to her shoulder, but it only tore through her light armor and caused a little blood. The middle-aged man looked surprised. According to the original plan, his beast-like power of eradication would invade the enemy's body unstoppably, destroy the tissues in the body, slow down the enemy's movements, and even devour and destroy her power of eradication like a natural enemy. Then, when the enemy could not move or was in great pain, he would use his power of eradication to activate the blade and pierce Miranda's heart. It might not go deep, but it would be enough to make her bleed. His next step would be to attack with the terrifying speed of his sword and mobilize the blood in the enemy's body. In less than a few tenths of a second, bright red arterial blood would erupt from the chest of the female swordsman of eradication until her life completely withered. But she actually blocked the sword that was destined to pierce her heart. The middle-aged man looked at the girl in front of him in confusion. From the beginning of my attack, your movements were very normal, and your sword was also very smooth. You blocked my stab without the slightest delay. In that case. A few seconds later, the middle-aged man looked at Miranda's hand as if he had figured something out. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Impossible, the middle-aged man frowned. You were not affected by the touch of greed at all. Miranda took a deep breath and rearranged her sword. Touch of greed. That's the name of your power of eradication? What a disgusting name, Miranda said coldly. My companion once told me about that feeling. A frenzied power of eradication whose goal is to invade, destroy, and destroy. She raised her sword and pointed it at her opponent. An ordinary swordsman of eradication would probably be helpless against that terrifying power of eradication. But, once you encounter a power of eradication that loses its effect, what should you do? The middle-aged man did not speak. Instead, he answered with his lightning-fast sword. The sword with an empty groove whistled in the air and went for the swordswoman's throat. Miranda, who was already prepared, turned serious. Turning her wrist, the power of eradication surged and supported the strength in her hand as she faced the middle-aged man. Asterisk clang. Swoosh. Asterisk 2 sparks violently flew out. The two of them exchanged 2 sword strikes in an instant. The two figures alternated between flashes. After the last strike, they instantly widened the distance between them by 5 steps. Miranda widened her footsteps. Feeling the vibration of the crossguard sword, she calmly thought about her enemy's characteristics. I attacked 8 times just now. You only blocked 2 strikes, and even got hit once. The middle-aged man looked at Miranda's left leg, which was cut open, and said calmly, your swordsmanship is sloppy and ordinary, and you can't keep up with the speed of my sword at all. Your body may seem agile, but it's actually just light. Your footsteps will occasionally miss when you dodge. What's even more strange is that during the exchange of blows, your sword actually trembled slightly, so much so that it affected your swordsmanship. This is a mistake that only beginners would make. Other than that stunning interception at the beginning, your sword is completely useless. The middle-aged man shook his head. With this kind of swordsmanship habit and strength, you should have died 10,000 times already. How did you survive until now? Miranda did not say anything. She only stared at the middle-aged man carefully. In the next moment, her enemy suddenly revealed a smile. But in the 8 sword strikes just now, you were either lucky enough to dodge or just barely dodge the 5 most fatal strikes. You also counterattacked at the most subtle moment. The middle-aged man looked at his cut left upper arm, frowned, and sighed. And you succeeded. Miranda finally frowned. There's only one explanation. The middle-aged man moved his feet lightly. Miranda's sword also slowly moved along with his position. What you rely on in battle is not some exquisite sword style or agile footwork, but your observation and perception. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank slightly. It is to identify the enemy's rhythm and the timing of the sword attack. No matter how crude the swordsmanship is or how simple the sword move is, as long as it appears in the right place at the right time, it can be turned into the most exquisite strike. Miranda breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. He found out. What you practice is the Pegasus music, one of the 4 great primitive powers of eradication that is famous for grasping the right timing and controlling the rhythm. The middle-aged man sighed deeply and said, it's been a long time since I received the inheritance from the tower. And the reason why you're not afraid of the touch of greed. He raised his head, his gaze aggressive. I can roughly guess. Miranda was slightly startled. The middle-aged man's gaze focused on Miranda's black-gloved hands. It's your hands, isn't it? Miranda revealed a look of disbelief. Forget about the Pegasus music, but even he discovered it? Miranda tightened her grip on her sword. Your hands were the first to touch the touch of greed. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and carefully observed his opponent. But there was no reaction. Is it because of that pair of gloves? Miranda was silent for a few seconds. The scene from many years ago appeared before her eyes. That kind of freezing, coldness. No, it's not the gloves. Miranda exhaled softly, then raised her head and generously admitted, it's just my hands. The middle-aged man frowned. A long time ago, my hands were severely frostbitten. A vast expanse of white snow appeared in front of Miranda's eyes. When I recovered, I lost most of my sense of touch and pain, Miranda said flatly, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. I couldn't master it, and I couldn't use the most exquisite and unfathomable sword skills either. In the beginning, I couldn't even lift a teacup. No matter how terrifying the pain brought by your power was, I couldn't feel it with my hands. And what can your invasive power of eradication do against my hands, which have been numb for many years? Miranda slowly raised her sword. Her hands trembled visibly. What can you do against my hands, which have been numb for years? There was silence. Soon, the middle-aged man stared at Miranda's hands. His eyes were filled with shock. Those hands that held the sword, there's no pain, and they can't be touched. The middle-aged man's gaze on Miranda was already filled with pity. And admiration. A pair of hands that can't feel can actually hold a sword, he said slowly, but his voice was filled with admiration. This young girl, in order to let a pair of hands that can't feel hold the sword hilt, she had to swing it in the air tens of thousands of times. She must have gone through a lot of pain. So, you were taught the Pegasus music. Of course, this is also the power of eradication that suits you best. The middle-aged man nodded. His gaze was filled with affirmation and excitement. To abandon the feeling in your hands, to ignore the specific sword moves, to follow the rhythm of the battle, and to entrust the sword to your own observation, cognition, and judgment, your teacher must be a genius. Miranda did not speak. She only stared at her gloved hands in a daze. Please forgive my previous disrespect. The middle-aged man put his sword behind his back and bowed respectfully to Miranda with the most standard ancient swordsman salute. You are an admirable swordsman, I am Salander Klein. As the sword of eradication that has been passed down outside the Tower of Eradication, it is my honor to spar with you. Miranda also put away her sword and returned the salute with an expressionless face. Miranda Arund, chief seat of the 134th batch of the Tower of Eradication. In view of what you did to my friend's right hand, please forgive me for not being able to say, it is my honor to spar with you. Klein smiled faintly. Right hand, is it? The two of them straightened their bodies and their swords reappeared by their sides. In the next moment, the two of them approached each other again. Asterisk clang. Clang. Asterisk Klein's swift sword and Miranda's ingenious figure moved back and forth on this small piece of ground. In a dozen or so seconds, Miranda once again dodged the enemy's 4 fatal strikes and counterattacked at the most crucial moment. Blood flowed from Miranda's right waist, the side of her ear, and Klein's left forearm. What a deep impression. Klein widened the distance between the two of them and sighed. Given time, you will definitely reach supreme class. Miranda nodded and accepted the other party's acknowledgement. No matter how fast you are, you cannot omit the process of drawing your sword. With a process, there will be a rhythm of high and low, movement and stillness. There will be openings that can be grasped and exploited. While widening the distance between them, Miranda carefully observed the enemy and said faintly, and I can see it too. Your so-called touch of greed, that never-ending, continuous, violent characteristic. The middle-aged Klein was slightly stunned. Miranda's gaze was firm. It's the glory of the stars, right? Under Klein's surprised gaze, Miranda confidently said, sorry, I'm really too familiar with this power of eradication. The scene in the Tower of Eradication appeared before her eyes. Cohen's figure holding his swollen arm and crying bitterly appeared in her mind. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. I really admire your observation skills, but not entirely. Klein shook his head and chuckled. Touch of greed, is not that the glory of the stars? Under Miranda's strange gaze, Klein sheathed his sword at his waist. If I must say, it can be considered an enhanced version of the glory of the stars. Doubts rose in Miranda's heart. The glory of the stars, enhanced version? Is he referring to that violent characteristic? Let's put it that way. The disaster sword's power of eradication is based on the original power of eradication. There's still 30 seconds. Klein sighed. Forget it, there's not enough time. Miranda stared at him in surprise. We'll meet again. Klein nodded faintly. Chief with numb hands. Miranda gritted her teeth and caught up with him. Wait. Klein turned around and punched the dirt wall beside him. Asterisk bang. Asterisk amidst a cloud of dust, his figure disappeared from Miranda's sight. At this moment, the voice of a patrol came from outside the alley. It's near here. We suspect that there's a chase for no reason and an illegal fight. What was that sound just now? Miranda, who could not stop coughing because of the dust, stared in the direction where Klein had left. She punched the wall indignantly, and as the voices of the people drew closer, she sheathed her sword and left. Asterisk ding. Asterisk just as Cohen's sword was about to pierce the young man's throat, a sword flew across the air and blocked the police officer's rapier. Cohen quickly turned around and faced the newcomer, whose back was facing the setting sun. But the newcomer's sword attracted all of Cohen's attention. It was a sword of medium length, but the blade was extremely thin. There was a black counterweight ball at the hilt of the sword. There was a round hole in the handguard of the sword, just enough for the user to put in his index finger. Cohen's pupils shrank. He recognized this sword. He was too familiar with this sword. And too familiar with the owner of this sword. Why aren't you getting lost? The newcomer had a clear voice and said faintly to the young man from Disaster Sword, Go and find your teacher. The young man, who was covered in wounds, got up in a disheveled manner and limped into the alley. But Cohen ignored him. He stared at the newcomer in disbelief with his round eyes. From the moment he saw this person, he did not want to care about anything else. Why are you here? Cohen swallowed with difficulty and asked in the most incredulous tone. And you, what are you doing? Cohen struggled to raise his eyebrows as he looked at the newcomer before him. What am I doing? The newcomer snorted softly, moved his feet, and approached him. Before you bunch of idiots mess everything up, the newcomer revealed a pair of dark red eyes in the dark and said faintly, I'm here to stop you. Or. The newcomer walked out of the shadows of the alley. Kill you? Chapter 140. Are you sure I don't need to wear this? Madame Jine said that during the banquet. In the room, Thales frowned and held up a small embroidered vest as he asked Putre. And this is also the luggage that the diplomat group risked their lives to carry along with the flag, isn't it? This is Extet, in Northland. Putre, who was dressed neatly, looked at him in disdain. Even at banquets, they hate pretty boys and sissies the most. If you really want to put that thing on, I think you will be the strongest contender for the position of banquet clown. Thales stuck out his tongue and threw down the vest. You know. Sitting by the window, Ida snapped out of her daze and sighed with a regretful expression. A banquet without a clown is very boring. His nerves had been tense for almost a month, and Thales had no time to care about anything else. From the abandoned house to Red Street Market, from Mindy's Hall to Renaissance Palace, and then from Broken Dragon Fortress to Dragon Cloud City, the new second prince did not even have time to warm his own bed before he was hurriedly chased into a noble's carriage, put on the prince's shackles, and faced a different kind of challenge he had never experienced before. So, when the servant and Merc came to remind them, Thales suddenly realized that he did not have any experience and knowledge of attending a noble's banquet. He had not lost his composure when he faced the Blade soldiers, the Blood clansmen, and the mystics, but he suddenly became a little nervous. Don't worry. Put Ray nonchalantly lit the Northland tobacco he asked for from the servant. Compared to the standards of Constellation and Enlenzo dukedom, Extet's banquet is like a military picnic for soldiers. If you have experienced Hanbol and Main Nocturne style, my god, their banquet etiquette is practically a torture. Etiquette, decorations, fashion, and style. These are the things that differentiate people's identities, statuses, and social classes. The effort to categorize people into different categories has never stopped. Thales tried his best to calm the anxiety in his heart with small talk. He squatted down and adjusted his shoes in front of a simple and crude dressing mirror. He sighed and said, "After tonight, I must take a bath. Let's think about tonight's official business first." Put Ray seemed to be not used to the choking Northland tobacco. He coughed and said with difficulty, "Cough, cough, damn it, they send us inferior goods." Putre's words seemed to have magic power. It made Thales immediately forget the awkwardness of the banquet and seriously think about the situation at hand. There was a knock on the door. Ralph stepped on the metal plate prosthesis that he was getting more and more familiar with as he walked in. It seemed to be his first time encountering such an occasion. His face, which was not covered by the silver mask, was a little pale. Wuxia, on the other hand, was calmer, as if he had seen such a scene before. Thales' attendant nodded solemnly. "Your Highness, everything is ready." Beside him, Ralph gestured with his hands. "They're here." Thales nodded. The second prince took a deep breath. Under Putre's confused expression, Wuxia, and furrowed brows, he gestured back. "Let's go." Before the sun completely set, Extet's welcome banquet had already begun. Led by the king's administrator, Merk, and a group of servants, Thales walked beside Putre. Ralph and Wuxia followed behind him. As for Ida, everyone agreed that she was not suitable to participate in such an operation. "Your Highness, I don't know how you understand Northland's banquets, but I have to remind you that Constellation's distinguished guests may not be used to our banquets," Lord Merk said expressionlessly. "And tonight is a little special," Thales responded with a friendly and understanding smile. The group of them stepped on the rough tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace and walked up the stone steps. The banquet hall is where King Rikuru hosted the 9 nights. It is said that the Northland Heroes' banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and they ate almost all the spoils of war. Merk introduced the place they were about to go to respectfully. It was also here, amidst the cheers from both inside and outside the castle, that Rikuru Extet was elected king. Thales stepped on the last stone step and arrived at the corridor on the 6th floor of Heroic Spirit Palace. Lively and noisy voices could be heard. The floor on this floor was almost 7 to 8 meters high from the ceiling. There were many braziers here, and they were propped up on racks. They were evenly arranged throughout the entire corridor, burning fiercely. After the sun set, Heroic Spirit Palace was as bright as day. Unlike the corridors on other floors, which were filled with rooms, there was only a thick wooden double door in the middle of the corridor. Servants came and went with happy faces, carrying plates or wine barrels as they went in and out. Thales took a deep breath and exchanged glances with his subordinates. Under Merk's lead, he stepped into the banquet hall of Heroic Spirit Palace. Noisy discussions, the sound of wine glasses clinking, the sound of knives cutting flesh, and even the sound of a quarrel grew louder and began to assault and torment his ears. Thales raised his head and took a good look at the hall. It was a ring-shaped hall. The triangular flag with the symbol of the cloud dragon spear hung on the wall. There were burning braziers in every corner, and several bright everlasting lamps hung from the ceiling. Thank God, Thales thought that braziers were the only source of illumination in Heroic Spirit Palace. Servants appeared from the side door and the barbecue grill from time to time, sending waves of food and wine to the hall. The banquet hall was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people, and it was now. At least 100 to 200 people sat around a dozen parallel rectangular tables. These rectangular tables were perpendicular to the direction of the door, leaving a passage in the middle of the hall that was large enough for servants and guests to pass through. Thales frowned and looked around. Due to his height, he could not see the farther parts of the hall. It was Putre who whispered into his ear. But the atmosphere in the hall was very lively. There were servants who were busy carrying plates, boorish nobles who argued loudly at the table until their faces were red, guests who had drunk until their ears were red, and lecherous nobles who used the excuse of being drunk to touch the buttocks of female servants who passed by from time to time, causing a commotion. The 5 archdukes each had different expressions on their faces. He was absent-mindedly twirling the wine glass in his hand, surrounded by family knights or subordinate suzerains who wore the triangular emblem of a circle. Archduke Trent Ida, who had a pot cut, was laughing with his vassals around him, as if he was in his element in socializing. The bald Archduke Letko and Marquis Shiles of the Camus Union sat together, listening attentively to the latter's slow speech. The long-haired Archduke Rockney still looked solemn, as if he had a cold halo around him. The long table he sat at was the most deserted. No one dared to approach him to talk to him. Only the servants and subordinates behind him served him food or wine from time to time. The young Archduke Poffert smiled and raised his wine glass. He spoke to the various nobles who sat around him, either their vassals or their attendants. The latter nodded frequently and downed the wine in their glasses in one gulp. What a scene! It was practically a replica of the scene in Mountain Pass village where the Northland villagers and soldiers drank together. If Thales had not raised his head to see Nuvan VII, who was surrounded by the white blade guards and was drinking quietly among a few close vassals, sitting at a higher horizontal table at the end of the hall, he would have almost forgotten about the shadows of swords and knives hidden in the conspiracy tonight. He would also have almost forgotten that among the 5 archdukes, there was a bold conspirator who intended to murder the princes of 2 kingdoms. Thales turned his head and said helplessly, "I didn't know." The banquet has already started. Most of the nobles have already taken their seats, Merk said calmly. King Nuvan is waiting for your arrival. Thales narrowed his eyes. He took great effort to glance at Nuvan VII, who was standing in the distance. He noticed that the king still had a cold expression on his face. The king seemed to have noticed his gaze. His aged but sharp gaze swept towards Thales. Then it's about to start, Putre mumbled behind him, intentionally or otherwise. Thales sighed softly in his heart. A few seconds later, under Merk's signal, an attendant at the side announced his identity in a loud voice. Distinguished guest from Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar. His voice traveled to every corner of the hall, and there were even echoes. The noisy banquet suddenly fell silent. Almost everyone at the dozens of long tables stopped what they were doing. Whether it was drinking, cutting meat, chatting, fighting, or even flirting with maids, countless gazes were cast in his direction. Even quite a number of servants, sentries, and even white blade guards looked in his direction. Thales recognized this feeling. The last time he felt it was in Eternal Star City, during the national conference in the Hall of Stars. Should I laugh at this time? Thales' expression did not change as he felt the various gazes, ranging from malice, murderous intent, to curiosity and friendliness. His lips moved slightly. Or should I put on a dead face, which is more in line with my identity as the prince of an enemy kingdom? Relax, relax. They started the banquet early, and they didn't even arrange the seating order. You don't have to make a fuss and be ready for battle. Putre looked at the anxious prince and sighed. It doesn't matter what kind of expression you have. You are now just a flag called Constellation. The expressionless Merk nodded at Thales and politely extended his right hand, gesturing for him to walk forward. Should I just walk forward like this? Or should I wait for someone to greet me at the back? Thales ignored Merk. Under the pressure of everyone's gazes, he frowned and asked Putre behind him in a low voice. If you were in Constellation, of course you would have to wait for the master to send someone to bring you to your seat, but this is Extet. Putre frowned as he glanced at the messy hall. Many guests seemed to have given up on the temptation of curiosity, and had even started to tear into the food that was served. Don't expect so much etiquette. Just walk to your seat without looking sideways. I guess it's the one beside King Nuvan. Thales put on a smile that was neither servile nor overbearing, and amiable, as he imagined a prince should have, and walked forward. Unlike Constellation, which was particular about rules and etiquette, the banquet hall was not even carpeted. Stepping on the uneven floor tiles, he felt as if he had returned to the abandoned house. He walked past the long table. Whispers traveled into his ears. His good hearing showed its usefulness at this moment. That's the prince who is still wet behind the ears? I heard that he was lost for many years, 7 years old. Are you kidding me? The constellations make him sound like a god. You know, a genius. Humph. So, our army can't move because of this child. Black Sand region caused a ruckus at the border. The kingdom's wrath, Lampard sent the army to send him here. If we still have to fight this war, we will have to wait until spring. Thales walked forward without looking sideways, towards Nuvan VII, who was also staring at him with an unreadable gaze. Finally, more and more nobles lost their curiosity and gave up on the idea of seeing the prince's face. They returned to the rhythm of the banquet. The nobles of Northland were very different from their counterparts in Constellation. The latter always behaved elegantly in the Hall of Stars. Even the nobles from the countryside who sat at the outermost part of the hall had to try their best to act like civilized people, whether it was their behavior or their attire. This also made the 3 Northern Territory families led by Arund, Fries, and Zamunto, as well as their subordinate nobles, stand out among the vassals of Constellation. However, the group of Northland nobles in front of him might be different in terms of status and personality, but without exception, they all behaved like rough men. From the way they sat to the way they ate, from their appearance to their attire, even when they drank, they would purposely make a few gulps and let a few drops fall from the edge of their mouths. Then, they would slam the bottom of their glasses on the table, loudly reprimanding their opponents, or being reprimanded by their opponents. Thales silently observed the behavior of this group of nobles as he moved between the long tables on both sides. He could not help but notice that other than the maids, there were almost no women in this banquet. Those who will appear here and at the back of the banquet hall are all low-ranking nobles, suzerains, meritorious knights, specially invited bureaucrats, and so on, Putre reminded him from behind. The well-dressed one in front of you on your left is just a servant who delivers the food. The one in the corner to your right who is roasting meat on the stove may look like a servant, but he is actually the gossamer officer in charge of meat cooking. Usually, only the suzerains who are more trusted by the suzerains can hold this position. Asking a close vassal to roast meat. Gossamer officer? Why? Thales did not turn around. He asked in puzzlement, shouldn't it be something done by the kitchen? Or should I say, this is a kind of honor? Humph, my prince, Putre said indifferently without batting an eyelid. Do you know how many assassinations and poisonings in the history of the empire originated from that corner where meat was silently roasted? Thales shut his mouth and did not speak. They walked past the middle of the long table. As expected, from this point onwards, the quality of the Northland nobles seemed to have risen along with their status. The number of people in the banquet hall pointing at each other and gossiping decreased. But in Northland, the number of silent exchanges of gazes and whispers with unknown meanings increased exponentially. The empty space in the middle of the hall. If it were in Constellation or in Lenzo, it would be a dance floor and performance stage. But in Northland, Putre walked past a few guests with unpleasant expressions. Ignoring the curses of a boorish noble beside him, he pointed at the circular empty space in the middle of the hall and twitched his cheeks. Based on my experience, when you're drunk, you should not be surprised even if you see 2 rough men fighting to the death on it. This was the first time Thales heard Putre use vulgar language. He furrowed his brows. Is it really okay to use this kind of language in front of the prince? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Many years ago, I once saw a noble princess of Extet standing on the street and cursing using words like F***ck. Putre shook his head. And, even as a prince, I see that you are still quite used to these words. Ah, as your prince, I am just like the noble princes in many poems and legends. Thales looked at the few archdukes who were already seated in the distance. Without batting an eyelid, he glossed over Putre's words. I have experienced the sufferings of the people. I am virtuous and good. Putre snorted softly in a noncommittal manner. They finally arrived at the end of the long table. Among the people closest to them, the one with the highest status was Archduke Alcius. Thales heard Archduke Alcius grumble to the suzerains beside him. He then turned around and shouted in King Nuvan's direction, "There is no music, no bards, no clowns, no burlesque, no beautiful women, no maids with big breasts, no roast pigs, no duels between good men, no merry people in tents all over the city." Thales heard Archduke Alcius grumbling to the suzerains beside him. What kind of King banquet is this? Out of Thales' expectations, many Northland nobles echoed in unison. They protested in King Nuvan's direction like a tidal wave. "It's like a market." Thales sighed. He suddenly remembered that he had given the national conference the same comment. He could not help but be stunned. However, King Nuvan only stared coldly at the chaotic nobles below him. He did not react. A loud but enigmatic voice echoed from the other long table, replying to Alcius, "That's right. First of all, this is the eve of the day before the bitter cold winter. Aside from lunatics like Lampard, the entire Northland is scrimping and storing up food to get through the winter. Secondly." Archduke Trentide narrowed his eyes and stood up. He stared at the restless Prince Thales from afar. "This banquet is to welcome the unpopular Prince of Constellation." The nobles around him stood up one after another and jeered at him. Thales and the people of Constellation frowned almost at the same time. Lastly, Rabian Alcius, when you live in other people's castles and palaces, eat his food, drink his water. Maybe even ck him. Archduke Trentide cast a glance at a female servant who was dressed in a brothel and flashed an amused smile. "Then it's best not to criticize your master's arrangements." Some Northland nobles let out unintelligible laughter. Alcius shook his head in disdain and sat back in his chair. Thales finally arrived in front of King Nuvan and bowed slightly to him. King Nuvan stared at him. His emerald eyes were filled with complicated emotions. This made Thales extremely uneasy. From the moment he stepped into Ekstedt, Archduke Lampard, Viscount Kenvita, and even the 5 archdukes present, every suzerain he met was not a simple character. However, Thales, who had been through many trials and tribulations, could now calmly face their hostility, coercion, oppression, and even killing intent. Because Thales knew exactly what they wanted. Only this old king in front of him, this king who stood at the peak of Ekstedt's power, was something he could not figure out. The strange emotions hidden in the other party's eyes, his act of forcing him to cooperate with his revenge, and his words and actions in the meeting hall all made Thales feel a chill down his spine. Even though they had only exchanged a few words. Unpredictable people were always scary. King Nuvan slowly stood up and gestured to Nicholas, the leader of the White Blade Guards behind him. Nicholas nodded and walked to Thales. "Please take a seat. Your seat is at the end of His Majesty's left-hand side." Thales turned his head and looked at the seat at the end of the row of horizontal tables that no one cared about. Although it was in the same row as the king, it was really far from King Nuvan. It was almost in the corner. Behind him, Putre sighed. Thales shrugged and walked to his seat indifferently. Ralph and Waya followed closely behind him. However, before he could warm his seat, a familiar yet unfamiliar old voice rang in the hall. "Everyone, raise your glasses." Thales turned his head in a daze. Beside him, Putre did not change his expression and passed him a cup of rye wine made of iron in a very experienced manner. "A toast," the thin vice diplomat said flatly. Thales turned his head and watched as King Nuvan, who had just lost his son, left his seat. He raised his wine cup high and said loudly to everyone, "Let us welcome our guest, the second Prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar." The noise in the hall, which had risen again, fell silent again. The old king slowly walked out of his seat and walked to the front of the hall. Like an old lion taking dangerous steps, he walked out of his territory and stepped into the territory of another pride. The 5 archdukes stared at him without blinking and raised their glasses from afar. Their expressions were different. At this moment, King Nuvan, who had returned to his seat, suddenly turned his head and gave Thales a profound look. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He read the message from the king's gaze. He also knew that the king did not want him to enjoy the banquet. But before he could turn around and discuss with his subordinates, an unexpected guest came to his seat and paid a visit to the second prince of Constellation. Thales was stunned. Standing in front of him was a kind old woman dressed in a red robe. "Good night, Your Highness." The woman narrowed her eyes. Her voice was very gentle, and her smile was filled with a reassuring warmth. "My name is Kalshan." For some reason, Thales flashed a friendly smile. But before he could answer, Putre, who was beside him, spoke first. "May I ask if there is anything special?" At that moment, Thales noticed that Putre's expression was extremely pale. His body had even stiffened as he stared fixedly at the old woman in front of him. Waya, the attendant behind him, also held his breath. Thales had a question. "They seem to know this old woman named Kalshan?" Before Putre finished speaking, his face was pale, and he seemed to have difficulty breathing. He opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, the Red Witch?" "The Red Witch?" Thales stared at the kind old woman in front of him, puzzled. "Witch? What the hell?" "Oh, it's just that I miss my family. I especially wanted to ask Your Highness." The kind Kalshan narrowed her eyes and shook her head slightly. She seemed a little embarrassed. "How is my son doing in Constellation?" "Son?" Thales was startled again. The second prince responded faintly with the perfect smile he learned from a certain young duke. "May I ask who your son is?" Kalshan, who was known as the Red Witch, smiled gently. "Ah. Look at my memory, I forgot to mention it. My son, his name in Constellation is..." In the next second, under Thales' puzzled gaze, this kind Granny Kalshan seemed to be afraid of the cold. She kept rubbing her hands. She uttered a name that instantly changed his expression. Yodel. Chapter 141. If Thales were to make a list of the people he trusted the most in the Constellation Palace, then Yodel, who never showed his true face, would undoubtedly be at the top of the list. From their escape from Red Street Market to their encounter in Vine Manor, to the assassination attempt in front of Renaissance Palace, the masked protector had risked his life to save Thales many times. The most recent time, he had almost lost his life for Thales. Not only that, the masked protector was the only person in Constellation who knew his identity as a calamity and still kept it a secret for him. Thales especially cherished this. But now, when he heard Yodel's name in the kingdom of the Great Dragon, Thales realized that he knew very little about this mysterious secret protector of the royal family. He knew nothing about him, whether it was his appearance, age, background, personality, or experience. He could not help but be ashamed to admit that Yodel was more like a familiar stranger to him. Yodel had sacrificed a lot for him, but Thales had never cared about his condition. "No, there is." Thales thought. "Gilbert told me that Yodel and the 5 war generals of Extet have a deep grudge. For example, he stabbed the Fire Knight of Black Sand region, Tolja, in the back. This was also the reason why he could not come to Extet." And now, a roar of laughter came from the other side of the hall. It seemed like a dozen Northland nobles were playing some game. Thales then turned his attention back to the kind old woman in front of him. This old woman from Extet claimed that she was Yodel's. Thales sized up the old woman named Kalshan, trying hard to find similarities between the two of them other than the fact that they were mysterious. He hesitated and said, "Mother? Please do not doubt me. At my age, I will not joke about my son." Kalshan smiled and shook her head. Thales nodded awkwardly and looked at Putre for help. "What's going on? Who is this old woman?" But Putre still stared at the old woman with a vigilant expression. He shook his head slightly when Thales glanced at him. "I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him a lot." Kalshan did not seem to care about the exchange between Thales and Putre. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia and love as she spoke. That child has been a man of few words since he was young. He has a stubborn temper and is clumsy in expressing himself. It is really worrying when he is alone outside. During the days he served the royal family, he must have brought you a lot of trouble. Thales was stunned. Of few words. He had a stubborn temper. Poor expression. The silent figure of the masked guard appeared in front of him. What followed was the words Yodel said when he confronted Thales in Mindy's hall and when he mysteriously appeared in the Hall of Stars. You will be better than him. Please do not worry. Thales pursed his lips as he reminisced. I believe that he is very well now. Another uproar came from the noisy hall. Two guests actually started fighting on the table. Thales suddenly realized that he was subconsciously following Kalshan's words and continuing to speak. He quickly shut his mouth and looked at Kalshan warily. However, the other party still smiled in a friendly manner. I'm relieved to know that he's doing well. Please forgive his shortcomings. After all, as a mother, I still understand my child. Kalshan nodded in relief. Then, she sighed and said, Little Yoder has a rare kind heart. Thales flashed an ugly smile. The scene of Yodel swinging his sword in the dark and taking a person's life appeared before his eyes. Benevolent? He could not help but feel puzzled. Yodel's mother? Why is she in Ekstet? This old lady, wait a minute. Old lady? A memory flashed across his mind like lightning. Ah! Thales looked at Kalshan. He shuddered and cried out in surprise. The old lady was still smiling at the second prince of Constellation. Her posture was elegant and her expression was kind. Thales remembered. On the day he left Eternal Star City and set off for Ekstet, the king and suzerains came to see him off. The last person who came forward to talk to him was a terrifying old man dressed in black and holding a walking stick. When you reach Ekstet, please help this old man pass a message to an old woman. You will know when you see her. Don't tell me you are. Thales widened his eyes. Kalshan was still smiling kindly. I'm sorry, but, seniors seem to have mentioned something related to you. Thales realized that he had lost his composure and said embarrassedly, You know, senior. The old lady, Kalshan's smile became even brighter. Let me guess, is it a sinister old man who likes to hide in the dark and wears black all day long? I heard that he started using a walking stick in recent years. Thales frowned. Do you know Murat? His vigilance was immediately raised to the highest. A person who can be specially mentioned by the head of the Secret Intelligence Department. Other than dangerous, he really can't think of any other adjective. Hearing the Black Prophet's name, Putre frowned and looked at his prince. I can imagine how you feel, Your Highness. Kalshan smiled. I think, knowing him is not something to be happy about, is it? Thales had an answer. Maybe Murat is reminding and warning me. The second prince sighed. He said, if I meet an old woman in Ekstet who takes the initiative to come up to me. I'm sorry, these are Murat's exact words. It's okay. That old man looks polite, but he doesn't know what manners are. Kalshan shook her head nonchalantly, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. Heartbreakers are best at provoking people's hearts. I won't fall for it. Heartbreaker? Thales opened his mouth slightly in surprise, then tried his best to close it. There's a lot of information contained in this sentence. He tilted his head and said awkwardly, in fact, the Black Prophet. I mean, Lord Murat Hansen, asked me to bring you a message. He actually asked a prince to bring me a message. Kalshan raised her eyebrows. Under her narrowed eyelids, a pair of smiling eyes were revealed. I'm really looking forward to it, Your Highness. Thales only felt that the old woman's kind smile in front of him gave him a lot of pressure. Compared to the overbearing, almost tangible pressure he felt when he faced the Black Prophet, this Granny Kalshan revealed information that made him frown with a gentle and friendly attitude. It really made him feel awkward and helpless, and he did not know how to defend himself. He said, Thales laughed dryly. Don't cross the line. As soon as he finished speaking, Thales suddenly realized that the old woman in front of him revealed a strange expression. Don't cross the line. Kalshan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She sighed and lowered her head. Her expression was complicated and indecipherable. She murmured faintly, so what? Before the puzzled Thales could react, Kalshan put away her reminiscence and smiled again. You're in a difficult situation now, Your Highness. You're struggling to survive in the gap between Constellation and the dragon, and you're also struggling to stay afloat in the maelstrom between the king and the Archduke. Kalshan sized up Thales with a gentle gaze. But please believe me, compared to Murat, these are not worth mentioning. The next moment, under Thales and Putre's puzzled expressions, the old woman nodded gracefully and turned to leave. Thank you for your time. Thales retracted his gaze from the old woman's slowly departing figure. He could not help but notice that all the nobles, servants, and guards on the old woman's path bowed respectfully to her and made way for her. Thales frowned. He could roughly guess the other party's identity. Oh my God, Waya exclaimed softly behind them. I just saw the Red Witch. Thales turned his head and looked at his attendant. I'm sorry, I thought they all. Waya's face was full of surprise. You know, they don't appear in front of people easily. Them? Thales exhaled and helplessly grabbed a piece of buttered bread. So, my guess was right? That Granny Kalshan, she is. That's right, Putre replied with a solemn expression, using the bardic poem he was good at. The stars shine, and the dim places are pitch black. The great dragon soars in the sky, and the shadows under its wings are endless. Thales and Waya looked at the barred vice diplomat together. That lady is a terrifying figure who is as famous as the Black Prophet of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Putre's eyes were filled with fierceness as he said softly, she is the person with the highest authority in Ekstet's secret room. The Red Witch, Kalshan. Thales, who had a huge headache, rolled his eyes. To be able to establish a foothold in Ekstet's palace as a woman and let people call her the evil witch legend. Be careful, Your Highness. She's definitely not just here to watch the show. You may not believe me when I say this, but after I saw that lady, Thales put the bread into his mouth dejectedly and looked at the two Northlanders who were fighting fiercely with their bare fists in the distance. He said listlessly, I miss Murat so much now. Also, who is Yodel? Putre looked at Thales doubtfully. Does he serve the royal family? This, a royal secret. Thales picked up an iron fork and stabbed it into the onion in front of him. The secret protector of the Supreme King of Constellation is actually the son of Ekstet's head of intelligence. Ah, another bottomless pit of gossip. In this banquet specially organized for the Prince of Constellation's arrival and the gathering of the 5 archdukes, the Prince of Constellation, as the one being welcomed in name, was undoubtedly neglected. Fortunately, nothing troublesome happened. Some Northland nobles who were here to watch the show would occasionally come up to greet him, and Thales could also return their greetings appropriately under Putre's advice. It was not that there were no drunkards who came up to provoke him, but Lord Merk was always able to mobilize his men at the right time and pull away wave after wave of drunkards. Thales was able to enjoy his feast in peace, even though a 7 or 8-year-old child could not eat much. How much longer will it take? After a few hours, Thales looked at the bustle in the hall and asked Waya, who was beside him, I feel like I'm almost becoming a Northlander. Just now, a few drunken feuding nobles caused a group fight that involved 3 battlefields. It made the noisy hall even more excited until the White Blade Guards and the Palace Guards stepped forward to stop it, with their fists. It's been a long time. It's only 11:00 at night. Waya frowned and stared in disbelief into the distance. A guest with a swollen face was helped back to the dining table. He could not stop cursing as he gulped down another glass of wine, then threw the wine glass at another person's face. The prince's attendant shook his head and said, I once heard from my Northlander friends that Ekstet's banquets often last until dawn. Especially since this is the king's banquet, it represents the face of Dragon Cloud City, and there are 5 archdukes gathered here. Thales shook his head with lifeless eyes. The originally casual order in the hall began to gradually collapse. There were even drunkards who staggered and swayed all over the place. Some nobles hugged their maids and walked out of the hall. Then, strange noises came from outside the hall. Even the vassals and attendants around the 5 archdukes began to leave their seats and participate in the drunken banquet. King Nuvan and Nicholas had already left for a long time. Only Merk was still calmly monitoring the banquet. As for Putre, Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the skinny constellatiate man who had his arm around the shoulders of countless Northlanders and laughed from time to time. He even dared to compete in drinking. How did this guy blend in so well? Thales pressed his face against the table and exhaled in pain. Please tell me that the banquets in Constellation are not this crazy. Probably not. Waya smiled awkwardly. Of course not. Thales raised his head and saw Putre carrying a barrel of rye wine that was specially provided by Heroic Spirit Palace. He closed his eyes and swayed as he walked over. He clicked his tongue and said, Constellation's banquets are more civilized and appropriate. The craziness is hidden underneath, such as the meeting room specially prepared by the host of the banquet, the bushes in the garden, and the quiet and uninhabited basement. As far as I know, your father, King Kessel, was an expert in this when he was young. Thales rolled his eyes at him. But Putre opened his eyes and his expression changed slightly. The vice diplomat of Constellation said flatly, I received Shile's signal. Thales' spirits rose. The king has left the banquet. The people around the 5 archdukes are also swaying. Putre nodded solemnly. I think it is time to go and have a chat with them. When the banquet was nearing midnight, the Grand Duke of Prestige Orchid, Rabian Alcius, walked out of the banquet hall accompanied by 2 attendants. He stood by a deserted window outside the banquet hall and gazed at the moon outside. He seemed to be waiting for someone. Until 2 footsteps, one big and one small, came from behind him. Archduke Alcius turned around. He immediately frowned. You are the one who asked me out to meet? The Archduke pinched the note that had just been passed to his hand and looked at the person before him in disbelief, the Prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar. Accompanied by Waya, Thales stared at the Archduke's full beard and flashed a bright smile. Yes. Alcius looked at Thales before him, then at the note in his hand. The expression on his face gradually changed. Thales took a deep breath. It's here. It's about to begin. He heard himself speak slowly, Your Grace. At this moment, Archduke Alcius suddenly snorted coldly and interrupted him. Thales, who was halfway through his sentence, suddenly froze. Boring. Alcius glanced at him disdainfully and shook his head. Then he turned around and left. Thales widened his eyes. Am I that annoying? I spent a lot of effort to find this opportunity to meet in private, Your Grace. Thales followed behind him and frowned. At least listen to what I have to say. There is nothing to say to a 7-year-old. Alcius had no intention of turning back. Thales gritted his teeth. There's no other way. The next moment, the second Prince of Constellation shouted at the back of the Archduke of Prestige Orchid. Rabian Alcius. Do you know who is going to be the next king of Ekstedt? Archduke Alcius' footsteps came to a halt. He slowly turned his head and looked at Thales with a strange expression. Under Alcius' strange gaze, Thales panted excitedly. Lampard, Alcius' expression changed slightly. Thales calmed his breathing slightly, raised his head, and looked at the bearded man with a determined gaze. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.